Chapter 15-16. Jiang Qin took the Holy Flame Emperor pill, handed it to Dong Fangyu and spoke with a smile. Master, the pill has been concocted. Are you satisfied with it? Satisfied? Of course he was. If he wasn't satisfied with this, what else could he be satisfied with? A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill was what Dong Fangyu desperately wanted even in his dreams. Dong Fangyu carefully received the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The pill was hot to the touch. The energy inside was extremely dense. Dong Fangyu was almost sure that as long as he refined this pill, he would be able to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm and break the bottleneck that he had been stuck in for many years. Jiang Qin, I owe you a favor today. Dong Fangyu left behind a sentence and vanished like a ghost. It seemed like he couldn't wait to refine the Holy Flame Emperor pill. However, such a feeling was understandable. When a person suddenly obtained something that he had been dreaming of, it was only natural for him to be excited and impatient. Although Jiang Qin didn't seem to have gained anything from concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill for Dong Fangyu, he had gained a promise and a favor from a half-step immortal venerable. This was the greatest benefit in itself. In the entire Genius Prefecture, perhaps only Dong Fangyu owed a favor to Jiang Qin. De Huang Dog's sleep wasn't short. He had slept for 2 days. During this period, Jiang Qin had paid attention to De Huang Dog's condition and found out that De Huang Dog might have eaten a spiritual herb that was extremely beneficial to him, allowing the medicinal power to completely fuse with the essence of the immortal execution sword that was stored in his body, allowing all the essence that he hadn't absorbed before to be absorbed at once. Coupled with the support of the powerful medicinal power, it was imaginable what De Huang Dog could obtain. This bastard is really lucky. It seems like he will be able to reach the late immortal king realm when he comes out of seclusion. Jiang Qin had a smile on his face. If De Huang Dog could advance to the late immortal king realm, then all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden wouldn't be eaten in vain. This would be a great leap. 2 days later, an incomparably powerful qi suddenly rushed out of the room. It was a golden qi wave. The power of the qi wave was so strong that it opened a big hole in the roof. Your sister. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes and hurriedly set up a restriction to isolate the aura of this place. Every time this guy advanced, he would cause a huge commotion and destroy other people's houses. Wakaka. 10 minutes later, the qi waves vanished. De Huang Dog walked out of the room laughing. Just like what Jiang Qin had said, the current De Huang Dog had undergone tremendous changes compared to before. His cultivation base had reached the late immortal king realm or even the peak of the late immortal king realm. For a divine beast with a complete bloodline, such a cultivation base was undoubtedly very terrifying. Given De Huang Dog's current cultivation base, it would be very easy for him to kill a half-step immortal emperor. If he used his innate ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight an early immortal emperor. Damn dog, you're not bad. Just a little bit of medicine and you're already exploding. Jiang Qin teased. Of course. Don't you know who Lord Dog is? Lord Dog is peerless in this world. De Huang Dog shook his head in a narcissistic manner. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin turned and left. He knew De Huang Dog too well. If he allowed this guy to continue showing off, he wouldn't be able to play with him anymore. It was early in the morning. The air on the mountain was very fresh. It could easily make people feel relaxed and happy. As soon as Jiang Qin pushed open the gate of the courtyard, he saw a disciple of Dan Prefecture walking over. He was none other than Xianzhong. Senior brother Xianzhong. Jiang Qin greeted. Xianzhong had given him a very good impression. He didn't like him, but he absolutely didn't hate him either. Junior brother Jiang, someone is looking for you outside. Xianzhong spoke. It seemed like he was here to deliver a message. Given Xianzhong's identity, he wouldn't do such a thing. He should be here to express his gratitude. Oh? Who's looking for me? Jiang Qin was stunned. He was sure that it wouldn't be Yang Bufan. Even if Dan Prefecture wasn't open to the public, it wouldn't be able to stop a young king like Yang Bufan. I don't know him. He only said that he's your friend. Alright, he seems to be from Yen City. Xianzhong said. This was the first time he heard of a small place like Yen City. Yen City? Could it be Qingqing? Jiang Qin thought. Back when he rescued Yen Qingqing from the evil abyss, Jiang Qin left One Line Sky and came to East Xuanhu. Since then, the two of them didn't have much contact. Thank you, senior brother Xianzhong. I'll go out and have a look. Jiang Qin replied casually and strode towards the exit of Dan Prefecture. The people of Yen City would never come looking for him if there wasn't a reason. At this moment, outside Dan Prefecture, an old man was pacing back and forth with an anxious look on his face. When he saw Jiang Qin, his face immediately revealed a look of surprise. Young Master Jiang, I finally found you. The old man's tears almost flowed out. What happened? How did you know that I'm here? Jiang Qin knitted his brows. He didn't know the name of this old man, but he knew that this old man was from the prefecture of Yen City. He had seen him before in Yen City. What puzzled Jiang Qin was that this old man was merely a heaven immortal expert. How could he accurately locate him? Xuanhuan was just too big. It wouldn't be easy to find a person. Young Master, save us. A few days ago, an expert called Fu Kuei went to Yen City and killed many people of the prefecture, capturing the city lord and young lady. It was Fu Kuei who told this old man about your location. He asked Old Shi to tell you to go to Fu City personally. Otherwise, the lives of the city lord and young lady will be in danger. The old man spoke anxiously. He couldn't help but shiver in fear when he thought of how powerful Fu Kuei was. He didn't dare to imagine that there was such a terrifying person in the heavens and earth, but he couldn't be blamed. How could a mere Yen City, a place where heaven immortals ruled, understand the terror of an immortal emperor? What? A surge of anger rose from Jiang Chen's back in an instant. Needless to say, he had already understood what had happened and the truth of the matter. He had killed 2 of Fu Kuei's sons, which must have caused the other party to hold a grudge against him, but since he was in Genius Prefecture, Fu Kuei couldn't find a chance to take revenge. Therefore he began to investigate Jiang Chen's origin, and then went to capture Yen Donglu and Yen Qingqing to threaten him. The old man in front of him was merely a heaven immortal. It would take a few months for a heaven immortal to fly from Yen City to Great Qin Empire, but now Jiang Qin understood that it was Fu Kuei who brought him here. Moreover, Fu Kuei knew where he was, which was why he asked the old man to tell him the news. Chapter 15-17. Young Master, only you can save City Lord and young Miss now. I beg you, young Master. The elder spoke and was about to kneel down in front of Jiang Qin. It could be seen that this elder was also loyal to Yen family and regarded the lives of Yen Donglu and his daughter as more important than his own. He was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. Get up quickly. Jiang Qin pulled the elder's arm. He couldn't bear such a great gesture. He must save Yen Qingqing and Yen Donglu. Putting aside his feelings, the reason why the 2 of them were captured by Fu Kuei was entirely because of him and those innocent people who died in the hands of Fu Kuei. He didn't kill them, but they died because of him. In other words, it was Jiang Qin who indirectly harmed them. Jiang Qin could imagine that those people in Yen City were as weak as ants in the hands of Fu Kuei. Fu Kuei really shouldn't vent his anger on those innocent people in order to kill Jiang Qin. This had already violated Jiang Chen's bottom line. Jiang Qin certainly couldn't stand by and do nothing about this matter. He had to solve it himself. The grudge between him and Fu Kuei would have to be settled sooner or later. Jiang Qin didn't want to implicate more innocent people. The current Fu Kuei had lost 2 sons and had turned into a mad dog. He would bite anyone he didn't like. In order to avenge Jiang Qin, he would do anything. Such a person was the scariest. The only way to deal with such a person was to kill him and make him disappear from this world completely. Motherfucker. Let's go. Call Yang Bufan. Let's go to Fu City and kill that old bastard. De Huang dog was infuriated. He was a temperamental dog. After hearing the elder's words, he began to get angry. He couldn't wait to fly to Fu City and kill Fu Kuei. This kind of guy who used the people around him as a threat was the most annoying, but it was basically impossible for Fu Kuei to cause any big waves. How could a puny early immortal emperor fight against Great Qin Empire? Given Jiang Chen's current identity and status in Genius Prefecture, it was too easy to kill Fu Kuei. Young Master, that Fu Kuei has said that you are only allowed to go alone. If he sees you bringing any helpers, he will immediately kill City Lord and young Mississippi, the elder hastily said. He could already see that Fu Kuei was a ruthless man. He would certainly do what he said. Plus, he had already known the whole story. Jiang Qin had killed 2 of his sons, which had caused Fu Kuei to fall into a state of madness. Such a man was the scariest. He wouldn't care about any consequences, not even his own life in his heart. As a matter of fact, it was true. To Fu Kuei, both of his sons were dead. All of his hopes and future had been cut off and deprived. So death wasn't scary to him. His only wish now was to kill Jiang Qin and avenge his sons. De Huang, let's go and meet this Fu Kuei. Let's see if he has the ability to fight to the death. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated and spoke to De Huang dog. For the safety of Yen Qingqing and her daughter, he decided not to call De Huang dog. Plus, the current strength of Jiang Qin and De Huang dog was no longer the same as when they were in Futian Manor. In his half-dragon form, Jiang Qin was already strong enough to fight an ordinary early immortal emperor. De Huang dog was also a late immortal king expert. He could also fight an early immortal emperor with his full strength. Therefore, Jiang Chen had nothing to be afraid of in this trip to Fu City. This time it wasn't just to save people, but also to end the grudge between him and Fu Kuei. All right. De Huang Dog's face was full of excitement. He was a guy who couldn't stay idle. He liked to fight and do great things the most. This trip to Fu City was just the right time for him to go all out. Let's go. Jiang Chen grabbed the elder's shoulder, tore the void with his bare hands and vanished in a blink. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away, far away from Genius Prefecture. Amazing. The elder swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His eyes were filled with awe when he looked at Jiang Chen. That realm was unimaginable to him. Walking inside the spatial zone was even more unbelievable to him. When he first met Jiang Chen in Yen City, Jiang Chen was just a puny earth immortal. Today Jiang Chen had already grown to a height that he couldn't even reach. The distance between Genius Prefecture and Yen City was tens of thousands of miles. It was too far, but Fu City was much closer. After all, Fu City was in the territory of East Xuanhu. Although it was still some distance away from Genius Prefecture, this distance was nothing compared to the future. Young master, that Fu Kuei must have laid out an inescapable net in Fu City. You have to be careful. That Fu Kuei is too terrifying. He's a legendary emperor. You can't deal with him at all. The elder spoke with lingering fear in his heart, reminding Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog couldn't help but smile. To the elder, an immortal emperor was a supreme figure in the legends, a high and mighty supreme emperor, a godlike existence that couldn't be fought. This was the difference between realms. Without reaching this realm, one would never understand what was going on. Furthermore, to a heaven immortal, an immortal emperor was indeed a godlike existence because the gap between them was just too great. Don't worry. I will personally take action. I will ensure the safety of City Lord and Qingqing. Jiang Chen said. Upon hearing this, the elder seemed visibly relieved. He knew Jiang Chen very well. This man was incomparably confident and would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. Back then in Yen City, he also understood that an immortal emperor like Fu Kuei might be high and mighty in his eyes, but it might be nothing in the eyes of Jiang Chen, because the current Jiang Chen gave the elder the same feeling as Fu Kuei. The place that Fu Kuei was looking for wasn't in Fu City, but in a valley 1,000 miles away from Fu City. He had already laid out an inescapable net in this valley. An altar was built in the middle of the valley, and a black cage was constructed on the altar. Yen Donglu and his daughter were imprisoned in the cage. Both of their faces were pale and unsightly. Daughter, are you afraid? Yen Donglu asked with a smile. Daddy, I'm not afraid. Big brother Jiang will surely come to save us, said Yen Qingqing. Back in the evil abyss, she had already died once. It was Jiang Chen who saved her and gave her a second life. Even if she had to die for Jiang Chen, she was willing to do so. Chapter 15-18. Yen Donglu sighed and didn't speak. He knew his daughter's feelings for Jiang Chen better than anyone else. Plus, Jiang Chen was the benefactor of their prefecture and had saved the entire prefecture. Even if Jiang Chen suffered a catastrophe today, Yen Donglu wouldn't say anything, nor would he have any complaints. The only thing he was worried about now was his daughter. Yen Qingqing was infatuated with Jiang Chen, but the two of them weren't from the same world. Jiang Chen was a peerless genius who would stand at the peak of this world in the future, whereas Yen Qingqing was at most a talent from a small place. Although she had extraordinary beauty, how could she be worthy of a figure like Jiang Chen? How could Yen Qingqing not know what Yen Donglu was worried about? She knew very well how big the gap between her and Jiang Chen was, but sometimes, love couldn't be controlled. Since the moment Jiang Chen walked into her heart, the shadow of Jiang Chen was destined to linger in her heart. There would never be a second man in her life. Therefore, Yen Qingqing didn't desire to get Jiang Chen in the end. It was enough for her to have a concern in her heart. At this moment, a large number of experts had besieged the entire valley. The lowest cultivation base of these experts was an immortal king. Their positions were carefully chosen. The void was filled with invisible ripples of seals. It could be seen that a powerful formation had been laid out here. These immortal kings were here to support the formation and provide it with a steady stream of energy. These experts were divided into 6 directions, firmly sealing off the valley. There was a mighty immortal emperor in each direction. Just like Fu Qing, they were all early immortal emperors. As a famous figure in this generation, Fu Qing had considerable strength and made many friends. In order to kill Jiang Chen this time, he had made great preparations and paid a great price to invite so many experts. After all, this was a major event. Even if they were his friends, he couldn't let them help him for free. Fu Kuei stood at the easternmost position, which was also the most important position of this formation. His face was solemn and his expression was extremely ugly. Thinking of his 2 dead sons, he couldn't help but erupt with anger, wanting to burn this mountain. Brother Fu, I think you're too nervous and making a mountain out of a molehill. Is there a need to make such a big fuss just to kill a mere Jiangqin? 6 early immortal emperors? Isn't Brother Fu thinking too highly of that Jiangqin? An early immortal emperor elder spoke. That's right. 6 great immortal emperors have to act at the same time just to deal with a puny immortal king. I think that brat probably doesn't dare to come over. He's not a fool. Would he still come if he knew that he would die? In that case, let's see how the status of these 2 immortal kings captured by Brother Fu is in Jiang Chen's heart. As long as Jiang Chen comes, he will die for sure. Given our current strength, killing an immortal king is as easy as crushing dust. The few immortal emperors had a relaxed look on their faces, completely disregarding Jiang Chen. In their point of view, Fu Kuei had already lost his mind after losing his son. It was a complete waste to use such a big force just to deal with a puny immortal king. This time, Fu Kuei had almost exhausted all of his savings by asking them to act. But to these immortal emperors, they had also seen that there was basically no danger in this matter. Could be said to be an easy task. Plus, there were benefits to be gained. So when Fu Kuei came to them, they agreed without hesitation. Don't underestimate that brat. Fu Kuei harumphed coldly. He had already inquired about everything about Jiang Chen. He knew that this young man wasn't as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Of course, this wasn't because he was afraid of Jiang Chen, but because he didn't want any accidents to happen. Jiang Chen was in Genius Prefecture. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Now that he had lured him out, he had to make sure that he would be killed in one strike, not giving Jiang Chen the slightest chance of survival, because once he lost this opportunity, it would be very difficult to find another one. Alright, let's not talk anymore. Brother Fu is eager to avenge his son. We should understand that. If that Jiang Chen comes, we will certainly help Brother Fu to take him down and let Brother Fu kill that brat personally. An immortal emperor spoke. His tone was incomparably relaxed. It seemed like he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all, but this was also normal. After all, it was an incomparably difficult thing for an immortal emperor to pay attention to an immortal king. Unfortunately, without truly dealing with Jiang Chen, they would never know how terrifying Jiang Chen was. That kind of terror wasn't something they could imagine. We have been waiting for so long. Don't tell me that brat won't dare to show up? Some of them had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Big brother Jiang won't come. Just give up. Kill us if you have the ability. Yen Qingqing Lung Lung spoke. Her face was filled with disgust as she looked at these legendary experts. They only knew how to use despicable means, using the friend of their opponent as a hostage, which was despised by the world. Humph. As long as Jiang Chen doesn't come today, all of you will be dead. Fu Kuei Lung Lung spoke, his eyes blazing with anger. You so-called experts are nothing but shameless bastards. You can't defeat Jiang Chen, so you used his friend to threaten us. That's really shameless and despicable. Unfortunately, you have found the wrong person. Us father and daughter aren't that important in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen won't come. You are destined to work in vain. Haha, Yen Donglu burst into laughter. At this moment he wasn't afraid anymore because he knew that it was useless to be afraid. They would die either way. Even if Jiang Chen came, he wouldn't be able to save them from the hands of that lunatic. They were now firmly besieged. It would be difficult for Jiang Chen to break through the defense of so many experts to save them. He was afraid that he and Yen Qingqing would be killed by that lunatic before he could break through the defense. Yen Donglio's words made everyone feel embarrassed. After all, what he said was the truth. What they were doing now was more or less disgraceful. It would be shameful if it was spread out. At this moment, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had arrived. They were hiding in the mountain not far away and had seen the situation clearly. Jiang Chen's face darkened. He couldn't hide his anger, but he didn't act recklessly. Fighting was not his priority this time. Saving people was the most important thing. The scene looks a little tricky. The whole valley has been sealed. It will be difficult for us to break through and save people. De Huang Dog said. De Huang, let's split up. I will confront them head-on, and you will sneak past their formation to save people. Chapter 15:19. This was the most suitable way to deal with the current situation. It just so happened that De Huang Dog had just advanced to the late immortal king realm, which made him much more powerful than before. Any ordinary formation would be useless to him. Moreover, if the Huang Dog erupted, no ordinary early immortal emperor would be able to stop him. If Jiang Qin and the Huang Dog fought together, they wouldn't be afraid of these people, but the most important thing right now was to save Yen Donglu and his daughter. As long as they were rescued, the next step would be to settle the grudge between Jiang Qin and Fu Kuei. All right, it's settled then, the Huang Dog said, then vanished with a sway like a ghost. His disappearance didn't even cause any ripples in the void. Such a powerful technique stunned the elder. He deeply felt that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well in Yen City. If he didn't come out, he wouldn't know how big this world was. In this vast and boundless East Xuanhu, any random person could already be a hegemon in Yen City and become a supreme expert. Young master, I will leave young lady and city lord to you, the elder said. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to them. Jiang Qin said. Young master, what do I need to do? The elder asked. Stay here and don't move. Don't go out no matter what happens if you don't want to die. Jiang Qin patted the elder's shoulder and said with a smile. The old man blushed with shame. However, he knew his position very well. Given his ability, he would probably be killed instantly if he went out. Celestial immortals were too weak. If he could get close to them, the aura that erupted from their battle would be enough to crush him into powder. If he went out, not only would he not be of any help, he would also become a huge burden. Therefore, what he had to do was to stay here and protect his life. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin flew towards the direction of the valley. When he wasn't far from the valley, he unleashed a tremendous chi that soared into the sky, causing the void to tremble as if it was going to be torn apart at any time. Such a powerful aura and movement naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked over at Fu Kuei's side. Jiang Qin. Seeing Jiang Qin, Fu Kuei's anger couldn't be suppressed. He roared and couldn't wait to rush up and tear him to pieces. It was this person in front of him who killed his two sons and severed all his hope. This hatred made Fu Kuei unable to sleep day and night. If he didn't kill Jiang Qin, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. So he's Jiang Qin, an early immortal king. I never thought that he could release such a powerful chi. Sure enough, he's a peerless genius. No wonder he could kill the two genius sons of Fu Kuei. It seems like he isn't simple. So what if he's powerful? If he dares to come today, he's dead for sure. He clearly knows that it's a dead end, yet he still appeared. This is a typical case of brainlessness. A brainless person, a reckless person, no matter how much of a genius he is, will still die in the end. What a pity. For many of them, this was the first time they saw Jiang Qin. They had only heard of him before. Today they all praised Jiang Qin for being a dragon and phoenix among men. At the same time, they also felt that it was a pity. They felt that Jiang Qin was a reckless person. Despite knowing that it was a dead end, he still took the initiative to offer himself. Clearly he had come to die. In their point of view, the so-called loyalty was nothing but a fool. How could a fool achieve anything great? Jiang Qin. Big brother Jiang. Yen Donglu and Yen Qingqing also saw Jiang Qin. Both of them exclaimed at the same time. Complicated expressions could be seen in their eyes. They were worried and happy at the same time. They were worried about today's situation. Jiang Qin's arrival was destined to be very dangerous. On the other hand, they were happy that Jiang Qin had come for them. This indicated that they still had a certain position in Jiang Qin's heart. Very soon, Jiang Qin arrived at the valley and stood opposite to Fu Kuei. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He said to Fu Kuei in a cold voice, Fu Kuei, I thought you were a great figure. Never had I thought that you were also a despicable person. How could you use such despicable means? Now that I'm here, let them go. Jiang Qin's attitude was incomparably domineering. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. At least, he wanted to delay until the Huang Dog rescued them. It was impossible for Fu Kuei to release them personally. Even if he committed suicide in front of Fu Kuei wouldn't let them go. Release them? Ah, Jiang Qin, you are too naive. Let me tell you, I have already laid out an inescapable net. As long as you dare to come, you will die for sure. Not even the God of heaven can save you. As for these two, it seems that they are very important to you. I have no intention of letting them go. I will kill them in front of you and let you taste the feeling of losing important people. Fu Kuei said ferociously and gnashed his teeth. He had never intended to let them go. Since Jiang Qin had come, it meant that he had caught the right people. These two people occupied a certain position in Jiang Qin's heart. It was better to keep them alive. Then he would kill them in front of Jiang Qin and let Jiang Qin taste the pain. Big brother Jiang, you should leave quickly. Don't worry about us. Yen Qingqing said loudly. She was already very satisfied that Jiang Qin was willing to appear for her. If Jiang Chen was sacrificed to save her, Yan Qingqing wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if she died. It seems that this woman has a special liking for you. Jiang Chen, many brothers here have been drooling over her beauty for a long time. Do you want me to let some of my brothers defile her on the spot? Fu Kuei had a hideous look on his face. You dare. 2 rays of cold light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. Boundless killing intent burst out from his body. He had never wanted to kill someone so much before. It was a great honor. This Fu Kuei had completely infuriated him. Today he would eliminate Fu Kuei at all costs. This was a madman who could do anything. If he wasn't eliminated now, there would be great troubles in the future, which could be said to be endless. Haha, you don't dare? Jiang Chen, I will let you experience the pain you have left me 100-fold. Brothers, serve this beautiful girl well. Let Jiang Chen see the process clearly. Fu Kuei burst into laughter. He had already done everything he could. Fu Kuei burst into laughter. He had already resorted to all means possible. He didn't care about face or dignity anymore. He only wanted revenge. He wanted to kill everyone around Jiang Chen that he could kill. He wanted to use all the methods that he could use to make Jiang Chen feel pain. He wanted Jiang Chen to regret killing his own son. He wanted Jiang Chen to know that killing his own son was the biggest mistake he had ever made in his life. Jia, let me go first. This young lady is as beautiful as a fairy. I have been impatient for a long time. Chapter 15:20. This man seemed to be in his 30s and had a pair of peach blossom eyes. One look and one could tell that he was an unparalleled pervert. From the moment he saw Yan Qingqing, he was completely captivated by this fairy-like girl. There were several times when he wanted to make a move but was stopped by Fu Kuei. Initially he thought that Fu Kuei was pretending to be a gentleman. But now it seemed that Fu Kuei was even more sinister than him. Many men on the scene had committed all sorts of evil deeds. Face was nothing but floating clouds to them. Benefits and enjoyment were the most important things to them. This little girl is so beautiful that I'm drooling over her. Why don't you join us? Count me in. This old man has been eyeing her for such a long time. Another 2 people stood up. The 2 of them shook their heads and began to discuss one by one. I'll go first. Brothers, I won't stand on ceremony. The first man who came out walked towards Yan Qingqing step by step. This was an immortal king expert. When he stared at Yan Qingqing, his eyes were about to spit out fire. Get lost. Yan Qingqing was anxious. She wasn't afraid of death, but she absolutely wasn't willing to be defiled by others. Facing this devil that was getting closer and closer, Yan Qingqing's emotions were incomparably agitated. She would rather die than to let this man have his way. Bastard. Yan Donglu cursed. He pulled Yan Qingqing into his embrace. If this man wanted to touch his daughter, he would absolutely not agree to it, unless this man wanted to step over his dead body. Kill the old one. Fu Kuei said indifferently. You guys are playing with fire. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold and his tone was even colder. His tone was so cold that it could freeze an elephant to death. What these people had done had seriously crossed his bottom line. Playing with fire? Jiang Chen, are you angry now? However, it's useless. You will die for sure today, but I want you to die in agony. Fu Kuei looked at the anger of Jiang Chen. Only then did he feel better in his heart. The depression that he had been suppressing these days seemed to have been released a little. He will die miserably. Jiang Chen said. Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, a deafening roar suddenly sounded out from above the cage. The sudden movement immediately alerted everyone. Everyone turned to the source of the roar, and what they saw was a majestic big yellow dog appearing out of nowhere. He opened his mouth wide and tried to bite the man who had just escaped from the cage. That person's gaze was still wandering around Yan Qingqing's body. Suddenly he felt a great sense of crisis. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. His head was swallowed by the Huang dog in one gulp. With a cracking sound, that person's head was bitten off by the Huang dog. His blood-curdling scream also stopped abruptly. Wakaka. Lord Dog is here. The Huang dog laughed arrogantly. Damn it. How did this dog manage to sneak into the formation? Hurry up and kill him. Fu Kuei bellowed. An early immortal emperor struck. He reached out a huge hand and grabbed at the Huang dog. Upon seeing this, the Huang dog's combat intent surged. Initially he intended to fight an early immortal emperor, but then he thought that the most important thing right now was to save Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing. Given the cultivation base of Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, they would surely die on the spot. I won't play with you first. 2 light wings grew out of the Huang dog's back. He opened his mouth and bit the cage. With a flicker of the light wings, the Huang dog and the cage vanished with a swoosh, causing the attack of the immortal emperor to miss. Seal the formation. He can't escape. Fu Kuei bellowed once more. Unfortunately, as soon as his voice faded, the Huang dog appeared next to Jiang Chen. At the same time, Yen Donglu and Yen Qingqing appeared as well. Additionally, the cage that imprisoned the two of them had vanished. This proved that no matter how powerful the formation was, it was useless to the Huang dog. He could enter and exit at will. Yen Donglu and Yen Qingqing still had a look of astonishment on their faces. The instantaneous change just now made them feel as though they were dreaming. Given their cultivation base, the means of the Huang dog was beyond their imagination. However, the two of them regained their senses very quickly. When they saw Jiang Chen and the Huang dog beside them, their faces revealed a look of ecstasy. Both of them thought that they were going to die today, but they had never thought that the Huang dog was so powerful that he could pass through the grand formation and rescue them so easily. If they didn't experience it themselves, how could they be happy? Big brother Jiang. Yen Qingqing couldn't control her emotions and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. It's all right now. Jiang Chen patted Yen Qingqing's shoulder. He knew that Yen Qingqing had suffered a great injustice this time. All of this was because of him. Fortunately, the two of them were safe and sound. If anything happened to them, Jiang Chen would feel guilty for the rest of his life. On the other side, everyone was shocked. The facial expression of the 6 immortal emperors changed. They had never thought that the formation that they had painstakingly set up would turn out to be useless at the critical moment, but they knew very well that this didn't mean that their formation wasn't powerful enough, but that dog was just too miraculous. His attainments in the field of formation weren't ordinary at all. Damn it! How could this dog be so powerful? We couldn't even detect him when he entered and exited our formation. Someone cursed. Humph. So what? Even if we don't use the formation, they will still die today. Fu Kuei harumphed coldly. He hadn't expected such a situation. Initially, he wanted to use Yen Donglu and Yen Qingqing to provoke Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that a powerful dog would appear and rescue them at the critical moment. This made Fu Kuei very angry. Young Master Jiang, thank you for saving us. Yen Donglu clasped his fists at Jiang Chen. Looking at Jiang Chen in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The change was just too great and too fast. Back in Yen City, Jiang Chen was just a puny earth immortal. The current Jiang Chen had grown to an incomparably terrifying level. The qi radiating from Jiang Chen made Yen Donglio's soul tremble. There's no need to be so courteous, city lord. All of this happened because of me. I Jiang Chen feel very sorry for all of you who were killed in Yen City. As for those people who were killed in Yen City, I will certainly avenge them and put an end to them today. Jiang Chen spoke. There was nothing more to say between him and Fu Kuei. It was either you die or I live. Amazing. The elder who was hiding in the distance was dumbfounded. He had been worrying about the safety of Yen Donglu and Yen Qingqing, because it was just too difficult to save them in such a situation. He had never thought that the dog would be so terrifying, saving them so easily. It felt like a dream. Jiang Chen, so what if you have saved them? All of you will die today. None of you can escape. Chapter 1521. Jiang Chen Lung smiled. Fu Kuei, don't worry. I won't run away today. It's time to settle the grudge between us. If you want to kill me to avenge your son, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Similarly, the blood of those people in the prefecture can't be spilled in vain. Since he had already come, Jiang Chen had no intention of leaving just like that. Some things had to be settled eventually, just like the grudge between him and Fu Kuei. It was a kind of irreconcilable enmity. Since there were so many experts here today, it was just the right time for a massacre. Arrogant. Jiang Chen, I have never seen someone as arrogant as you. How dare an early immortal king say such words? Could it be that you think that you can fight us with just a late immortal king dog? You're too naive. An early immortal emperor spoke. He felt that there was something wrong with Jiang Chen's brain if he didn't choose to flee immediately after rescuing his son. Even a fool could see the current situation. Staying here would basically mean certain death unless Jiang Chen had the strength to fight them. However, this was impossible. Jiang Chen ignored that man. With a loud bang, he turned into his dragon form and spoke loudly. I'll give you all a chance now. If you don't want to die, it's still not too late to leave now. If you don't leave now, none of you will be able to leave later. Jiang Chen was ready to start a massacre. None of these people were good people, especially those who tried to humiliate Yen Qingqing. It was impossible for them to leave. Jiang Chen would never be polite to those who wanted to kill him. He was now giving them a chance, but if they didn't cherish it, Jiang Chen would never be polite to them. Ah, funny. This is too funny. Jiang Chen, you're just a puny immortal king. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Do you think that you can fight us just because you have some transformation technique? Too naive. Arrogant and ignorant junior. You're still so stubborn even when death is at hand. Since you don't want to escape, only death is waiting for you. Today, not even the Heavenly King can save you. Jiang Chen, no one has ever dared to say such words in front of me. It seems like you can't see the situation at all. Sarcastic laughter was heard from the opponent's camp. Everyone felt that Jiang Chen was just telling a joke, and it was the funniest joke. Even though Jiang Chen had displayed his transformation technique, no one put him in their eyes. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was just too weak. The gap between him and an immortal emperor wasn't just a little bit. If a fight really broke out, they were afraid that he would die instantly. Jiang Chen, Chen Jianghuang Dog, Chen and Jiang Cheat. Chen Huang Siti Chen I did say it. In that case, I'll teach them how to write it. Kill everyone here today. Leave no one alive. Jiang Chen drew out the heavenly saint sword with a clang. The blood-red sword looked like a blood dragon, mystical to the extreme. It emitted a dazzling sword light. The sword whistle soared to the sky like the roar of a dragon. The heavenly saint sword wouldn't appear easily. Once it did, it would drink blood. The fact that Jiang Chen had sent out the heavenly saint sword was the prelude to a massacre. Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy to these people. Jiang Chen tore a gap on the gate of the Zulong Tower and said to Yen Donglu and Yen Qingqing, "Qingqing, you and your father go in first. It's safe to hide inside." The battle that was about to happen would certainly be incomparably intense. The destructive power and lethality of the battle between immortal emperors would be too shocking. By the time the battle ended, the mountains within a few hundred miles would be destroyed. Given Yen Qingqing and Yen Donglio's cultivation base, they wouldn't be able to survive such a battle. Even if no one targeted them, the aftermath of the battle was enough to take their lives. All right. Yen Donglu and his daughter nodded. Without any hesitation, they walked into the gap of the Zulong Tower and entered the interior of the Zulong Tower. To them, hiding inside the Zulong Tower was the safest place. There wouldn't be any danger to their lives. Unless Jiang Chen died, the Zulong Tower wouldn't collapse. Kill them all. Fu Kuei was the first one who couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his head and roared. Instantly, all the experts released their powerful qi. Several late immortal kings wanted to show off. They were Fu Kuei's subordinates, so they rushed to the front. The powerful qi of a late immortal king was released perfectly. The combat weapons in their hands were raised high, as though they were going to split a hole in the sky. Unfortunately, they were too hot-headed and had forgotten how their young master Fu Wei died. Fu Wei was also a late immortal king, but he was much stronger than them. Even if 100 of them attacked at the same time, they would still die in front of Jiang Chen. "Da Huang, show them what you're made of." Jiang Chen spoke. He didn't even have the interest to attack such a figure, so he left it to Da Huang Dog to deal with. "Wakaka." Da Huang Dog cackled. He raised his huge head and rammed at the few late immortal emperors. "Dead dog. Go to hell." When one of them saw Da Huang Dog charging at him, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. The long sword in his hand slashed at Da Huang Dog's head. In his point of view, if this slash hit the opponent, it wouldn't be a problem to split Da Huang Dog's head in half. Clang. The fact proved that the man's long sword had indeed struck Da Huang Dog's head accurately. Unfortunately, the scene of the dog's head being split in half didn't happen. After a powerful king weapon collided with Da Huang Dog's head, it didn't even leave a scratch on the dog's fur. Instead, a large amount of sparks was produced. Under the strong recoil of Da Huang Dog's head, the long sword in the man's hand flew away. He couldn't even hold it tightly. Bang. Before the man had the time to be shocked, Da Huang Dog's head had already hit his chest. The poor late immortal king didn't even have the time to scream. His entire body was smashed into countless pieces by the dog's head. What? Upon seeing this, the other few late immortal kings exclaimed. Their faces changed dramatically, looking at Big Yellow as though they were looking at a ghost. Such a horrifying and bloody scene had truly stimulated their souls. Big Yellow, Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Without saying a word, they turned and ran away. They knew that they had underestimated Da Huang Dog. This dog was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Not even a king immortal weapon could leave a mark on the dog's head. That dog's head was just too abnormal. Kaka. Sons of Bichis, do you still want to run? Chapter 1522. Big Yellow's head was an indestructible divine weapon. To an ordinary cultivator, the head was the weakest part of the cultivator. It was imaginable what would happen if the heads of those late immortal kings collided with Big Yellow's head. Big Yellow's head was like an invincible divine weapon. His head was the most vulnerable part of the cultivator. Big Yellow's speed was just too fast. After being locked on by him, it was completely impossible to escape. In an instant, Big Yellow's head collided with the late immortal king's head. A loud bang was heard. Before the expert could utter a wail, his head was smashed into pieces by Big Yellow's head. Bang! Big Yellow's head was smashed by Big Yellow. The scene was just too bloody and terrifying. A mighty late immortal king was completely vulnerable in front of De Huang Dog. He was like an ant that could be crushed easily. De Huang Dog had gone mad from killing. As a divine beast, he was born with ferocious and murderous nature. Blood was the best way to stimulate his nature. After going berserk, De Huang Dog was undoubtedly very scary. Those immortal kings were completely frightened. Now their intestines had turned green with regret. If they knew that their opponent was so terrifying, they wouldn't have rushed out in such a hurry. Now it would be hard for them to escape. It was very easy for late immortal kings to escape because their speed was very fast. They could instantly tear the void apart and escape using the spatial force. Unfortunately, in the face of De Huang Dog, they felt that even a split second was an extravagant hope, because they could clearly feel that all their opportunities had been locked on by De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog could kill them in a blink of an eye. Go to hell for Master Dog. De Huang Dog's chi was like a rainbow. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. Each ray of light was like a sharp sword, indestructible and able to tear the void into pieces at any time. Puchi puchi. A shrill cries resounded throughout the valley. All the late immortal king experts were pierced by the light without exception. They had also made an extremely strong defense and used all their strength, but unfortunately the gap between their strength and De Huang Dog's was just too huge. It was so huge that it was impossible to make up for it. All of their defenses seemed so pale and powerless. In just a blink of an eye, 6 late immortal kings died tragically. The time from the moment they attacked to their deaths was just too fast. It was so fast that even Fu Kuei and the other early immortal emperors couldn't react in time. In the distance, the old man from Yen City saw all of this, and his mouth fell open in horror. He was shocked out of his wits. In the Zulong Tower, Yen Donglu and his daughter were also shocked out of their wits, but they had finally seen how much Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had grown. Seeing how terrifying De Huang Dog was, the worry they had for Jiang Chen lessened a little. They could almost imagine that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were enough to deal with these experts in front of them. Of course, they knew that the experts they thought were not necessarily experts in the eyes of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Damn it. I'll kill this dog. You guys go and kill Jiang Chen. An early immortal emperor elder cursed. All of a sudden he reached out a huge palm and enveloped De Huang Dog. Come. Master Dog isn't afraid. De Huang Dog's strength had reached the extreme. After advancing to the late immortal king realm, he now had the strength to kill a half-step immortal emperor. He could even fight an ordinary early immortal emperor. At this moment, in the face of the attack of an early immortal emperor, De Huang Dog unleashed all of his chi. The tide-like divine beast bloodline instantly enveloped his whole body, making De Huang Dog look incomparably divine. It was a kind of power that came from the desolate era, noble and powerful. De Huang Dog's head glowed with dazzling divine light. There were dragon marks flickering on it. As the dragon marks rippled, a light shield enveloped his head. His already indestructible head had become even more unimaginable after adding such a powerful defense. De Huang Dog roared, then rammed his head against the huge palm of the immortal emperor. Humph! I'd like to see how hard this dog's head is. The immortal emperor harumphed coldly. His face revealed a sinister look. The terrifying huge palm slammed down on De Huang Dog's head. Long. The terrifying strike of an early immortal emperor had tremendous power. Instantly the sky turned dark. Ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. A large expanse of divine light spread across the sky, shrouding the entire body of De Huang Dog. However, such a destructive attack didn't cause any substantial damage to De Huang Dog's head. It only produced a large number of sparks. Wakaka! De Huang Dog cackled. Shaking his majestic body, he lunged at the immortal emperor once more. De Huang Dog didn't even feel dizzy after his head was hit. If they didn't see such an abnormal scene with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Damn it! What's this dog head made of? The immortal emperor had the urge to spurt out blood. Such a head was simply invincible. He was afraid that only De Huang Dog had such a head in the entire heavens and earth. Long. The immortal emperor and De Huang Dog were locked in a fierce battle. A new battlefield had been opened up. High up in the sky, the void was shattered. On the other side, Fu Kuei and the other 4 immortal emperors had besieged Jiangqin. The rest of the immortal kings were surrounding Jiangqin. Since the formation was useless, they might as well cancel it. Without the formation, those immortal kings seemed to be useless. In such a battlefield, they would only be a burden. If they rushed forward, they would only become cannon fodder and be killed by Jiangqin instantly. 5 immortal emperors really think highly of me. Make your move. The corner of Jiangqin's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. His whole body was filled with soaring combat intent. This was his first time fighting a mighty immortal emperor, but he wasn't afraid at all. He was full of confidence. Arrogant kid, let me test you first. Let me see what makes you so arrogant. An early immortal emperor stood out. The remaining 4, including Fu Kuei, didn't make a move. The 3 of them must have felt that it would be a little embarrassing to attack a puny immortal king at the same time. Fu Kuei probably wanted to see what kind of ability Jiangqin had and what made him capable of killing his 2 sons. 9 phantom wolves. Jiangqin was the first to strike. With a sway of his body, he casted out the 9 phantom wolves. Phantoms of his doppelgangers appeared on the battlefield, stunning the immortal emperor who was about to attack him. For a moment he couldn't even sense it. Arg! In the next moment, 2 screams were heard at the same time. The phantoms of Jiangqin vanished. 2 human heads were hanging on his long sword. Blood was still dripping down. These 2 were none other than the 2 men who had tried to humiliate Yan Qingqin. Jiangqin had already said that they would be the first to be killed. No one would be able to stop him. Even if there were a few immortal emperors here, they wouldn't be able to stop him. So fast. Everyone was trembling with fear, especially those immortal kings. Each and every one of them retreated hastily. Even those immortal emperors had a face full of shock, because Jiangqin's speed was just too fast. He was even faster than that dog. Jiangqin unleashed the 9 phantom wolves as well as the dragon wings and flaming wings on his back. With such a powerful boost, his speed was naturally unparalleled. When his opponents were caught off guard, killing 2 of them was a piece of cake for him. The sword chi of the heavenly saint's sword vibrated. The 2 heads were crushed and turned into a mist of blood. Their death wasn't unjust. From the moment they decided to attack Yan Qingqin, their fate had already been decided. Those whom Jiangqin wanted to kill had never survived. Courting death. How dare you kill people in front of me? The early immortal emperor was infuriated instantly. He felt that this was an incomparably humiliating thing. Just as he said that he would kill Jiangqin, 2 of them were killed by Jiangqin in front of him. Such a scene made him lose his face and incomparably furious. The expert moved. He flipped his palm. Incomparably massive energy instantly condensed into an illusory mountain. It was a powerful energy mountain that was completely condensed from energy. It was as heavy as billions of caddies. If one was hit by this energy mountain, one would certainly be smashed to death on the spot. Long. The void was shattered by the energy mountain. The terrifying mountain had locked onto Jiangqin's chi, and was hurtling towards Jiangqin. This was the terrifying strike of an early immortal emperor. The chi that it emitted was destructive. Come on. Let me see how powerful an immortal emperor is. Jiangqin's chi was like a rainbow. The wings on his back flapped. The heavenly saint's sword in his hand turned into a blood-red fire dragon, slashing at the energy mountain. Long. This was a fierce contest. The energy emitted from the collision was strong and violent. The void was instantly shattered. The heavenly saint's sword was worthy of being called a divine sword. Under Jiangqin's full-force attack, it slashed the huge mountain of energy and split it into 2 halves. What? This kid is merely an early immortal king. How can he have such a powerful combat strength? He can even destroy the energy mountain that I have conjured. The early immortal emperor was truly shocked this time. He wasn't the only one. Everyone, including Fu Kuei, gaped in astonishment, feeling that they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Without witnessing the power of Jiangqin, one would never know how terrifying Jiangqin was. Now they finally understood why Jiangqin was able to kill Fu Tian and Fu Wei. This was a peerless monstrous genius that couldn't be judged by common sense. This kid is too powerful. I have never seen such a monstrous genius before. One of them spoke. So, he must be eliminated today. Given his speed of growth, if we let him escape today, it won't be us who will kill him the next time we meet him. Chapter 1523. Fu Kuei knew that Jiang Chen was powerful, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. He could actually fight an early immortal emperor with just an early immortal king cultivation base and didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position. Initially, Fu Kuei thought that he was making a big fuss over a minor issue, but now it seemed like his decision was correct. If his camp wasn't strong enough, even if he could suppress Jiang Chen, it wouldn't be easy to kill Jiang Chen. Just like the others, Fu Kuei finally understood why his two sons died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Judging from Jiang Chen's current ability, he indeed had the ability to kill Fu Wei, but the more powerful Jiang Chen was, the more determined Fu Kuei was to kill him. A monstrous genius like Jiang Chen was undoubtedly very scary. Plus, his speed of growth was just too fast. Compared to the time when he was in Fuqian Manor, the changes in Jiang Chen were simply incomparable. If he didn't get rid of such a heaven-defying talent today, it would be hard to tell who would kill who the next time they met. Raging Storm Wave. The early immortal emperor struck once more. His powerful attack was actually blocked by an early immortal king brat. If this was spread out, it would be too shameful for him to continue living in the future. The immortal emperor exerted all his strength to strike out the ferocious skill that he was proud of. The energy in his body rushed out like a wave, turning into a huge energy tide. These tides were energy pillars. When they rushed out, each pillar turned into an invisible energy dragon, pouncing at Jiang Chen. An early immortal emperor isn't easy to deal with. Given my current strength, it will be extremely difficult to kill them. Fortunately, these early immortal emperors are very ordinary. I will be able to suppress them with the great divination art in my dragon form. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. His combat intent was boundless. Fighting against such immortal emperors was what he longed for, but today was a life-and-death battle. So, what Jiang Chen needed to think about was how to get rid of his opponents. Given his current combat strength, he would certainly be no match for an early immortal emperor genius. However, these old bastards in front of him were obviously not geniuses, so they weren't that scary. Jiang Chen's dragon form was enough to deal with them. If he used the great divination art, it wouldn't be a problem for him to completely suppress an early immortal emperor. The attack of Raging Storm Wave was an omnidirectional attack. The violent energy formed a terrifying domain, sealing the void and completely locking Jiang Chen. Fusion of dragon and sword. Jiang Chen bellowed. In the face of such a powerful attack, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Under the circulation of the great divination art, he could easily detect the flaws of the opponent's attack. Furthermore, he had cast out the mighty fusion of dragon and sword. His entire being had turned into a true dragon, a blood-red dragon, carrying the chi of desolation. He was no longer the half-human half-dragon existence, but a true mad dragon. Oh! The dragon sword let out a roar. At this moment, the sword was a dragon and the dragon was a sword. There was no distinction between them. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, countless sword beams shot out from the heavenly saint sword. Each of the sword beams was an azure dragon, a peerless dragon sword. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time, colliding with the raging waves formed by the energy. Long. The heavens and earth shook. The void was torn apart. The entire battlefield was crushed into pieces. This was Jiang Chen's most powerful attack. The fusion of dragon and sword had unleashed an unparalleled power. This was a battle of the pinnacle. In the end, the raging storm wave cast by the early immortal emperor was destroyed by the heavenly saint sword. This was the most powerful technique of an early immortal emperor, but it still couldn't do a thing to Jiang Chen. Instead, it caused the chi and blood of the early immortal emperor to be disrupted. From afar, the elder of Yen City was already dumbfounded by what he saw. If Big Yellow's strength had shocked him previously, then Jiang Chen's strength had completely subverted his understanding of cultivation. To him, Jiang Chen's strength was like a legendary existence that could destroy the heavens and earth. Such a scene was something he couldn't even imagine in his dreams. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, the father and daughter were also dumbfounded. Yen Qingqing was still fine, because in her heart, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent existence. He was like a great hero that no one could surpass. Therefore, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen became or what kind of miracles he created, Yen Qingqing wouldn't feel too surprised. She only felt proud of the man that she fell in love with. No one would be able to shut their eyes. However, Yan Donglu was different because he had met Jiang Chen before. When he saw Jiang Chen's tremendous progress in such a short period of time, he couldn't accept and believe it at all, because the existence of Jiang Chen had also subverted his understanding of cultivation. Damn it! How can this bastard be so powerful? Is he really only an early immortal king? The early immortal emperor seemed somewhat exasperated after failing to do anything to Jiang Qin twice in a row. He didn't even manage to suppress Jiang Qin. Old Wang, this kid isn't easy to deal with. I think it's better for us to join forces and get rid of him. Fu Kuei spoke. Jiang Qin's performance had made him somewhat anxious. Such a scene had obviously gone beyond his imagination. So, he couldn't wait to get rid of Jiang Qin as soon as possible. Only when Jiang Qin was dead could he feel at ease. This won't do. I must kill this kid with my own hands. All of you don't interfere. The immortal emperor who was called Old Wang was completely infuriated. He felt that given his cultivation base and strength, it would be an incomparably shameful thing if he couldn't take down a puny immortal king. Clang. Old Wang drew out a combat sword. It was an incomparable combat sword. The body of the sword was engraved with complex sword marks, radiating 7-colored radiance. Jiang Qin, you are indeed the most powerful genius that I have ever seen. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is still too weak. You are merely an early immortal king. If you are a little stronger, I will certainly not be a match for you. Next, I won't hold back anymore. Be prepared to die. Old Wang spoke sternly. It's still hard to say who will die. Jiang Qin smiled lung. He had already tested his combat strength. It was absolutely impossible for an early immortal emperor to kill him. No matter how many early immortal emperors attacked him at the same time, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Jiang Qin had a great advantage in fighting an early immortal emperor. Apart from his terrifying means, he wasn't afraid of energy consumption. He had inexhaustible immortal qi. The millions of dragon marks in his qi sea could provide him with endless energy. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, Jiang Qin wasn't afraid of energy consumption at all. Falling flower sword, go to hell. Old Wang attacked once again. He casually swung the combat sword in his hand, causing numerous sword flowers to appear in the void. With incredible speed, he slashed toward Jiang Qin. However, just as his attack was halfway through, Jiang Qin also attacked. The Heavenly Saint's sword accurately pierced the flaw of his sword technique, making it impossible for him to use the rest of his attack. Clang. The two swords collided. The immortal emperor was actually pushed back 3 steps by Jiang Qin. What? This time the expert was truly shocked. He had already used his immortal weapon and had exerted all his combat strength, but he was still pushed back by Jiang Qin. This was simply unbelievable. What shocked him even more was that Jiang Qin was able to accurately capture the flaw of his combat strength and seize the opportunity to interrupt his attack, causing him to only be able to exert half of his combat strength. That was why he was pushed back. He knew very well that if he could fully exert his attack, he wouldn't be defeated by Jiang Qin. Naturally, he didn't know that this was the terror of the great divination art. Jiang Qin had fully circulated the great divination art, allowing him to see through all the flaws of his opponent during the battle. Again, falling flower sword. The immortal emperor attacked once more. In his point of view, Jiang Qin's attack just now was just a coincidence. Swoosh. However, the same thing happened again. When the immortal emperor's attack was halfway through, Jiang Qin struck again, pushing the immortal emperor back with a single slash of his sword. Clang clang clang. Next, the immortal emperor continued to attack, but each of his attacks was blocked by Jiang Qin, making him unable to exert his full combat strength. Such a battle was incomparably frustrating. Not only did it affect his combat strength, but it also affected his mental state. The immortal emperor was shocked. If it was luck at the beginning, it definitely wasn't as simple as that now. Jiang Qin had used a terrifying technique that could accurately capture the opponent's flaws. Clang. Tila. Jiang Qin took advantage of the distraction of his opponent and attacked again. This time, his strength was even more terrifying. The opponent's sword was sent flying away from his hand. At the same time, the sharp sword qi left a deep wound on his opponent's chest, causing blood to flow out. Impossible. The expert shook his head violently. His eyes were about to spurt out fire. He couldn't accept such a fact at all. It was just too shocking. He, a dignified early immortal emperor, had been defeated and injured by an immortal king. This was a scene that he had never dreamt of, but it had really happened. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Fu Kuei and the others were also dumbfounded. They had witnessed the whole process of the battle and deeply experienced the scariness of Jiang Qin. Those experts who had looked down on Jiang Qin before had an incomparably ugly expression. They finally knew that this was a young man that they could never underestimate. They also understood that the reason why Jiang Qin didn't choose to escape after rescuing the man wasn't because of his brain, but because of his formidable strength. This kid is too terrifying. Everyone attack him together. Don't hold back. Chapter 1524. Fu Kuei didn't dare to delay any longer. Jiang Chen's strength made him very uncomfortable, making him feel that something was about to happen. Fu Kuei suddenly felt that the inescapable net that he had laid out might not be foolproof. It might not be able to take Jiang Chen's life. Not only Fu Kuei, but the other immortal emperors also didn't dare to be negligent. They no longer underestimated Jiang Chen. Including the one who was injured by Jiang Chen's sword chi, 5 early immortal emperors attacked Jiang Chen at the same time. If it was during normal times, given their cultivation base and identity, they would never gang up on an immortal king junior because it would be a very shameful thing. But now, face was no longer important. Jiang Chen's power had far exceeded their expectations. He was a peerless monstrous genius, the greatest genius they had ever seen. Even an early immortal emperor was defeated by him. Even though they had joined forces, they didn't dare to underestimate or neglect Jiang Chen in the slightest. On the other side, De Huang Dog and the early immortal emperor were also locked in a battle. The immortal emperor was incomparably depressed, and had the urge to cough up blood. There weren't many abnormal geniuses in the world, but they had encountered all of them. Putting aside Jiang Chen, this dog was also extremely ferocious. The immortal emperor knew very well that he absolutely didn't have the ability to kill this De Huang Dog in a one-on-one battle. There was no doubt about this. What he needed to do now was to continue fighting this dog and wait for the other side to finish off Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Then, De Huang Dog wouldn't be far from death. In his point of view, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, it was impossible for him to be a match for 5 early immortal emperors, especially when there was an expert like Fu Kuei among them. Compared to the others, Fu Kuei's strength was still stronger. Under such a formation, Jiang Chen would certainly die. At least that was what he thought. As for the other immortal kings, they were completely useless. They could only stay where they were and become spectators. They couldn't be blamed for this. The battle in front of them wasn't something they could participate in. Once they rushed forward, not only would they be of no help, they would also be killed immediately. No one was willing to take their life as a joke. Long. Under the lead of Fu Kuei, the 5 experts unleashed their incomparably powerful chi at the same time. The chi of immortal emperors was like a tidal wave. Incomparable light shone. The 5 experts launched powerful attacks at Jiang Chen from 5 different directions. Come on. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest fear. His whole body was covered in red light, making him look like an invincible god of war. The dragon wings on his back had completely fused with the flaming wings of scarlet flame. He held the dragon sword upside down and cast out the 9 phantom wolves art. His true body aimed at one of the experts, wielding the sword like a saber, and slashed at him. The one Jiang Chen was facing wasn't the opponent, but the one who had been injured by him previously. As the saying goes, pick the soft persimmon and pinch it. Facing 5 experts, he had to defeat them one by one. The attacks of the 5 experts were just too powerful. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as earth-shattering. Their attacks interweaved into a huge energy net that pressed down on Jiang Chen, attempting to crush Jiang Chen to death. However, Jiang Chen's movement technique was bizarre, his soul power was strong, his senses were keen, and he was proficient in the great divination art. He was always able to avoid the strongest part of the energy net at an extremely fast speed, and then launch his own attack. No matter how powerful an attack was, there would always be a flaw, especially since this was the first time Fu Kuei and the others had cooperated with each other. Their cooperation couldn't be described with the word tacit. Such a disorderly cooperation didn't pose much of a threat to Jiang Chen. The great divination art could accurately find the flaw of the attack and find a place to hide. Long. Violent energy waves rushed out of Jiang Chen's body, resisting the energy attack that was pressing towards him. At the same time, Jiang Chen's soul power had completely locked on the injured immortal emperor. The dragon sword carried all of Jiang Chen's energy and slashed down fiercely. Tila. The immortal emperor had lost the support of his immortal weapon. The immortal skill that he casted was shattered by Jiang Chen's sword. The long sword slashed down like a heavenly sword, reaping the life of the enemy at any time. Not good. The immortal emperor yelled. It was already too late for him to dodge. He wasn't in a good state right now. He had lost his immortal weapon and was injured. He couldn't exert his combat strength at all. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Chen could still accurately attack him while being attacked by so many experts at the same time. Tila. Arg? Along with a wail, one of the experts' arms was chopped off by the dragon sword. This was an incomparably shocking and bloody scene. An early immortal king chopped off the arm of an early immortal emperor. Such a scene was like a dream to everyone. The instant the arm of the immortal emperor was chopped off, Jiang Qin moved again, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe. The speed of the heavenly saint sword had reached the extreme. In a blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the expert and slashed down at lightning speed. As for the other 4 experts, their attacks had just ended, and they didn't have the time to launch their second attack, because they had never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to neutralize their joint attack so easily. Not only that, he was able to defeat them one by one under such an impossible situation, injuring their own men. "Save me!" the immortal emperor roared. His injuries weren't light. Although he still had a certain amount of combat strength, it depended on who he was dealing with. To Jiang Chen, this little bit of combat strength made no difference. The expert felt the threat of death. It was a feeling that he had never felt before, but now it was so clear. As an immortal emperor, he already had a certain level of prediction ability. He knew very well that given his current state, he absolutely couldn't block the terrifying sword of Jiang Chen. If his companions couldn't quickly block the sword of Jiang Chen to save him, what awaited him was death. Hurry up and save him. Damn it. Everyone was infuriated. If they still allowed Jiang Chen to kill one of their own under such circumstances, it would be too humiliating. Fu Kuei was the first to attack. The mace in his hand was radiating black light, lunging at Jiang Chen at lightning speed. Humph! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. His murderous intent was so strong that he turned a blind eye to Fu Kuei's attack. He was very clear about today's situation. He had to kill them one by one. Now that he had the chance, he must kill them at all costs. Chapter 1525. Jiang Chen made up his mind, completely ignoring the attack of Fu Kuei. The 9 phantom wolves was cast out once more. 9 phantoms appeared in different places of the battlefield to distract Fu Kuei's attention. At the same time, the heavenly saint sword slashed at the early immortal emperor with an indomitable posture. Fight! Seeing the ferocity of Jiang Chen's attack, the immortal emperor had no choice but to use his remaining strength to resist. Unfortunately, how could he resist the all-out attack of Jiang Chen with his current strength? It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Arg! Without any surprise, Jiang Chen's dragon sword slashed down, cutting the immortal emperor into 2 halves on the spot. Blood mist splashed everywhere. He died instantly. This was a very shocking scene. A mighty immortal emperor was killed so easily by a puny immortal king. Probably, the expert had never dreamed that he would die in such a way one day. Bang! Jiang Chen didn't feel any better after killing an expert. The mace of Fu Kuei had destroyed all of his doppelgangers. Additionally, the shockwave of the attack had struck his body, sending Jiang Chen flying 100 meters away before he could stabilize himself. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Big brother Jiang. Seeing Jiang Chen getting injured, Yan Qingqing in the Zulong Tower exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, daughter. Jiang Chen will be fine. Yin Donglu spoke. He believed in Jiang Chen's ability. Such an injury was nothing to Jiang Chen. He was currently in great shock, just like the people outside, because Jiang Chen had just killed an immortal emperor. Such an unimaginable thing had actually happened. Yin Donglu was right. Such an injury was nothing to Jiang Chen. With the help of the wood spiritual qi, he could recover in an instant. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen dared to let Fu Kuei hurt him. The wood spiritual qi was his trump card, his greatest reliance. Damn it. Why is this bastard so abnormal? He killed old Wang. Brother Fu, why didn't you say that this kid is so powerful? Aren't you trying to harm us? Don't say any more. Brother Fu didn't know that he had grown to such an extent. Although old Wang is dead, the 4 of us can still kill him if we work together. He has already been injured by Brother Fu's mace and won't be able to hold on for long. No one wasn't shocked. The death of an immortal emperor was undoubtedly a great blow to their hearts, because they knew very well that old Wang's ability was on par with theirs. Now that old Wang was dead, it indicated that Jiang Chen had the strength to kill any one of them. This was completely different from what they thought before. Even though the 4 of them had joined forces, they still felt uneasy in their hearts, because the person they were going to deal with was much stronger than them. I have already warned you not to underestimate this kid, but don't worry. He has already been injured by me. He will die for sure today. The 4 of us will definitely exhaust him to death. Plus, the reason why his combat strength is so powerful is because of this transformation technique. This technique can increase his combat strength by 10 times, but such a heaven-defying technique certainly won't last for a long time. Once he can't maintain the transformation technique, he will fall into a period of extreme weakness. At that time he will just be an ant that we can squash as we please. Fu Kuei-lung spoke. His idea was excellent and was recognized by everyone. After all, a tenfold increase in combat strength was even more taboo than a taboo art. As immortal emperors, they knew better than anyone about the considerations of a taboo art. Every time such a taboo art was used, a price had to be paid. Jianghu wasn't an exception. However, they had neglected one point: there were many things in this world that they couldn't imagine. They couldn't be guessed and evaluated by common sense, just like Jianghu's transformation technique, because it wasn't a technique at all, but Jianghu himself. Cut the crap. Kill. One of them was brimming with killing intent. The combat sword in his hand emitted unparalleled sword light. The four of them exerted their most powerful combat strength, lunging at Jianghu once more. Ow! Jianghu's combat sword whistled. He had already unleashed the dragon and sword unification, exerting all of his skills to fight against the four immortal emperors. The battle was incomparably intense. Countless divine lights sprinkled down, changing the color of the sky. Holes were formed one after another. The mountains within a radius of hundreds of miles below crumbled and disintegrated, turning into powder. The earth trembled. The entire battlefield was like the end of the world. Infinite destructive energy rolled. The movement here could be felt from thousands of miles away. Every collision was like a thunderbolt from the nine heavens. Those immortal kings were completely petrified. Some of them who were excited to fight Jianghu now felt how ridiculous their idea was. Given their cultivation base, it was a joke for them to participate in this battle. If they were allowed to fight, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single slash from Jianghu's sword. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. Is he still a human? Is he really only an early immortal king? He's fighting four early immortal emperors alone, but he's not in a disadvantageous position at all. It seems like none of them is a match for him in a one-on-one battle. He's a peerless genius that can't be seen with the eyes of ordinary people. If such a man isn't eliminated today, he will become a great trouble in the future. We won't have the chance to eliminate him anymore. I think it's going to be very difficult to kill Jianghu today. Even the four great experts can't do anything to him. Don't worry. That Jianghu has consumed a lot of energy. I don't think he can hold on for long. Also, that terrifying transformation skill will disappear very soon. At that time, it will be the time of his death. Everyone was shocked. It was a kind of luck to be able to witness such an unprecedented battle. The fierce battle was still going on. Jianghu had completely turned into a peerless dragon, wagging his tail in the center of the battlefield. He had cast the Great Soul Derivation Technique and Great Divination Art, which allowed him to fight the four early immortal emperors like a fish in the water. So far there was no sign of him losing. Fu Kuei and the other three, however, were different. After fighting for a long time, they began to feel somewhat impatient. Their only hope now was that Jianghu would run out of energy as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be able to maintain his transformation skill. What made them speechless was that Jianghu seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They couldn't see any signs of energy exhaustion. Humph. When you are distracted, it will be the time for me to strike back. None of you will be able to escape today. Jianghu harumphed coldly in his heart. This was the effect he wanted. He still had a greater trump card, the Qilin Divine Arm. The Qilin Divine Arm could be integrated with the True Dragon combat skill. It was the strongest trump card that Jianghu currently had. He wasn't willing to use the Qilin Divine Arm easily, but today's situation made it necessary. Chapter 1526. Long. The fierce battle was still going on. The four immortal emperors had exerted all of their techniques, especially Fu Kuei, who had almost exerted all of his strength. The current scene was very spectacular. The four experts stood in different positions, attacking the blood-red dragon in the middle. The dragon shook its head and wagged its tail, sometimes turning into a sharp sword. Its body flickered between light and dark, looking illusory, bursting out with unparalleled desolate force. Even though it was 1 against 4, the more it fought, the more valiant it became. It didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position at all. Motherfucker. How long can this bastard last? I can't hold on any longer. Someone was so exasperated that he was about to spurt out blood. He had never encountered such a scene before. He had never encountered such a troublesome opponent. It should be said that the combat strength of an immortal emperor was boundless. They weren't afraid of consumption, especially when the four of them joined forces. But now they were being beaten so badly that their minds were in turmoil. Don't think too much. Continue to attack. We must kill this kid today. Fu Kuei spoke ferociously. Today was his only and last chance. If he couldn't get rid of Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have another chance. Fu Kuei, I quit this deal. This kid can't be killed. You know this very well. I will return the benefits you have given me. I quit. Someone spoke, seemingly ready to leave. As a mighty immortal emperor expert, he naturally wasn't a fool because even a fool wouldn't be able to reach this level. This expert could see very clearly that it was almost impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen today. Humph? You want to quit now? It's too late. This Jiang Chen is ruthless. He has already remembered all of you. If you don't kill them today, you will be waiting to be killed by him in the future. A peerless genius like him will advance by leaps and bounds. Very soon he will surpass us. Plus, this man will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since you have attacked him today, he will surely kill you all in the future. We have no way out now. Fu Kuei harumphed coldly. Fu Kuei, fuck you, I've been tricked by you. That person was flustered and exasperated, almost spurting out a mouthful of blood. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, he also knew that Fu Kuei's words were not wrong. A person like Jiang Chen was ruthless and merciless to his enemies. Today they attacked Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's character, there was no doubt that he would never let them go. Therefore, no matter what price they had to pay today, they had to eliminate Jiang Chen to avoid future troubles. Now, killing Jiang Chen was not only to avenge the Fu Wei brothers, but also to save their own lives. Haha, although Fu Kuei is stupid, what he said is right. If you all offend him, none of us will be able to live. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, arrogant to the extreme. From the moment he decided to attack, he had already sentenced these people to death. None of the 6 immortal emperors would survive. Kill? The 4 of them were infuriated once more. No one chose to retreat. Just like what Fu Kuei had said, they had no way out. If they escaped today, they would die in the future. Long. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Mountains crumbled one after another. The earth was broken. 7-colored light flickered constantly in the sky, sending shivers down people's spines. The fierce battle continued for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no winner or loser. Jiang Chen was just too tenacious. He simply couldn't be killed. Despite the joint attack of the 4 experts, they couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen. By this time, the 4 of them had long been distracted. Their attacks were no longer orderly, let alone cooperating with each other. Apart from Fu Kuei, who was still howling with soaring killing intent, the fighting spirit of the other 3 had begun to weaken. The cooperation of these 4 is already disorderly. Their joint combat strength has begun to weaken. Now it's my turn to attack. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. He had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the moment when the 4 of them were distracted. Only then would he be able to destroy them. Jiang Chen raised his head and let out a dragon roar. His huge dragon body curled up, turning into a half-human half-dragon state. At the same time, the heavenly saint sword in his hand disappeared because he was going to use his killer move. 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout, then he once again unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. Such a marvelous movement skill could often play a crucial role in a fight, especially when the opponent was distracted. It could confuse the opponent's senses, and then Jiang Chen could choose to attack them one by one. Qilin Divine Arm, True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen shouted again. On the thick dragon arm, a cracking sound could be heard. Pieces of golden scales began to cover his arm, and his arm instantly doubled in size. Jiang Chen locked onto one person at lightning speed and attacked that person. The phantom of the fire Qilin's head flashed, and so did the phantom of the true dragon. When the 2 merged together, it was like the fusion of 2 divine beasts. It was too powerful and earth-shattering. It was a direct enhancement of energy and blessing. Not good. Save me. The immortal emperor felt an extreme sense of danger, and immediately cried for help. Unfortunately, the other 3 were entangled by Jiang Chen's phantom, and couldn't rescue him immediately. Long. The powerful Qilin divine arm smashed heavily on the body of the immortal emperor. The phantom of the Qilin and the true dragon fused together, turning into a primordial beast, and swallowed the immortal emperor with its bloody mouth. Arg! A blood-curdling scream was heard. He was completely caught in the center of the violent energy. It was like the power of a god wanting to tear his body apart. Even his immortal emperor Qi couldn't stop it. In the blink of an eye, the immortal emperor was covered in blood. This time he had suffered unimaginable injuries and was facing death. He spurted out blood continuously, his body trembled and had completely lost his combat strength. His face was full of horror. The energy just now had made him feel infinite fear. That was the shadow of death. Go to hell. Jiangchen wouldn't give him the slightest chance to live. The true dragon palm rushed out once again, grabbing the expert's head. With a forceful grip, the expert's head was ripped off. Another early immortal emperor expert had fallen. At the same time, in Nanbei family, a golden-haired young man in a golden robe suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was incomparably sharp, as though it could pierce through the void. He was currently in a void, or rather, a sealed space with variegated laws of law lingering around him. I can smell the chi of Qilin, but I'm at the critical moment of comprehending the monarch heaven art. I can't attack now. Chapter 1527. Young Master Chao. After the youth appeared, he saluted the golden-robed man. Both of them were the top geniuses of Nanbei family. Judging from the surface, their cultivation base was almost the same. Both of them were early immortal emperor supreme experts. Both of them were dragons and phoenixes among men, but the youth who came in was so respectful to the golden-robed youth. It was enough to show the status of the golden-robed youth in Nanbei family. Nanbei too, I sense the chi of Qilin. It's in the southeast direction. Bring some men to check it out immediately. The golden-robed youth spoke in a commanding tone. Yes, young Master Chao. I'll go right away. Nanbei too didn't dare to neglect the golden-robed youth's words. He immediately agreed and vanished from the spatial zone in the blink of an eye. This was a very incomprehensible scene. One should know that Nanbei family, like Great Qian Empire, was one of the 11 major powers in eastern Xuanhu. There were countless young disciples under them. The battles between the geniuses who had reached the immortal emperor realm were even fiercer. Two geniuses of the same level were almost equal, just like the crown prince of Great Qian Empire, King Ping and King Fan. Although the crown prince's identity was more distinguished on the surface, in fact, King Fan and King Ping didn't respect him at all. Nanbei Itu's respect for the golden-robed youth was incomprehensible. After Nanbei Itu vanished, the golden-robed youth closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend his divine technique. In the battlefield outside Fu City, Jiangchen had killed an immortal emperor in a domineering manner, causing the hearts of the remaining 3 experts to sink. They had been bombarding Jiangchen for so long, but they hadn't even scratched the skin of Jiangchen's hair. On the other hand, Jiangchen's first counterattack had already killed one of them. Although it was partly due to the opponent's carelessness, it was a fact that Jiangchen had killed 2 immortal emperors. How could they remain calm? Not good. This kid still has a powerful trump card. He's too powerful. We are no match for him at all. How can there be such an abnormal person in the world? I have experienced countless battles in my life, but I have never experienced such a stifling battle. The facial expressions of the 2 immortal emperors changed completely. Once again they had the thought of retreating. At this moment, Fu Kuei was, of course, the one who felt the most depressed was none other than Fu Kuei. He had schemed all of this and traveled thousands of miles to capture Yan Qingqing and her father just to lure Jiangchen out and kill Jiangchen to avenge his son. He didn't expect that his foolproof plan would turn out to be like this. Like I said, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will die. Jiangchen's chi soared to the sky. A violent attack was launched at the other early immortal emperor. As a matter of fact, he still had a powerful trump card, the eternal immortal wind. This kind of wind originated from the immortal world. As Jiangchen's cultivation base continued to improve, the power of the eternal immortal wind would also gradually increase. Due to the environment of the immortal world, it was more suitable to use the immortal wind. However, Jiangchen didn't dare to use the eternal immortal wind rashly. He was almost certain that as long as he used the eternal immortal wind, he would immediately draw out the northern and southern dynasties. He had an intuition that even with his current combat strength, he would still die if he fought the northern and southern dynasties. Therefore, Jiangchen wasn't willing to take the risk. It wasn't the time for him to meet the northern and southern dynasties yet. It was better to let nature take its course. Let's attack together and stop him. Seeing Jiangchen attacking again, Fu Kuei yelled and raised the mace in his hand, smashing at Jiangchen. At this time, everyone could see the intention of Jiangchen. Obviously he wanted to kill them one by one. If they let Jiangchen kill one more of them, none of them would be able to leave today. All of them would die here. Just as Fu Kuei and the other expert were about to strike, Jiangchen casted out the 9 phantom wolves again. Phantoms of phantoms appeared and blocked the way of the 2 experts. Damn it. It's this move again. Fu Kuei and the other expert cursed. Their minds were in a mess right now. Such a movement technique could play a key role, making them unable to identify the real body of Jiang Chen. Such an abnormal movement technique was too annoying. Helpless, they could only choose to attack from all directions. Long. Arg, in the blink of an eye, everything was over. Jiang Chen combined the Qilin divine arm and the true dragon combat skill, smashing fiercely on the immortal emperor that he had locked onto. The expert let out a wail. Half of his body was smashed. The remaining half of his body hastily tore the void apart, choosing to escape. Stay here. How could Jiang Chen give his opponent the chance to escape? With a claw, half of the immortal emperor's body was pulled out from the void. Don't, Jiang Chen. Don't kill me. I will give you whatever you want. Please don't kill me. The immortal emperor's face was full of fear. This time he was completely terrified. No one wanted to die, especially those who had lived a good life. It wasn't easy for every immortal emperor to reach where they were today. They had experienced many trials and tribulations to achieve what they had today. How could they be willing to die? It's too late. Jiang Chen was ruthless and merciless. He would never show the slightest bit of mercy when killing his enemies. He exerted strength in his hand, crushing the body of the immortal emperor, turning it into a mist of blood. After killing another person, Jiang Chen's killing intent soared. His chi was unparalleled, like a peerless devil. The shadow of the divine beast Qilin could be seen on the tip of the Qilin divine arm. How could this be? How could this be? Apart from Fu Kuei, there was another immortal emperor left. The immortal emperor was completely terrified. At this time he couldn't care about anything else. Escaping for his life was the most important thing. As for whether Jiang Chen would seek revenge from him in the future, it was no longer important. The most important thing was to leave this place alive. Tila. How would the immortal emperor dare to delay any longer? Immediately he tore the void and flashed into it. 5 elemental sphere, seal the void. Get out. Jiang Chen casted out the 5 elemental sphere. The powerful energy of the sphere spread out like tidal waves, fusing with the void, forming a large spatial barrier. The immortal emperor who had just flashed into the spatial barrier and was about to escape was forced out by the power of the 5 elemental sphere. Impossible. The immortal emperor's facial expression changed drastically. He finally realized the greatest crisis. He was too shocked. Given his cultivation base and strength, it was fine that he couldn't defeat an immortal king brat, but now he didn't even have the chance to escape. This was simply unimaginable. I've said it before. No one can escape. You have already lost your will to fight. You can only die in my hands. Chapter 1528. While speaking, Jiang Chen attacked. Without any hesitation, the Qilin divine arm crushed the void, pouncing on the immortal emperor like Mount Tai. He didn't pay any attention to Fu Kuei, because he knew that Fu Kuei wouldn't choose to escape. Of course, even if Fu Kuei wanted to escape, he wouldn't have the chance anymore. After displaying all of his trump cards, Jiang Chen had enough ability to control the situation. Jiang Chen, I'm going all out with you. Fu Kuei's eyes turned red as he lunged at Jiang Chen once more. The mace in his hand was about to spurt out flames, leaving a long shadow in the void. He had completely lost his mind and couldn't control his emotions anymore. Jiang Chen had severely stimulated him. His last hope had been shattered. He had been planning to avenge his son, but he didn't expect that it would all come to nothing in the end. Don't worry. I'll kill you later. Jiang Chen spoke lung. As a matter of fact, if Fu Kuei and that immortal emperor joined forces, they would be an incomparably terrifying force. Unfortunately, they had already lost their fighting spirit. A man who had lost his fighting spirit and a lunatic were no longer a threat to Jiang Chen. Sometimes, a battle didn't necessarily rely on combat strength, especially against an opponent whose combat strength was almost the same. Psychological warfare was often very important. Whoever had a better mental quality would be able to control the situation of the battlefield. Long. Jiang Chen's work was still faster than Fu Kuei. Before Fu Kuei's attack arrived, the Qilin divine arm had already bombarded the body of the immortal emperor. The combat sword in the expert's hand was sent flying. The energy shield outside his body was also shattered. The destructive power of the Qilin divine arm still affected his body. Just like the previous opponent, half of his body was shattered by the Qilin divine arm. Die. Jiang Chen attacked mercilessly. Once again he cast out a violent energy beam, shattering the immortal emperor. After killing this immortal emperor, he turned to face Fu Kuei. The Qilin arm's might was unparalleled, and the remnant might collided with Fu Kuei's mace, causing Fu Kuei to retreat. On the other side, when the immortal emperor who was locked in battle with the Huang Dog saw that 4 immortal emperors had died in a row, leaving only Fu Kuei, he was already scared out of his wits. He tried his best to abandon the Huang Dog, preparing to escape. If he didn't continue fighting, he would surely die. The Huang Dog was already very difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was even more terrifying. At first, they thought that Jiang Chen's biggest reliance was this dog. Now it seemed that they were gravely mistaken. Jiang Chen was much more powerful than this dog. He was a super abnormal being. Trying to run? If I let you get away, I won't be able to show my face in the future. Immortal slaying sword. The Huang Dog was extremely domineering. How could he give his opponent a chance to escape? Jiang Chen had already killed 4 people in a row. If he couldn't even kill one, he would lose too much face. How? The terrifying immortal slaying sword was cast out by the Huang Dog. The current immortal slaying sword was equivalent to a peak emperor grade immortal weapon, but in terms of true power, it was much more powerful than an ordinary venerable grade immortal weapon. After all, the immortal slaying sword was the natal immortal weapon of Immortal Slayer King, a true great sovereign weapon. Given the Huang Dog's current cultivation base, he could already exert the power of the immortal slaying sword without falling into a severe state of weakness. The immortal slaying sword was too terrifying. It carried the massive might of a great sovereign. The chi it emitted could make one's soul tremble. The terrifying immortal slaying sword was like a divine light, sprinkling a sword net, enshrouding the expert in an instant and slashing down. Arg? Such a powerful trump card was even scarier than Jiang Chen's Qilin arm. The early immortal emperor was already trembling in fear and had lost his will to fight. Now that he was facing the immortal slaying sword, he was slashed into 2 halves on the spot. After killing the expert, the Huang Dog kept the immortal slaying sword. The qi on his body began to weaken. The consumption of forcefully casting the sovereign weapon was too great. Even if the Huang Dog was an abnormal being, he couldn't cast it continuously. Given his current cultivation base, it was already very terrifying to be able to cast it once. At this point, all 5 early immortal emperors were dead. Only Fu Kuei was still alive. The rest of the immortal kings had long been scared to the point of wetting their pants. They were completely dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Regrettably, these bastards didn't take advantage of the battle just now to escape. It seemed like they still had high hopes for those immortal emperors. De Huang, on the other hand, has killed all of those immortal kings. None of them were left alive. Jiang Chen spoke. None of those who appeared in this valley today would be spared. All of them must die. This was Jiang Chen's style of doing things. He had always been ruthless and merciless to his enemies. What? Jiang Chen's words made those immortal kings recover from their shock. One by one they began to exclaim. Only now did they realize the crisis. It turned out that this battle wasn't just between immortal emperors and Jiang Chen. Only then did they realize that they were also involved in it. Don't kill us. Arg. Someone shouted, but it was too late. With their abilities, there was no way they could withstand Big Yellow's terrifying attack. Big Yellow was ferociously attacking them. It was a complete massacre. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. In just a few breaths of time, all the immortal kings were slaughtered by the Huang Dog. At this time, only Fu Kuei was left on the battlefield. The father and daughter in the ancestral dragon pagoda, as well as the old man in the distance, were shocked speechless. They had never seen a battle like this before. It was a battle between 2 peak experts. It was impossible for such a battle to happen in a small place like Yen City. Fu Kuei, now it's your turn. At this time, do you still want to avenge your son? Jiang Chen sneered at Fu Kuei. Ha! Fu Kuei suddenly burst into laughter, but his laughter was full of despair. That's right, it was despair. Looking at the corpses and flesh that covered the mountains and plains, he couldn't speak a word. He felt as though he was dreaming. Jiang Chen, I will still fight you to the death. Fu Kuei moved again, taking the initiative to attack. He infused all his energy into the mace and slashed towards Jiang Chen. He knew that this might be his last attack. He knew that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. In a one-on-one situation, he would die for sure if he fought against Jiang Chen. However, Fu Kuei still acted decisively, because he knew very well that Jiang Chen wouldn't let him go. Come on, I'll give you face if you die like this. Chapter 1529. Fu Kuei was courting death. All of his attacks were scattered and couldn't pose any threat to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin struck out the Qilin divine arm and clashed with Fu Kuei's mace. The mace was bounced away. At the same time, the remaining power of the Qilin divine arm didn't diminish and heavily hit Fu Kuei's head. Fu Kuei didn't even have the chance to scream before his head was smashed by Jiang Qin. He died on the spot. Jiang Qin didn't torture Fu Kuei. Instead, he gave him a quick death and didn't let him suffer too much pain. To Fu Kuei, if he couldn't kill Jiang Qin, he wouldn't be able to take revenge in this life. In that case, killing him would be a kind of relief. Otherwise, he would have to live under the shadow of Jiang Qin for the rest of his life. Wakaka. Satisfying. Little Qinzi, your current combat strength is just too powerful, especially the fusion of the Qilin divine arm and the true dragon combat technique. It's simply too abnormal. De Huang Dog came to Jiang Qin's side. Today he had finally killed to his heart's content. Fu Kuei's death can be considered as the end of a grudge. Once such a person goes crazy, he will be very scary. If he isn't eliminated, there will be other troubles in the future. Jiang Qin spoke. Such an enemy must never be left alive. Although Fu Kuei couldn't cause any threat or harm to him, he could still find trouble with the people that he had come into contact with before, just like what happened to Yan Qingqing and Yan Donglu. Such trouble was what Jiang Qin was most afraid of. Therefore, he must eliminate the root of the problem when cutting the grass. At this moment, 3 tyrannical figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the valley. They were 3 young men, all of whom had imposing appearances and extraordinary bearings. Their faces were filled with arrogance that came from their bones, and they were filled with arrogance from the inside out. More importantly, their cultivation base was at the early immortal emperor realm. Every young immortal emperor was a famous figure in East Xuanhu, because the emergence of a young immortal emperor would always cause some commotion, spreading the news across the entire East Xuanhu at the fastest speed, letting everyone know about it. The other 2 were also half-step immortal emperors. Such figures would be considered as very powerful geniuses even in Genius Prefecture. After the 3 of them appeared, their gazes fell on Jiang Qin, or rather on Jiang Qin's Qilin divine arm. At this moment, Jiang Qin was still in the state of transformation. He had just killed Fu Kuei, so he didn't even have time to put away the Qilin divine arm. Not good. Jiang Qin's heart shuddered. Not good. People like him had the sharpest senses. Sometimes he could tell whether the opponent was a friend or foe just by looking at their eyes. Furthermore, the fact that the 3 of them were paying attention to his Qilin divine arm had already made Jiang Qin understand something. What he was sure of was that these 3 were absolutely not the geniuses of Great Qin Empire. Fu City was within the territory of Great Qin Empire. The geniuses of other major powers wouldn't appear here for no reason. In other words, these 3 were most likely attracted by the previous battle. However, although the battle here was intense, it absolutely couldn't be heard outside of Great Qin Empire. Then, there was only one explanation. The real reason that attracted these 3 was the Qilin divine arm. Swoosh. Jiang Qin kept the Qilin divine arm and the dragon form, returning to his original appearance. He glanced at the 3 of them, then said to De Huang Dog, "De Huang, let's go." This place wasn't suitable for detention. He didn't want to clash with the 3 of them. The previous intense battle had consumed a lot of his energy. Plus, the leader of the group was a true early immortal emperor expert. In the face of existences like Crown Prince and Yang Bufan, Jiang Qin wouldn't be a match for them. There was no doubt about it. After all, geniuses like Yang Bufan and Crown Prince were far from what people like Fu Kuei could compare to. Both of them were on completely different levels. They were existences that could fight intermediate immortal emperors. Not only did they have terrifying combat strength, but they also had extremely powerful trump cards. Stop. As soon as Jiang Qin turned around, the leading youth spoke. Brother Itu, the technique that kid used just now seems to be the technique of Fire Qilin. One of them said in a low voice. I know. The youth spoke. He stepped in the air and came to Jiang Qin's side. Brother, I don't think we know each other, right? Jiang Qin asked. I'm Nanbei Itu of Nanbei family. I don't care what you have experienced here, but I want to know, where did you get the Qilin technique? The youth asked. His tone was incomparably cold. In order to find the Fire Qilin, Nanbei family had almost searched the entire East Xuanhu, but to no avail. Today he had to lock on to Jiang Qin. This is my private matter. I don't think I need to explain it to you, right? No matter how powerful Nanbei family is, they can't control everyone in the world. Besides, this is the territory of Great Qin Empire. Jiang Qin also spoke coldly. Facing the people of Nanbei family, he really couldn't put on a good face. Not to mention that the other party's expression was also extremely unpleasant. He would not use his hot face to stick to their cold buttocks. Not to mention whether the northern and southern dynasties had anything to do with this Nanbei family, just the fact that Jiang Chen had crippled the fire Qilin of Nanbei family had basically determined the relationship between him and Nanbei family. Sooner or later they would be hostile. Jiang Chen just didn't want to go against them now. After all, his cultivation was still weak, and he had indirectly offended Corpse Yin sect, Huangquan Gate and Divine Line sect. Although he had Great Chen Empire as his backing, to Jiang Chen, only his own strength was the most reliable. In this world where only the strong were respected, one should never expect to rely on others. Only oneself could be relied on. Kid, how dare you speak to Brother Itu in such a tone? Are you courting death? Not to mention you, even the Crown Prince of Great Chen Empire would have to show some respect to our Brother Itu. Who do you think you are? The person beside Nanbei Itu couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and scolded. It seems that your Nanbei family is used to being arrogant. But let me warn you, don't point your finger at me. There were people who did it in the past, but they all died in the end. Jiang Chen looked at that genius with incomparably cold eyes. Nanbei Itu waved his hand, indicating for the people around him to calm down. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, "What's your name?" Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He never hid his name because there was nothing to hide. If the other party wanted to kill him, they wouldn't let him go just because he hid his name. Tell me, where is the fire Qilin? Release the fire Qilin and you can still be saved. Nanbei Itu said. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression. Jiang Chen, you'd better not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In the entire East Xuanhu, no one dares to touch the fire Qilin. I don't know where you get such courage from. Young Master Chao has already sensed the fire Qilin's aura, so he gave the location. Therefore, the Qilin skill on you must have come from the fire Qilin because young Master Chao will never be wrong about it. Whether you admit it or not, the disappearance of the fire Qilin is related to you. Nanbei Itu snorted coldly. If it was just based on the Qilin skill, he wouldn't dare to directly conclude that the disappearance of the fire Qilin was related to Jiang Chen. After all, the fact that he could use the Qilin skill didn't mean that he was the culprit who killed the fire Qilin. However, young Master Chao had clearly sensed the fire Qilin's aura. No one doubted young Master Chao's ability, not even the entire Nanbei family. Therefore, Nanbei Itu concluded that the Qilin skill displayed by Jiang Chen must have originated from the fire Qilin. In other words, the disappearance of the fire Qilin must be related to Jiang Chen. Young Master Chao? This was the first time this title appeared in Jiang Chen's ears. It made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat, because this title reminded him of the northern and southern dynasties. Nanbei family, young Master Chao. There wouldn't be such a coincidence in the world. He was now certain that the northern and southern dynasties must be the people of Nanbei family. Perhaps it was this young Master Chao. From the respect Nanbei Itu had for young Master Chao, it wasn't hard to tell that this young Master Chao's position in Nanbei family was absolutely transcendent. The young Master Chao you mentioned, is he from the northern and southern dynasties? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Nonsense. The people of Nanbei family are naturally Nanbei. You haven't even heard of young Master Chao, yet you still have the nerve to mingle in East Xuanhu. A person beside Nanbei Itu said in a mocking tone. If there was anyone in East Xuanhu who didn't know the name of young Master Chao of Nanbei family, then what was the point of mingle in East Xuanhu? Sure enough, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exchanged glances. They had finally found the main character. He absolutely didn't believe that there was a second northern and southern dynasties in this world. The northern and southern dynasties of the immortal world were definitely this young Master Chao, the old enemy of Jiang Chen. Back then, when Jiang Chen had just ascended, he had suffered a very serious attack and almost lost his life. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal mark, he would have died. Now, it seemed that it was undoubtedly this young Master Chao who did it. Moreover, from this person's tone, it wasn't hard to tell that the northern and southern dynasties had a very great reputation in East Xuanhu. Even a character like Nanbei Itu had to respect him. Jiang Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the fire Qilin and you may still have a chance to live. Nanbei Itu spoke again, but deep in his eyes, a strong killing intent was revealed. In his opinion, in the entire East Xuanhu, anyone who dared to touch the sacred beast of Nanbei family would only have one ending, death. Since Jiang Chen had done it, he would definitely die. But now the most important thing was to find the fire Qilin. Therefore, Nanbei Itu could promise that as long as Jiang Chen handed over the fire Qilin, he would let him live. It seems that you won't believe me if I say that I didn't see it. But no matter how arrogant your Nanbei family is, I Jiang Chen don't care. You can't threaten me. If I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. There was almost nothing more to say. He could feel the killing intent from Nanbei too. Chapter 1530. Jiang Chen no longer denied the fact that the fire Qilin was the culprit, because in his point of view, it didn't matter anymore. Moreover, his qi had already been sensed by the northern and southern dynasties when he used the Qilin arm, so it was useless for him to deny it. Jiang Chen knew very well that since he had been targeted by Nanbei family, there was basically no room for reconciliation. Nanbei too wanted to kill him, but he wanted to see the fire Qilin first before killing him. That was all. In the eyes of Nanbei family, he was already a dead man. Jiang Chen, it seems like you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since you are courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Nanbei too was infuriated. He felt that he had already given the opponent a chance, but the opponent didn't know how to cherish it. Since the opponent was so stubborn, there was nothing more to say. He had received the order from young Master Chao to find the fire Qilin at all costs, which was obviously related to Jiang Chen. Therefore, Nanbei too decided to cripple Jiang Chen first, then capture him and bring him to Nanbei family. An incomparably powerful qi wave was suddenly released from Nanbei too's body. They were all early immortal emperors, but in terms of qi alone, Fu Kuei and the others were far inferior to Nanbei too. To put it bluntly, if Fu Kuei and Nanbei too were to fight each other, the former would be killed instantly. This was the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. They were superior to ordinary people not only in talent and cultivation speed, but also in combat strength. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. The void above trembled. Then a young man in black walked out of the void. The aura he exuded was no weaker than Nanbei too's. Moreover, he had a strong emperor's aura. It was a sign of a superior. His every move, even his ordinary gaze, was filled with a fierce color. His whole body was filled with a domineering aura. The visitor was none other than Yang Bufan. Not long after Jiang Chen left, he went to Dan Prefecture to look for Jiang Chen and happened to bump into Xianzhong. Then he asked the disciple who was guarding the mountain about the direction Jiang Chen had gone to. After all, he was very clear about the enmity between Jiang Chen and Fu Kuei. Yang Bufan couldn't put his mind at ease, so he rushed over and happened to see Nanbei too about to attack Jiang Chen. Naturally, Yang Bufan wouldn't allow it. Yang Bufan's qi collided with Nanbei too's, blasting a large hole in the void. This was just a collision of qi. Naturally, the outcome was a draw. Although Yang Bufan had just advanced to the immortal emperor realm, he was already on par with Crown Prince. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight Nanbei too. Yang Bufan came to Jiang Chen's side. Seeing that Jiang Chen was safe and sound, he felt relieved. His eyes swept across the messy battlefield and the broken corpses. He basically understood what had just happened here. Why didn't you tell me about this? Yang Bufan scolded. Haven't I already solved it myself? Jiang Chen shrugged. He knew that Yang Bufan was worried about him. Otherwise he wouldn't have appeared here. Could it be that King Fan of Great Qian Empire is going to intervene in the matter of our Nanbei family? Nanbei too spoke. The sudden appearance of Yang Bufan had made his face darken. He could recognize Yang Bufan's identity at first glance. After all, he and Yang Bufan were from the same generation. Although Yang Bufan had disappeared for 10 years, they had already met 10 years ago. Moreover, after Yang Bufan returned, he was conferred the title of King Fan. His name had become very famous. There was basically no one in East Xuanhu who didn't know him. But what Nanbei too didn't expect was that Yang Bufan's cultivation base had become so strong. The collision just now was enough to make him understand that Yang Bufan's current cultivation base and combat strength weren't any weaker than his. Furthermore, it seemed that Yang Bufan had appeared especially for Jiang Chen. If King Fan of Great Qian Empire came forward to protect Jiang Chen, it would be a little troublesome. It wouldn't be easy for him to take Jiang Chen away today. Yang Bufan turned to Nanbei too and said in a flat tone, Nanbei too, I don't care about the matters of your Nanbei family, but Jiang Chen is my brother. I naturally won't allow you to touch my brother. Yang Bufan had made his attitude and purpose very clear. He and Jiang Chen had been through life and death together. They were like brothers. Not to mention Nanbei family, even if the Emperor of Heaven wanted to kill Jiang Chen, he would still step forward to stop him. Jiang Chen has captured the sacred beast of Nanbei family, Fire Qilin. Nanbei family will never let this matter go. I'm afraid that it's impossible for King Fan to protect him. Nanbei Yitu said Lung Lung. Upon hearing this, Yang Bufan couldn't help but frown. This was what he was most worried about. Jiang Qin had touched the fire qilin. What he was most afraid of was being exposed. As a matter of fact, he had already guessed it when Nanbei Yitu came to him today. Nanbei family wasn't easy to deal with. This was an ancient family with an extremely powerful foundation that even surpassed Great Qin Empire. The loss of the fire qilin of Nanbei family may not necessarily be related to Jiang Qin. Great Qin Empire and Nanbei family have always minded our own business. I hope you won't take this opportunity to stir up trouble. Yang Bufan spoke. He knew the importance of the fire qilin to Nanbei family. It was the symbol of Nanbei family's luck. If they were sure that Jiang Qin had captured the fire qilin, they would kill Jiang Qin at all costs. Since King Fan has said so, I'll bring Jiang Qin back to the family first. If Jiang Qin didn't capture the fire qilin, we won't touch him, said Nanbei Yitu. Nanbei Yitu spoke. Judging from his look, he didn't want to have a bad relationship with Yang Bufan here. According to his previous plan, he would attack Jiang Qin directly, but he didn't expect that Jiang Qin had such a good relationship with Yang Bufan. No, I won't agree. Yang Bufan's attitude was firm. What a joke. If Jiang Qin was brought back to Nanbei family, how could he come back alive? King Fan, I've already given you a lot of face. Don't think that I won't dare to make a move just because this is Great Qin Empire. Today I must bring Jiang Qin away. If you continue to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. Nanbei Yitu was infuriated. He felt that he had already made a big concession. He had never been afraid of anyone in the younger generation of East Xuanhu. Nanbei family had never been afraid of anything. Today he had to complete the task that young Master Chow had given him. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Furthermore, Nanbei Yitu was basically sure that the loss of the fire qilin was related to Jiang Qin. So what if I'm impolite? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chapter 1531. Both Nanbei Yitu and Yang Bufan unleashed their powerful qi. The two great geniuses refused to give in to each other. One wanted to capture Jiang Qin and find out the whereabouts of the fire qilin, while the other wanted to protect Jiang Qin from getting hurt. Since neither of them was willing to compromise, the result could only be determined with their strength. As the young king of Great Qin Empire, Yang Bufan wasn't afraid of offending Nanbei family. As for Nanbei Yitu, he was a first-class genius of Nanbei family, he wasn't afraid of Yang Bufan either. King Fan of Great Qin Empire. I heard that he has disappeared for 10 years. After he came back, his name has spread far and wide. Now he has already become an immortal emperor. Today I would like to see how powerful the young prince of Great Qin Empire is. Nanbei Yitu unleashed his powerful combat intent. Let's begin. I also want to see how powerful the first-class genius of Nanbei family is. Yang Bufan's eyes sparkled. Yang Bufan's eyes glittered. The thing he was least afraid of was battle. A man like him was born for battle. Today he and Nanbei Yitu were destined to have a battle. Jiang Qin was indeed the main reason, but both of them were young and arrogant. Both of them were eager to have a battle with each other. They were on the same level, which was the best way to stimulate their competitive spirit. Once they defeated their opponent, their competitive spirit would be satisfied, which would be of great help to their future cultivation. Little Qinzi, you and De Huang leave this place first. I'm going to fight the genius of Nanbei family today. Yang Bufan's black hair fluttered in the wind. His qi had reached the extreme. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. The two of you take down Jiang Qin. Nanbei Yitu spoke to the two behind him, giving an order. In Nanbei Yitu's point of view, Jiang Qin was merely an immortal king expert. No matter how powerful he was, how powerful could he be? As for the battle just now, he didn't see it with his own eyes. So he didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes. He thought that it would be an incomparably easy task for the two half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Nanbei family to take down Jiang Qin. Yes. With a sway, the two geniuses of the Nanbei family instantly blocked the path of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Seeing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog exchanged glances with each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. If they were to fight, he would not mind killing anyone from the Nanbei family. Nanbei Yitu, I advise you not to let your men touch Jiang Qin. Yang Bufan kindly reminded. Humph. Yang Bufan, we must take down Jiang Qin today. Since he dares to touch the fire qilin of our Nanbei family, this will be his ending. Nanbei Yitu's attitude was tyrannical. It seemed that he didn't want to give Jiang Qin any chance at all. Sigh. What a pity. Yang Bufan shook his head and glanced at the two geniuses of Nanbei family with pity in his eyes. Nanbei Ita might not know what kind of battle had just taken place here, but Yang Bufan was very clear about it. Besides, he also knew how abnormal Jiang Chen's combat strength was. Even the early immortal Emperor Fu Kuei was killed by Jiang Chen. Even though the two half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Nanbei family were powerful geniuses, their combat strength was at most the same as Fu Kuei. Since Jiang Chen had the ability to kill Fu Kuei, naturally he could also kill them. Given Jiang Chen's temperament and style of doing things, he would never show mercy. Therefore, Yang Bufan was almost certain that if these two insisted on attacking Jiang Chen, there would only be one ending for them: death. Cut the crap. Yang Bufan, watch my move. Nanbei Ita took the lead to attack. He struck out a large area of divine light. The reddish-golden divine light was completely condensed from terrifying destructive energy. It carried a power that could sweep away everything, striking at Yang Bufan. The divine light was like a peerless divine sword. Wherever it passed, the void would be torn into two. Its speed was so fast that it reached Yang Bufan in the blink of an eye. Just in time. Yang Bufan's combat intent was boundless. He could feel that Nanbei Itu's combat strength wasn't any weaker than Crown Prince. Nanbei Itu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm, but Yang Bufan wasn't afraid at all. What he desired the most now was a battle like this. The two of them opened up a battlefield in an instant. Yang Bufan pointed his finger like a sword and struck out a ray of divine light. This was a terrifying finger technique with incomparably shocking lethality. It was much more powerful than Jiang Chen's 9 solar finger. It could be said that they weren't on the same level. Jiang Chen's 9 solar finger was just a combat technique of the lower world, whereas Yang Bufan's nameless finger art was a true immortal technique. They couldn't be compared at all. Long. Yang Bufan and Nanbei Itu instantly clashed fiercely. This was the first time these two great geniuses fought each other. Neither of them was willing to give in to the other. They represented the two major powers of East Xuanyu. Victory or defeat was no longer just about personal glory. Both of them had the glory of their families. In just a few blinks, Yang Bufan and Nanbei Itu had fought for more than a dozen rounds. Naturally, they were evenly matched. It wasn't easy for geniuses like them to determine the winner in a short period of time. On the other side, the two great geniuses of Nanbei family had completely stopped Jiang Chen. Their eyes were cold and fierce, looking at Jiang Chen as though they were looking at their prey. That's right. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was their prey, a target that they must capture. Jiang Chen, you really have the guts to touch the fire Qilin of Nanbei family. No one in the entire East Xuanyu dares to do so. I advise you to surrender without putting up a fight so that we brothers don't have to do it. One of the geniuses of Nanbei family, Lung, spoke. The fact that they dared to speak so arrogantly in front of Jiang Chen showed that they didn't understand Jiang Chen at all. Then I'll give you two a piece of advice. You'd better get out of my sight now before I think of killing you. Jiang Chen spoke plainly, not putting the two of them in his heart. Of course, the reason why he dared to say so was because of his great confidence. Humph! What an arrogant man. How dare a puny little immortal king talk to us like this? Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The other genius harumphed coldly. He didn't seem to have a good temper. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Jiang Chen. His huge palm clawed the void and crushed it, forming a terrifying palm that reached Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. One had to admit that the geniuses of Nanbei family were truly powerful. Although they were only half-step immortal emperors, their true combat strength wasn't any weaker than early immortal emperors like Fu Kuei and the others. Jiang Chen roared wildly, instantly transforming into his dragon form. Today he had killed Fu Kuei and the others. Now he was going to fight the geniuses of Nanbei family. It could be said that Jiang Chen was enjoying himself. All of a sudden he struck out the true dragon palm, colliding with the palm of the genius. Long. A terrifying bang blasted a large hole in the void. Under such a terrifying force, Jiang Chen was forced to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. In this first confrontation, the opponent had gained the upper hand, but such an outcome had shocked the two geniuses of Nanbei family. This bastard is actually so powerful. Chapter 1532. The two geniuses of Nanbei family were shocked. This was a very normal thing. Anyone who fought with Jiang Chen for the first time would be shocked, because no one in the entire cultivation world had ever reached such an abnormal level. No one could fight an immortal emperor at the early immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen's existence could be described as a weirdo. They didn't know that the reason why Jiang Chen was forced back was just to test the strength of the genius. If Jiang Chen exerted his full combat strength, it would be impossible for him to repel Jiang Chen. The two great geniuses of Nanbei family were filled with killing intent. They no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Chen. Their eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. Their qi had firmly sealed the void. Although they were shocked, their desire to kill Jiang Chen had become even stronger. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the battle between Yang Bufan and Nanbei Yitu, then shifted his gaze to the two geniuses of Nanbei family. He knew that the enmity between him and Nanbei family had been completely formed because of his Qilin arm. However, it was only a matter of time before a life-and-death battle. So why should he be polite today? De Huang, how about we each take one? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog with a smile. Jia, that's the best, but Master Dog can't use the second attack of the immortal execution sword for the time being. It's still a little difficult to kill one of them. I'll help you entangle one of them while you go and get rid of the other one. De Huang Dog smiled grimly. He liked to do this kind of thing the most, but given his current combat strength, it would still be somewhat difficult to kill such a genius unless he used the immortal execution sword. However, the immortal execution sword had already been used once. With De Huang Dog's current strength, it would be hard for him to use it again in a short period of time. The immortal execution sword was, after all, a powerful great sovereign weapon. If it was an ordinary person, it would be unrealistic to use the slightest power of the immortal execution sword. Very good, that's all. Jiang Chen smiled knowingly. De Huang Dog's suggestion was indeed the best way to deal with them one by one. As for the powerful Nanbei Yitu, his existence had lost its meaning. It was impossible for him to get past Jiang Chen to kill him. Others might not know about Yang Bufan's ability, but Jiang Chen was very clear about it. The ultimate explosive power of the evil lord was unimaginable to ordinary people. The Crown Prince and King Ping were incomparable to Yang Bufan in essence. There was an essential gap between them. This gap wasn't obvious at the moment, but as their cultivation base improved, it would become more and more obvious. Sooner or later, Yang Bufan would leave them behind. Yang Zanqing saw this essential advantage and potential in Yang Bufan, which was why he valued Yang Bufan so much. He didn't hesitate to give Yang Bufan 2 Snowjade King Ginseng to help him improve his cultivation base. De Huang Dog let out a deafening roar at one of them. It was a clear provocation. Fuck. How dare a dog provoke me? Courting death. I'm going to kill this dog first. The genius of Nanbei family was infuriated. What kind of identity did he have? He was a dignified half-step immortal emperor supreme genius. No matter where he went, he would be respected. Who would dare to disrespect him? How dare this dog provoke him? His eyes were filled with disdain. Motherfucker. How could he be despised by a dog? This was too ridiculous. If he didn't slap this dog to death, he would lose all his face. The anger of the genius soared to the sky. He slapped at De Huang Dog. The power of this slap was enough to crush a mountain. The void was crushed into pieces. However, in the face of such an attack, De Huang Dog's reaction was to face it head-on. Sure enough, a brainless dog. The genius sneered, but he would soon be shocked like those people who had dealt with De Huang Dog in the past. Bang! Terrifying energy collided with each other. The powerful dog head had actually pierced through the palm of the genius. It was incomparably powerful. Wakaka? De Huang Dog let out his signature laugh. His already majestic body instantly doubled in size. A pair of wings sprouted on his back. His whole body was radiating dazzling light as he charged at the genius once more. Motherfucker. This dog is so powerful. The genius cursed. He had the urge to spurt out blood, but he wasn't afraid of De Huang Dog. In his eyes, it was just a dog after all. It would be as easy as flipping his hand to kill it. On the other side, Jiang Chen struck out his Qilin arm, rushing at another genius like a storm. Sure enough, it's the skill of the fire Qilin. This guy must have captured the fire Qilin and injured it. When the genius saw Jiang Chen's Qilin arm, he was sure that Jiang Chen and the fire Qilin were related. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Jiang Chen's attack was too fierce. It made him feel a sense of danger, and he had no choice but to take it seriously. Clang. The genius didn't dare to be careless. He knew that he had encountered a peerless monster. He immediately took out his combat weapon and slashed at the Qilin arm. The Qilin arm alone wasn't that powerful. However, when the Qilin divine arm fused with Jiang Chen's true dragon palm, it was equivalent to the perfect fusion of the fire Qilin's innate divine ability and the true dragon combat skill. The power of the two was directly superimposed, which made it Jiang Chen's most terrifying attack. Long. The Qilin divine arm was like an ancient divine arm that could shatter the ages, penetrate everything and crush the galaxy. At this moment, the Qilin divine arm collided with the combat weapon of the genius of Nanbei family. That part of the void was instantly smashed. Violent energy surged everywhere. If an ordinary late immortal king fell into this place, the energy wave alone would be enough to tear him to pieces. Arg! Under such a collision, the genius let out a cry of surprise. His entire body was sent flying hundreds of meters away before he could stabilize himself. Wah! Wah! The genius suffered a tremendous shock. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale instantly. His chi had also withered. One had to admit that a genius like him was incomparably powerful. Previously, when Jiang Qin used the Qilin divine arm to fight those early immortal emperors, half of their bodies were smashed and the immortal weapon in their hands were sent flying away. And yet, this genius was still able to stand there unscathed, holding on to his immortal artifact tightly. Just this fact alone was more than enough for him to be proud of. Chapter 1533. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can there be such a terrifying person? The genius kept shaking his head. He couldn't accept such a result in reality. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked, because this had already exceeded everyone's understanding. He had never seen such a monstrous person. I asked you to scram just now but you didn't. Now you don't even have the chance to do so anymore. Jiang Qin retracted his Qilin arm. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. There was no longer a need to use the Qilin arm to kill this genius. The fusion of the Qilin divine arm and the true dragon combat technique would consume a lot of Jiang Chen's energy every time he used it. This genius of Nanbei family was already seriously injured. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. It would be a piece of cake for Jiang Chen to kill him. Oh! The heavenly saint's sword let out a roar, and the entire sword transformed into a blood-red dragon. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above the genius's head. Its speed was too fast, and in a split second, it was so terrifying that no one could react. Not good. The genius yelled. At this moment he felt a strong threat of death. This threat made his soul tremble. It was an unprecedented feeling, the chi of death. The genius knew that given his current condition, it was no longer suitable for him to fight Jiang Qin head-on. If he did, his life would be in danger. With a sway, he tore the void apart and fled far away, trying to avoid Jiang Chen's sword. Unfortunately, how could it be that easy to avoid Jiang Chen's sword? The terrifying sword chi had already sealed everything. Even if he hid in the void, he wouldn't be able to escape from the attack of this sword. Arg! Along with a wail, half of the genius's body was chopped off. Blood gushed out. Even his internal organs flew out. The scene looked extremely bloody. The genius's face was full of fear. Such an injury was just too serious, but to a half-step immortal emperor, even having half of his body chopped off wasn't enough to kill him. As long as he could escape, there was still a chance for him to recover in the future. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen wouldn't give him that chance. Swoosh! Jiang Chen slashed out a second time almost at the same time that his opponent's body was chopped off. This time, the genius had no way to dodge and was beheaded on the spot. He was deader than dead. This scene was witnessed by Nanbei II and the other geniuses. They who were fighting fiercely were dumbfounded on the spot. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so terrifying. He killed one of their supreme geniuses in such a short time. Bastard! Nanbei II bellowed and charged at Jiang Chen. Apart from shock, he was more furious. He couldn't help but be furious. He was the one who brought that genius here. Now he had died here. If he couldn't take down Jiang Chen in the end, he, Nanbei II, wouldn't have the face to go back and would be punished by young Master Chao. Thinking of young Master Chao's terrifying means, Nanbei II couldn't help but shudder. Nanbei II, your opponent is me. We haven't decided the winner yet. Yang Bufan stood in front of Nanbei II. How could he give Nanbei II the chance to kill Jiang Chen? As a matter of fact, the scene of Jiang Chen killing that genius just now had shocked him, especially the power of the Qilin divine arm. It was his first time seeing it. Get lost! Nanbei II bellowed and lunged at Yang Bufan. Both of them were locked in a fierce battle in an instant. On the other side, Jiang Chen simply ignored the threat of Nanbei II. His eyes shifted to the other half-step immortal emperor genius, wielding a long sword in his hand, advancing step by step towards him. That genius's facial expression changed dramatically. The way he looked at Jiang Chen was as though he had seen a ghost. In his eyes, the current Jiang Chen was a peerless devil king, a supreme killing god. After witnessing the scene of Jiang Chen killing his companion, he was almost certain that he was no match for Jiang Chen. There was also a terrifying De Huang dog beside him. If Nanbei Yitu didn't come to help him, he was afraid that he would end up like his companion, dying tragically under the sword of Jiang Chen. Nanbei Mu, leave this place now. Don't fight him head-on. Nanbei Yitu reminded. At this time, even a fool could see that if Nanbei Mu didn't leave now, there was basically no chance for him to leave. If he stayed, he would die for sure. Jiang Chen was a cruel and merciless man. He even dared to touch the fire Qilin. So what if he killed 2 geniuses of Nanbei family? All right. Nanbei Mu nodded. Without any delay, he tore the void with his bare hands and went in. You still want to leave at this time? Too slow. Jiang Chen kept the heavenly saint sword and cast out the Qilin divine arm once more. At the same time, his body flashed into the interior of the void. Long. Terrifying energy spread out from the interior of the void. The heavens and earth shattered. A huge hole was created in the void. Then 2 figures walked out from the interior of the void. One of them was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Who else could it be if it wasn't Nanbei Mu? On the opposite side of Nanbei Mu, Jiang Chen's face was filled with coldness and killing intent. Nanbei Mu's face was extremely unsightly. His eyes were filled with fear. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all in the beginning, but he didn't expect such an ending. He had been doing very well in Nanbei family. He had reached the half-step immortal emperor realm at a young age. It could be said that his future was boundless. He had great hopes and fantasies about his future. He had never thought that he would die one day, let alone that this day would come so quickly and in such a way. Brother Yitu, save me. Nanbei Mu yelled at Nanbei Yitu. He didn't want to die, nor was he willing to die. In the face of the tiger-like Jiang Chen, he knew that he had absolutely no hope of escaping. At this time, the only one who could save his life was Nanbei Yitu. If even Nanbei Yitu couldn't save him, he would die for sure. Stop. Nanbei Yitu bellowed. His eyes that were staring at Jiang Chen were about to spurt out fire. He had never thought that Jiang Chen could be this powerful. Despite Nanbei Mu's cultivation base, he didn't even have the chance to escape. Yang Bufan, let's forget about today's matter. Let me take Nanbei Mu away. Nanbei Yitu compromised. One had to admit that this was a wise choice. He did want to capture Jiang Chen, but with Yang Bufan here, this wish was basically impossible. Initially, he thought that Nanbei Mu and Yang Bufan were enough to deal with Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that one of them would die in the blink of an eye. Now Nanbei Mu was about to be killed by Jiang Chen. Chapter 1534. I can let you take Nanbei Mu away, but I don't know if Jiang Chen will agree to it or not. Yang Bufan said with a smile. He didn't care about Nanbei Mu's life or death. His appearance this time was just to ensure the safety of Jiang Chen and ensure that Jiang Chen wouldn't be killed by Nanbei Yitu, but he couldn't control Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had his own means of doing things. He would never listen to anyone. Yang Bufan knew that Nanbei Mu was going to die today. According to Jiang Chen's style of doing things, he would never leave any chance for his enemy to live. Swish. Nanbei Yitu shifted his gaze to Jiang Chen. Lung Leng said, Jiang Chen, if you dare to kill Nanbei Mu, you're finished. No one in the heavens or earth can save you. In the face of Nanbei Yitu's threat, Jiang Chen's face was indifferent. He had heard too many of such meaningless threats, and such threats were useless to him. Nanbei Yitu, your words are useless to me. Even if I let Nanbei Mu go, you won't let me go either. So whether I kill Nanbei Mu or not, the result will be the same. In that case, why should I spare Nanbei Mu's life? I, Jiang Chen, will never give my enemy a chance. As Jiang Chen spoke, the dragon sword appeared in his hand and slashed at Nanbei Mu. The invincible sword Qi enveloped Nanbei Mu in an instant. With Nanbei Mu's current condition, he couldn't withstand any attack from Jiang Chen. If he was hit by this sword head-on, there would be no doubt that Nanbei Mu would die. Bastard! Stop. Upon seeing this, Nanbei Yitu flew into a rage. In his opinion, this Jiang Chen was simply a lunatic. In East Xuanhu, no one had ever dared to kill the people of Nanbei family like this. He was an important genius. In the entire East Xuanhu, anyone who heard the name Nanbei family would give way. Jiang Chen was the first person who dared to go against the Nanbei family so directly. Nanbei Yitu's killing intent soared to the sky. He wielded the sword in his hand, wanting to kill Jiang Chen and relieve Nanbei Mu of the crisis. Unfortunately, with Jiang Chen here, his wish was destined to fail. Nanbei Mu let out a blood-curdling screech. Just like the previous genius from Nanbei family, he had become a ghost under Jiang Chen's sword, leaving his life behind in this valley. Both Nanbei Mu and Jiang Chen probably wouldn't have dreamt that they would end up like this, nor did they think that they would never return. Their death was a loss to Nanbei family. As long as geniuses like them didn't die, they would become the mainstay of the family sooner or later. This was almost certain. A major power would need to spend a lot of resources to nurture a half-step immortal emperor genius. The death of Nanbei Mu and Jiang Chen was equivalent to a complete waste of these resources. Nanbei Itu's eyes spewed out flames like a primordial wild beast. It could be seen to what extent his anger had reached. Today he was ordered by young Master Chao to bring 2 people to capture Jiang Chen. In the end, not only did he fail to capture Jiang Chen, but he also failed to find the Fire Qilin. He had lost 2 geniuses in vain. He really didn't know how to explain this to young Master Chao when he returned. He wasn't afraid of the rules and punishments of the family, but the thought of facing young Master Chao made him shudder. Even his soul was trembling. Nanbei Itu, you'd better not provoke me again. Otherwise you will end up the same way. Jiang Chen kept the Heavenly Saint sword, returned to his original appearance, and spoke to Nanbei Itu in an extremely cold tone. Nanbei Itu was about to spurt out blood. He had seen a lot of arrogant and conceited people. He himself was an arrogant person, but it was his first time seeing someone as arrogant and conceited as Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, it seems like you have no idea what you have done. Don't think that a mere King Fan can protect you. You are too naive. Nanbei Itu will remember today's score. No one has ever dared to kill the people of Nanbei family, and no one has ever dared to offend young Master Chao. There will only be one ending for you, death. Nanbei Itu left a harsh remark, then glared at Yang Bufan before vanishing in a flash. Although Nanbei Itu was infuriated, he was also a smart man. He didn't like to do so many useless things. He was very clear about today's situation. He knew that with Yang Bufan around he would never be able to kill Jiang Chen. In that case he could only wait for the next time. Jiang Chen didn't do anything about Nanbei Itu's departure. Naturally, Jiang Chen wanted to get rid of a genius like Nanbei Itu because such a genius was a potential great threat to him. However, Jiang Chen also understood that it was impossible for them to keep Nanbei Itu here given their current strength, not even with Yang Bufan's help. King Fan, it's all thanks to you today. Jiang Chen came to Yang Bufan's side and said. Yang Bufan's arrival at the critical moment had indeed helped him a lot. Otherwise, even if he could escape in the end, he wouldn't be able to kill the 2 geniuses of Nanbei family. Little Qinzi, what you did today was a little reckless. You didn't even tell me that Fu Kuei wanted to kill you. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. But you have completely offended Nanbei family. This family has a long history and a strong foundation. It's not easy to deal with them. Even our great Qin Empire isn't willing to provoke this terrifying family. Yang Bufan said. There wasn't too much blame in his words for Jiang Chen. Instead, his tone was filled with worry. Fu Kuei wasn't scary, but Nanbei family was. Although Nanbei Itu was powerful, he was just a genius of Nanbei family. It doesn't matter. My relationship with Nanbei family will be hostile sooner or later. I'm just showing this relationship in advance. By the way, King Fan, I have one more thing to ask for your help. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen didn't regret offending Nanbei family at all, because there was nothing to regret about it. Just say it. There's no need to be polite with me. Yang Bufan said. With a swing of his arm, Jiang Chen tore open the door of Zulong Tower. 2 silhouettes walked out. They were Yen Donglu and his daughter. Yang Bufan looked over at Yen Qingqing. This wasn't the first time he saw her. Back when he was in Evil Abyss, he had seen her once in the City of Sin. Later on, he opened the passageway to Evil Abyss and let her out. Chapter 1535. King Fan, these are my 2 friends. They have suffered because of me this time. I hope that you can let them enter King Fan Prefecture to cultivate. Given Qingqing's potential, if she can cultivate here, her cultivation base will be able to rise very quickly. Jiang Chen spoke. According to his previous plan, he was going to send Yen Donglu and his daughter back. After all, it wasn't bad to be an overlord in Yen City. However, if they were to go back, Yen Qingqing's superior potential would be wasted. Yen City was too small and the cultivation resources were limited. She wouldn't be able to achieve much even if she cultivated there for the rest of her life. Now that Yang Bufan was here, it would be a waste if he didn't make use of it. No problem. It's just a small matter. Yang Bufan smiled. To him, It was just a small matter that could be solved with just a word. Greetings, evil lord. Yan Qingqing hastily saluted Yang Bufan. She had seen Yang Bufan before, the terrifying evil lord. He was the most powerful person she had ever seen in her life. She had never thought that she could meet him again. Moreover, it seemed like this young evil lord had already left Evil Abyss. Dad, this is the evil lord that I told you about. He's the one who controls the entire Evil Abyss. Yan Qingqing said to Yen Donglu. When she returned to Yen City, she had told her father about what happened in Evil Abyss. Naturally, this evil lord wasn't part of it. Greetings, evil lord. Yen Donglu didn't dare to show any neglect. To him, facing such a powerful figure was like facing a heavenly god. It was something that he couldn't even dream of. Naturally, he was trembling with fear. Qingqing, Uncle Yen, don't call him evil lord anymore. This is King Fan of Great Qian Empire. You two don't need to go back. I will arrange for you to stay in King Fan Prefecture. Cultivating here will be of great help to your cultivation base. Besides, Qingqing's talent is extraordinary. It's a waste for her to stay in a small place like Yen City. Jiang Qin said. I'll listen to Big Brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing nodded. This was her dream. Jiang Qin had an unshakable position in her heart. Cultivating in King Fan Prefecture meant getting closer to Jiang Qin. This was Yan Qingqing's wish. Yen Donglu took a deep breath. He had seen today's battle clearly. It was the most soul-stirring thing he had ever experienced in his life. At the same time, it also made him realize how big the world was. He was just a frog at the bottom of a well in Yen City. Xuanhuan was the place where the true experts were as numerous as the clouds. One-line sky was nothing compared to Jiang Qin. A dragon among men like Jiang Qin would soar to the 9 heavens sooner or later. King Fan, young Master Jiang, thank you for saving my life today. I don't know how to repay your kindness. It's my Yen clan's blessing that my daughter could come here to cultivate. However, I'm already old and my talent is ordinary. It's better for me to return to Yen City. Therefore, I won't be going to King Fan Prefecture with you. Yen Donglu bowed to Jiang Qin and King Fan and spoke. No one didn't want to obtain more resources. No one didn't want to cultivate in a better place. However, Yen Donglu was well aware of his own situation. To him, staying in Yen City was more practical. He didn't have such a great ambition. Besides, he knew his own potential very well. Even if he was given more resources, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. More importantly, there were too many experts here. Even immortal kings weren't a threat to him. The pressure would be too great if he stayed here. Jiang Qin, Yang Bufan and Yan Qingqing expressed their understanding of Yen Donglio's refusal. After all, it wasn't an easy task to survive in this place. One would need to bear tremendous pressure. They couldn't possibly rely on Jiang Qin and King Fan for everything. Jiang Qin and King Fan had their own matters to attend to, so they couldn't put most of their attention on Yen Donglu. In that case, Uncle Yen, you can go back now. The grudge here has been settled. I believe no one will find trouble with you anymore. This is a king immortal weapon. Take it back with you. Jiang Qin casually took out a combat sword. It was a powerful king weapon and handed it over to Yen Donglu. King immortal weapon. Yen Donglio's facial expression changed slightly. A king immortal weapon might be nothing in East Xuanyu, but in Yen City, it was a heaven-defying treasure. It was hard to even see it, let alone obtain it. Given his current cultivation base, he was still far from being able to wield a king immortal weapon, but even if he could only exert a trace of its power, it would be enough for him to dominate Yen City. Yen Donglu accepted the king immortal weapon without hesitation. He would never forget the great kindness that Jiang Qin had done for Yen City. Qingqing, you stay here and cultivate diligently. Yen Donglu looked at Yan Qingqing. He was naturally reluctant to leave her here, but with Jiang Qin here he was at ease. Besides, he understood his daughter's thoughts. He also hoped to see his daughter soar to success one day. Jiang Qin was the man that Yan Qingqing admired. He didn't expect his daughter to catch up to Jiang Qin's footsteps, because it was impossible. He only hoped that his daughter could constantly improve herself. If she wanted to be Jiang Qin's woman, how could she be a mediocre woman? Don't worry, Daddy. Your daughter will definitely work hard. Yan Qingqing nodded her head. She had always been working very hard. The gap between her and Jiang Qin was her biggest motivation. All right. In that case, young Master Jiang, I'll take my leave. Yen Donglu clasped his fists at Jiang Qin and was about to leave. Hold on. Yang Bufan spoke. It's thousands of miles from here to Yen City. Given your cultivation base, you won't be able to fly back in half a year. Plus, if you encounter any danger on the way back, it will be fatal. Follow me back to King Fan Prefecture first. I'll ask Old Man Bai Wang to send you back. Yang Bufan's consideration was very thorough. After all, the reason why Yen Donglu and the others could come here was that Fu Kuei had brought them here. It was basically unrealistic for them to go back by themselves. Thank you, King Fan. Yen Qingqing expressed her gratitude. She wouldn't feel at ease if Yen Donglu were to go back like this. If he could be escorted by the experts of King Fan Prefecture, there was basically nothing to worry about. Subsequently, the group left the valley and headed towards King Fan Prefecture. After arriving at King Fan Prefecture, Yang Bufan asked Old Man Bai Wang to bring Yen Donglu and the other old man to Yen City. Chapter 1536. Nanbei Family. In the enclosed space where young Master Chao was, Nanbei stood there trembling. He had already told young Master Chao everything that had happened in Fu City. He was now waiting for young Master Chao to deal with him. Young Master Chao's eyes were closed. His golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat without saying a word. Nanbei stood there quietly, not daring to move, like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting to be punished. After he came back, he didn't go to the elders of Nanbei family, but went straight to young Master Chao. This made people suspect that young Master Chao's words were the law in Nanbei family. Young Master Chao's silence made Nanbei sweat trickle down his forehead, but all he could do now was to wait, not daring to disturb young Master Chao's meditation. After a while, young Master Chao finally opened his eyes. His eyes fell on Nanbei-Itu's body like a knife. Just a glance was enough to make Nanbei-Itu's body tremble and his soul almost stopped. Trash. Young Master Chao spoke lung lung. An enormous wave of pressure spread out from young Master Chao's body. Nanbei-Itu knelt on the ground as if he had seen the scariest thing in the world. It's my fault this time. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be such an abnormal being. Please punish me, young master. Nanbei-Itu spoke hastily, not daring to defend himself. He knew that young Master Chao didn't like to listen to explanations. Young Master Chao only cared about the results and not the process. This scene was too shocking. One should know that young Master Chao was only an early immortal emperor like Nanbei-Itu. Both of them were rare geniuses of Nanbei family. Logically speaking, they should have the same status and identity. Furthermore, geniuses like Nanbei-Itu were prideful in their bones. Dignity was more important than anything else. It was difficult to make such a person lower his head, let alone kneel down. But now, Nanbei-Itu was kneeling in front of young Master Chao, not even daring to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. You said that Jiang Chen was only an early immortal emperor, but he was able to kill Nanbei-Mu and Nanbei-Itu? Young Master Chao asked, showing great interest in Jiang Chen. Yes. That Jiang Chen is indeed only an early immortal king, but he has a powerful transformation skill that can increase his combat strength by 10 times. Plus, his means are incomparably powerful. Nanbei-Itu said, not daring to hide anything. Jiang Chen? Young Master Chao narrowed his eyes. There weren't many geniuses in the entire immortal world that could interest him. He wouldn't pay attention to a puny immortal king for no reason. However, Jiang Chen had truly appeared in his line of sight. If what Nanbei-Itu said was true, then this was an extremely terrifying character, a heaven-defying genius. Because even he wouldn't be able to kill someone that was so many levels higher than him. Young Master, I've already investigated. That Jiang Chen has a close relationship with King Fan of Great Qin Empire. This time, because of Yang Bufan's obstruction, we failed to take him down and even suffered such a great loss. That Jiang Chen has entered Genius Prefecture of Great Qin Empire and is highly regarded. Should we go to Great Qin Empire and ask for him to give them pressure? Nanbei-Itu said. There's no need. The Golden Horizon is about to open. A genius like him will definitely enter it. At that time, killing him will be an incomparably simple matter. There's no need to make things difficult for the Great Qin Empire because of a puny ant. Young Master Chao said. Rest assured, young master. If he dares to go to the Golden Horizon, I will certainly kill him. Nanbei-Itu gritted his teeth and said. As a first-class genius of Nanbei family, he had done many things that he was proud of. Today's incident could be said to be the shame of his life. Therefore, he must find a chance to wash away his shame. He must kill Jiang Chen with his own hands. All right, you can leave now. Young Master Chao waved his hand at Nanbei-Itu. Yes, young master. Nanbei-Itu felt as though he had been pardoned. He hastily left this spatial zone. The thought of young Master Chao's terror still made him shudder with fear. It was really fortunate for him to be able to walk out unscathed today. Meanwhile, in King Fan Prefecture of Great Qin Empire, Jiang Qin, Yang Bufan and De Huang Dog had gathered together. King Fan, do you know that there's a young Master Chow in Nanbei family? Jiang Qin asked. He was very interested in the northern and southern dynasties. They were his old enemies. He would meet them sooner or later. From Nanbei Itu's words, it wasn't hard to tell that this young Master Chow was a very important figure in Nanbei family and had a high status. Therefore Jiang Qin wanted to know more about him. There's indeed such a person. He's very mysterious. He's called the Northern and Southern Dynasties. He rarely appears, but rumor has it that he's the reincarnation of a great sovereign. That's why he has a pivotal position in Nanbei family. Although I haven't seen this young Master Chow before, I'm sure that he's an incomparably terrifying figure, said Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan said. He knew something about the legend of this young Master Chow. The reincarnation of a great sovereign? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Obviously he wasn't mentally prepared. If the northern and southern dynasties were really the reincarnation of a great sovereign, it would be terrifying. Such a powerful opponent had put too much pressure on Jiang Qin. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation base, he knew more and more about the terror of a mighty immortal sovereign. They were simply legendary existences. He had seen the means of the heaven-devouring devil ape and the old liar, Venerable Wang Qing. They were already legendary existences, but a great sovereign was even higher than them, the pinnacle existence in the immortal world. It's just a legend. We still don't know whether it's true or not. Perhaps it's just a story that Nanbei family deliberately boasted in order to improve their foundation and deterrence in East Xuanhu, said Yang Bufan. After all, he had never seen this young Master Chow before. Therefore he was very doubtful about this powerful figure who was the reincarnation of a great sovereign. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. Jiang Qin might doubt the authenticity of the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but they didn't, because they had dealt with the clones of the northern and southern dynasties before. For someone like the northern and southern dynasties, it was normal for something unbelievable to happen to him. Jiang Qin had never paid so much attention to an opponent. Along the way, many of his opponents and enemies had died. Jiang Qin couldn't even remember many of them, but if you asked Jiang Qin about the opponents he paid the most attention to, the answer would almost certainly be the northern and southern dynasties. King Fan, this man isn't someone to be trifled with. If you meet him in the future, you must be very careful. The northern and southern dynasties are full of ambition. With him in East Xuanhu will fall into chaos sooner or later. Chapter 1537. There's nothing to be afraid of. He's just a genius. Plus, the 11 major forces in East Xuanhu are intricate and have always been in chaos. Nanbei family has boasted that young Master Chow is the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but not many people have seen that young Master Chow. Even if he has come out, I don't think he'll be that powerful. Come, let's go back to Genius Prefecture. Is there anyone in this world that you, Jiang Qin, are afraid of? Yang Bufan patted on Jiang Qin's shoulder. Judging from the relaxed look on his face, Jiang Qin didn't put the northern and southern dynasties in his eyes at all, nor did he understand what he meant when he said that East Xuanhu was going to be in chaos. Jiang Qin shook his head and didn't speak a word. After all, Yang Bufan hadn't dealt with the northern and southern dynasties, so it was reasonable for him to have such a thought. However, Jiang Qin couldn't have the same thought. He had to get ready to clash with the northern and southern dynasties at any time. To Jiang Qin, the most important thing at present was to work hard to improve his cultivation base. Only with formidable strength could he gain a foothold in the immortal world. Jiang Qin brought the Huang Dog back to his residence in Dan Prefecture. From the time he went out to the time he returned, it had only been half a day. Therefore, no one had guessed what he had done, because it didn't seem like he could do anything in half a day's time. However, it was in this half a day's time that Jiang Qin had done two sensational things. In the next 2 days, Genius Prefecture was calm and tranquil. Nothing major happened. Jiang Qin was very puzzled about this tranquility. He had killed Nanbei Mu and captured the Fire Qilin. According to Nanbei family's way of doing things, they should be furious. Even if they didn't directly come to Great Qin Empire to demand for Jiang Qin's release, they should at least send out a must-kill order. Who would have thought that there would be no news from the must-kill order after 2 days? Especially that Sir Chow. This situation made Jiang Qin feel suspicious. De Huang, don't you think it's abnormal for Nanbei family to be so quiet? Jiang Qin asked. It's indeed abnormal. Yang Bufan said that Nanbei family has a deep foundation and countless experts. The Fire Qilin is their sacred beast. They have been searching for a long time and finally found a clue. You have also killed one of their people. No matter which one it is, Nanbei family should have made their move. At least they wouldn't be so quiet. This time even I can't guess what's going on. De Huang Dog shook his head. Just like Jiang Chen, he was also very confused. Rumble. At this moment, a clap of thunder resounded in the sky. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately looked towards the palace at the center of Dan Prefecture. They saw a pillar of light piercing through the palace and into the clouds. The thunder in the sky was stirred up by this pillar of light. The pillar of light was incomparably thick and divine to the extreme. It was reddish-gold in color, with complex patterns on its surface. Those were the talismans of the Great Tao, carrying a sense of superiority. Immediately after, a monstrous pressure spread out from the pillar of light. The pressure had almost condensed into a substance, like a vast ocean, covering every corner of Genius Prefecture. Under the pressure, everyone felt their soul trembling, and couldn't help but have the urge to worship it. Even Jiang Chen felt unnatural under such pressure, because it was a pressure that surpassed the immortal emperor realm. What a powerful pressure in Qi is Dongfangyu. He has advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He immediately guessed the source of this pressure. In the entire Genius Prefecture, apart from Dongfangyu, there was no one else who could advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm at this time. Jiang Chen knew that Dongfangyu had come to him not long ago for the Holy Flame Emperor Pill, which was why he could advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm so quickly. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. This situation was completely within Jiang Chen's expectation. Dongfangyu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the venerable realm. He only needed an opportunity to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, and the Holy Flame Emperor Pill was that opportunity. In other words, the emergence of Jiang Chen was Dongfangyu's greatest opportunity and luck, because if it wasn't for the emergence of Jiang Chen, no one in the entire Dan Prefecture would be able to concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor Pill. Without the Holy Flame Emperor Pill, it was almost impossible for Dongfangyu to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm so easily. So. Powerful silhouettes rushed out, looking at the pillar of light. Look, what a powerful qi. That's the qi of an immortal venerable. Half-step immortal venerable. It's Master Dongfangyu. Dongfangyu has finally broken through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Master Dongfang has been stuck at the peak of immortal emperor realm for quite a long time. Today he has finally made the breakthrough. Our Genius Prefecture has one more powerful expert. This is a great event. The commotion it caused is much greater than King Fan's advancement to the immortal emperor realm. I suppose it won't take long for Master of Prefecture and even the Emperor to be alarmed. No one wasn't shocked. The emergence of a peerless half-step venerable in Genius Prefecture was a matter worthy of celebration. It could be said to be earth-shattering. It was normal for it to even alarm the Emperor of the Empire. More and more people were alarmed. Everyone wanted to see what kind of scene it would be like to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, because this realm was the dream of almost everyone. It was also the goal of everyone. It was a kind of experience for them to be able to witness such a scene with their own eyes. Ah, good. Dongfangyu has finally made the breakthrough. A hearty laughter resounded in the sky. Yang Zanqing stood in the wind. His body was illusory and illusory. This mysterious and powerful master of prefecture rarely appeared in front of people, because there were very few major events that could make this great immortal appear. Today, however, Dongfangyu's advancement to the half-step immortal venerable realm was a major event. As the master of prefecture, he couldn't sit still any longer. Long. Dongfangyu's qi was getting stronger and stronger. He was rushing towards the last step and was about to succeed. After that, he would become a true half-step immortal venerable. At that time, the whole empire would surely celebrate. Yang Bufan appeared beside Jiang Chen. As the young king of Great Chen Empire, he had the right to enter any place in Genius Prefecture, including Dan Prefecture. Awesome. I wonder when we will be able to reach this step. Yang Bufan raised his head and looked at the soaring wave of qi in the sky. It was like a true dragon swaying in the sky, piercing through the sky and stirring the clouds. His eyes were blazing and full of longing. Don't worry. You and I will reach this step sooner or later. I believe it won't be too long. Besides, our goal is far from just this step. Jiang Chen said. His goal was far from just reaching the half-step venerable realm. He had seen the scariness of the old liar Shao Wangqing and the heaven-devouring devil ape. Even that level wasn't Jiang Chen's ultimate goal. Compared to a great sovereign, it was nothing. Chapter 1538. Yang Bufan's expression brightened. He couldn't help but reveal a sense of pride. Jiang Chen was right. Their goal was far from this. They would reach this realm sooner or later, and it wouldn't take too long. The people of Dan Prefecture came out. Seeing Dongfang successfully breaking through to the half-step immortal venerable realm, everyone felt incomparably happy. As the master of Dan Prefecture, Dongfang prestige was naturally very high. There was no one in the entire prefecture who didn't admire him. In other words, in the hearts of the elders and disciples of Dan Prefecture, Dongfang position was even higher than Yang Zanqing's. The day that master has been waiting for has finally come. I have no idea how much effort he has put in for this day. That's right. I'm really happy for him. I hope that after master becomes a half-step immortal venerable, he will be able to achieve the next goal as soon as possible and become a true immortal venerable. In that case, the foundation of Great Qian Empire will be even stronger. It won't be easy. It seems like there's only a step between half-step immortal venerable and true venerable, but in fact, it's thousands of miles apart. This step is very difficult to take, but we believe that master can do it. The people of the Pill Palace were extremely excited, especially some of the elders in the Pill Palace. They all knew Dongfang very well. They knew how much effort Dongfang had put in to achieve what he had today. Moreover, Dongfang achievements today were great news for the Pill Palace. Not long after Yang Zanqing appeared, the void above Genius Prefecture trembled all of a sudden. A total of 5 silhouettes appeared at the same time. The one in the lead was wearing a dragon robe. His facial expression was sharp and dignified. He had a dragon crown on his head. Every movement he made exuded the qi of a superior, making people feel awe. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Just by standing there, even the heavens seemed to be revolving around him. What was even more shocking was the cultivation base of this middle-aged man. The pressure that he radiated was far stronger than Yang Zanqing and Dongfang. He was a truly powerful immortal venerable. Beside him was an old man. This old man was dressed in plain clothes. He looked old and frail, but his eyes were very bright. A single glance from him could penetrate the void. The qi that he radiated was the same as the middle-aged man. Apparently he was also a powerful immortal venerable expert. The cultivation base of the other 3 was equally strong. Each of them was an expert among experts. Their bodies were emitting a trace of venerable qi. Just like Yang Zanqing, they were all half-step immortal venerables. The sudden appearance of these 5 people immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Zanqing was the first to fly over and bowed deeply to the middle-aged man in the dragon robe. Your Majesty. Imperial Father is here. Yang Bufan didn't dare to be negligent. With a leap he flew into the sky. Along with him were the Crown Prince, King Ping, some other princes, and some higher-ups of Genius Prefecture. All of them had seen the Emperor before. How would they dare to be negligent now that the Emperor had arrived in person? Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone bowed to the middle-aged man at the same time. The scene was incomparably spectacular. This was the prestige of an emperor. Countless eyes below fell upon the Emperor of Great Qian Empire. For many of them, this was the first time they saw the Emperor. The Emperor had a noble status. He wouldn't usually show himself. Wanting to see the Emperor was harder than ascending to the heavens. Today, Dongfang advancement to the half-step immortal venerable realm had attracted the Emperor's attention. It's the Emperor. So he's the Emperor of Great Qian Empire. Sure enough, he looks mighty and extraordinary. He's a true immortal venerable. Sure enough, his casual expression and gaze can make people's soul tremble. This is too terrifying. This is my first time seeing the Emperor, a supreme figure of Great Qian Empire. I didn't expect him to be so mighty. Look, that old man is also an immortal venerable. The other 3 are also half-step immortal venerables. There are already 5 of them here. I didn't expect our Great Qian Empire to have such a profound foundation. No wonder it's one of the 11 major powers of Eastern Xuanhu. No one wasn't shocked. All eyes that were looking at the Emperor were full of fanaticism and worship. To an empire, the Emperor was a godlike existence. No one wouldn't be nervous in the face of their god. The appearance of the Emperor of Great Qian Empire had directly stolen the limelight of Dongfang, but the fact that the Emperor could appear in person also made everyone in Genius Prefecture feel incomparably gratified, because this showed how much importance the Emperor attached to Dongfang. Don't disturb Dongfang advancement. The Emperor waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to calm down and not to affect Dongfangyu because of his appearance. This was the most important thing. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon the 5 people, especially the emperor. Based on this alone, he could basically see the true foundation of Great Qin Empire. Compared to Eastern Xuanhu, Great Qin Empire was still incomparably strong, but it was also because he knew the foundation of Great Qin Empire that Jiang Chen began to feel worried. Are you worried about the heaven-devouring devil ape? Da Huang Dog couldn't help but ask when he saw Jiang Chen's knitted brows. He knew Jiang Chen the best. He could tell what was on Jiang Chen's mind from every expression of Jiang Chen. That's right. The foundation of Great Qin Empire isn't weak, but compared to the heaven-devouring devil ape, it's still too far away. If the heaven-devouring devil ape breaks out of Senior Yang Juanlong's imprisonment one day, it will be an unimaginable disaster for Great Qin Empire. Jiang Chen said. He had seen the power of the heaven-devouring devil ape, an existence that was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm, an existence that could fight against Xiao Wangqing. Once released, the heaven-devouring devil ape could destroy the entire empire with a flick of his finger. That would be a true disaster. 10 minutes later, the qi released by Dongfangyu gradually disappeared. The sky above Dan Prefecture began to restore its calmness. This also indicated that Dongfangyu had successfully advanced and become a true half-step immortal venerable, an expert like Yang Zanqing. The void above the palace trembled. A silhouette gradually emerged. It was an old man in alchemy robe. Who else could it be if he wasn't Dongfangyu? The current Dongfangyu didn't look any different from before, but if one took a closer look, they would find that he was in high spirits as though he had been reborn. As soon as Dongfangyu appeared, he immediately noticed the abnormality. When he saw the emperor, his facial expression changed dramatically. Immediately he came to the emperor's side and bowed. Long live your majesty. I didn't expect that my movement would attract your majesty. I'm really ashamed. Chapter 1539. This old man will continue to work hard. Dongfangyu felt quite flattered. Of the 5 people who appeared here today, any one of them was a figure who could make the Great Qin Empire tremble. They were the Great Qin Emperor Yang Yu, the Supreme State Master Yi Dingtian, and the Grand State Master Yuan Yi. The other 2 were also highly respected princes, Yang Yu's blood brothers, members of the Yang family. Each of these 5 people had distinguished status. Each of them was the mainstay of Great Qin Empire. They rarely appeared on normal days or even never unless something major happened. Dongfangyu had never thought that the commotion caused by him breaking through to the half-step immortal venerable realm would cause the 5 of them to appear at the same time. How could this not make Dongfangyu feel flattered? Good. Today is your big day. I'm very happy. Haha. Yang Yu laughed very loudly. It seemed that he hadn't been so happy for a long time. Naturally, he had a reason to be happy. The emergence of every half-step venerable symbolized the addition of a powerful foundation to the empire. Such experts could only be encountered by chance but not sought after. Roping them in was not as good as cultivating them themselves. Dongfangyu was loyal to him. Yang Yu was sure of this. Your Majesty, the reason why this old man was able to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm so quickly is all because of the help of one person. Dongfangyu said. What? Master Dongfang's advancement is all because of the help of one person? Who is this person? You should know that advancing from the peak of Immortal Emperor to the half-step Immortal Venerable Realm isn't something that can be helped by ordinary people. This level requires one's own effort. That's right, but since Master has said so, it must be true. It doesn't seem like Master Yang Zanqing. Then, who else in Genius Prefecture can help Master Dongfangyu break through to the next realm? I really can't guess, but I can imagine that this person must be extraordinary. Dongfangyu's words immediately caused an uproar. Everyone thought that Dongfangyu's success today was entirely due to his own effort, but they didn't expect that there was someone secretly helping him. Judging from Dongfangyu's tone, if it wasn't for that person's help, he wouldn't have been able to advance. Who is it? Yang Yu asked curiously. Apparently, this situation was beyond his expectation, because even he couldn't really help a peak Immortal Emperor to break through to the half-step Immortal Venerable Realm. If he could, the number of half-step Immortal Venerables in Great Qin Empire would be far more than these. It's Jiang Qin. He's the genius disciple who has just joined Genius Prefecture recommended by King Fan. Not only does he have terrifying combat strength, he's also an outstanding alchemist. Previously, the 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire came to provoke us by concocting an 8th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, but none of the young geniuses in Dan Prefecture could concoct the pill. In the end, Jiang Qin concocted a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill and defeated the 7th prince, saving the face of our empire. Dongfang Yu spoke. He was a man who knew how to be grateful. This time he owed Jiang Qin a huge favor and didn't know how to repay it. He didn't expect that the emperor would appear in person today. He could use this opportunity to introduce Jiang Qin to the emperor. If Jiang Qin could be valued by the emperor, it would undoubtedly be an opportunity for Jiang Qin. He knew Yang Yu's temper very well. After knowing this matter, apart from praising Jiang Qin, Yang Yu would certainly give Jiang Qin some practical rewards. Hearing this, everyone's gaze instantly fell on Jiang Qin. Every single gaze became blazing with admiration, envy, and jealousy. Only now did they know that the reason why Dongfang Yu could advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm so quickly was all because of Jiang Qin. If this happened in the past, they were afraid that no one would believe it, but it was a fact that Jiang Qin had defeated the 7th prince in alchemy and concocted a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. This matter had almost shaken the entire Genius Prefecture and the Imperial City, but as the emperor, Yang Yu didn't usually ask about these matters, so he wasn't aware of it. Never thought that Jiang Qin would be the one who helped Master Dongfang. This man does have some friendship. That's right. If it wasn't for him, our Dan Prefecture would have lost face. Now that he is helping Master, it's equivalent to helping our Dan Prefecture. Very good. This bastard is going to be in the limelight again. Damn it. This time he is doing it in front of the emperor. The people of Dan Prefecture were naturally incomparably grateful and appreciative of Jiang Qin, but some people were different, such as the people of the Crown Prince and King Ping. They had always regarded Jiang Qin as an enemy. Naturally, they couldn't bear to see Jiang Qin being in the limelight, especially in front of the emperor. Not bad, little Qinzi. Master Dongfang is a man of affection and loyalty. He didn't forget you. Yang Bufan's divine sense was transmitted to Jiang Qin's ears at once. Then he said loudly to Jiang Qin, quickly come and greet the emperor. Yang Bufan's posture was high. Naturally, he was incomparably happy and excited that Jiang Qin was able to show his face. After all, he and Jiang Qin were on the same side. Jiang Qin was also a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. He was the one who had recruited Jiang Qin to Genius Prefecture. Jiang Qin hastily flew to the sky and approached Yang Yu. He cupped his fists and said, Disciple Jiang Qin greets the emperor. Jiang Qin? A mere early immortal King Outer Prefecture disciple is actually able to concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill? Is there a mistake? Yang Yu revealed a hint of doubt after seeing Jiang Qin's cultivation base. Reporting to your majesty, Jiang Qin indeed has the ability to concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Dongfang Yu said. That's right, your majesty. The news of Jiang Qin concocting a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill and defeating the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire has already spread across the city. I can testify to this. Grand Preceptor Yuan Yi spoke. The incident that day had indeed caused a great sensation. As the Crown Prince, Yuan Yi had naturally heard of this figure, Jiang Qin. However, this was his first time seeing Jiang Qin. His eyes couldn't help but look at Jiang Qin from top to bottom. Father, you have never seen Jiang Qin's concoction technique. It can be described as shocking. Master Dongfang can testify to this, Grand Preceptor Yuan Yi said. That's right. I admire Jiang Qin's concoction technique very much, Dongfang Yu said with a smile. Given his status, the fact that he could say such words was enough to prove that Jiang Qin had the ability. This made Yang Yu couldn't help but look at Jiang Qin carefully. Immediately, he discovered the extraordinariness of Jiang Qin. What a dragon among men. I have never thought that such a capable person would appear in my great Qin Empire. Yang Yu couldn't help but praise. Putting aside how amazing Jiang Qin's concoction technique was, his temperament alone was incomparable to any ordinary genius. Standing in front of him and facing so many venerables, Jiang Qin was actually so calm and composed. One should know that if it was any ordinary person, even a mighty immortal emperor would be submissive in front of him. However, there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on Jiang Qin's face. Chapter 1540. How unique was Yang Yu's eyesight? Naturally, his ability to judge people was incomparably accurate. He had seen countless princes and geniuses of Great Qin Empire, including his own princes. None of them could be compared to Jiang Qin, because even the Crown Prince couldn't remain so calm in front of him. This was a kind of transcendent temperament. A person with such a temperament wouldn't be too bad in the future. Your Majesty, this Jiang Qin is indeed not simple. Not only is his alchemy skill astounding, His combat strength is also incomparably terrifying. He had once defeated Yang Ling, who was a half-step immortal emperor, when he was still a half-step immortal king. Now that he has advanced to the true immortal king realm, his combat strength must have become much stronger. Plus, he had entered that forbidden land and stayed there for more than half a month before coming out alive. Yang Zanqing spoke. In Genius Prefecture, it was the first time that Yang Zanqing and Dong Fangyu, the two overlords, praised a person in front of the emperor at the same time. Jiang Qin was the only one. One should know that given the pride of Yang Zanqing and Dong Fangyu, it was hard for them to put ordinary geniuses in their eyes. Those who could be praised by them were even rarer. The only explanation for them praising Jiang Qin today was that Jiang Qin was too heaven-defying and abnormal. The emperor was very clear about this point. Dong Fangyu had already advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm with the help of Jiang Qin. Yang Yu didn't expect that even Yang Zanqing would stand up and praise Jiang Qin. He knew Yang Zanqing too well. Apart from being a monarch and a minister, they were also friends. He rarely saw Yang Zanqing praise someone like this. Even when Yang Bufan returned, Yang Zanqing only expressed that he was optimistic about Yang Bufan. What? Despite Yang Yu's composure, he couldn't help but exclaim. A half-step immortal king could defeat an ordinary half-step immortal emperor. In his mind, this was impossible. If these words didn't come out of Yang Zanqing's mouth, he would never believe it. What shocked Yang Yu even more was that Jiang Qin was able to walk out of that forbidden land alive. Yang Yu was very clear about that valley. He had once entered it personally to explore it, but in the end he found nothing. Over the years, many geniuses of Genius Prefecture had died after entering it. In the end, it was listed as a forbidden land. It was undoubtedly a miracle that Jiang Qin could walk out of it alive. Yang Yu's eyes stared at Jiang Qin without blinking, as though trying to see through this young man, but he was disappointed in the end. Jiang Qin's temperament had already reached the point of being indifferent. Even when facing his sharp eyes, Jiang Qin didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. That wasn't just indifference but a kind of confidence that came from his bones. It's a pity that Jiang Qin didn't discover the secret in it. It's already very good that he could walk out of it alive. Yang Zanqing sighed. The secret in the valley had always been affecting their hearts. Unfortunately, no one could really find out about it. Damn it. This bastard is going to be in the limelight this time. Even the emperor is paying attention to him. Even Master Yang Zanqing and Master Dong Fangyu think highly of him. This bastard's status will be very high sooner or later. Now even the emperor is paying attention to him. All the eyes that were looking at Jiang Qin were filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. Yu Hao and Yang Ji were gritting their teeth, itching to rush forward and tear Jiang Qin into pieces. They were all half-step immortal emperor experts, supreme geniuses of outer prefecture. They had great prospects. Now all the limelight had been snatched away by Jiang Qin. All the glory and attention had fallen on Jiang Qin. Standing in front of the emperor was something that they could only dream of. This kid must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise he will become a great trouble. The crown prince's eyes were deep. He had already sensed a trace of crisis. A figure like Jiang Qin couldn't be allowed to live any longer. Otherwise, the crown prince palace would be destroyed in his hands. On the other side, although King Ping didn't speak, one could tell from his unsightly face that he had the same thoughts as the crown prince. Jiang Qin's strength and rapid progress in a short period of time, as well as his current status in Genius Prefecture, had given them a great sense of crisis. Good. Jiang Qin, you must work hard. I have high hopes for you. I hope that you can become the #1 genius of the young generation of Great Qin Empire. This time you have made a great contribution in helping Dong Fangyu. What kind of reward do you want? Yang Yu praised Jiang Qin. Given his heroic character, he would certainly give Jiang Qin some reward. Reporting to the emperor, it's my honor to be able to help Master Dong Fang. How would I dare to ask for anything? Jiang Qin spoke in a clear voice. These words weren't pretentious. Back when he helped Dong Fangyu, he didn't have any illusion. If he wanted any benefits, he would have asked Dong Fangyu directly. King Fan, ask for immortal metastones on behalf of Jiang Qin. That bastard doesn't have many immortal metastones left. At this time, De Huang Dog's voice was transmitted into Yang Bufan's ears. In the face of the reward from the emperor, such a great opportunity must never be missed. Jiang Qin was too embarrassed to ask directly, but De Huang Dog knew what Jiang Qin needed the most right now. Immortal metastones, high-grade immortal metastones. The dragon transformation skill that Jiang Qin cultivated required a large amount of immortal metastones for every advancement. It was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Currently, the immortal meta stones in Jiang Chen's hand were almost depleted, not enough to support him to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. Now that the emperor wanted to reward him, there was no need for him to be polite. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, Yang Bufan clasped his fists and said, "Father, Jiang Chen didn't ask for anything in return for helping Master Dongfang, but his action has indeed made a great contribution. He has helped our great Chen Empire gain a powerful half-step venerable expert. If we don't reward him, it won't be justifiable. I heard that the cultivation technique that Jiang Chen cultivates is very special. Every advancement requires a large amount of immortal meta stones. Why don't Father take out some immortal meta stones as a reward? We can't make Yang family look stingy." Given Yang Bufan's intelligence, he knew what to do after Big Yellow reminded him. What he said wasn't wrong at all. Not only would it make Xianyu happy, it would also help Jiang Chen get the immortal meta stones. Upon hearing this, Xianyu chuckled and said aloud, "And Jiang Chen has indeed made a great contribution this time. He must be rewarded. Since Jiang Chen needs immortal meta stones, then reward him with 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones." 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones came out from Yang Yu's mouth. Instantly, it caused an uproar in Genius Prefecture. Even Jiang Chen himself widened his eyes and was stunned. Obviously, he didn't think that Yang Yu would be so generous to offer 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones. My God! The Emperor is too generous. 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones. How much wealth is that? It's unimaginable. The Emperor is so generous. 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones? That bastard Jiang Chen is really lucky, but 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones is nothing to Yang family. 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones is nothing. More importantly, the Emperor has begun to value Jiang Chen. This is Jiang Chen's greatest luck. Countless people exclaimed in admiration. Even to a mighty immortal Emperor, 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones was a huge amount of wealth. It was something that they yearned for even in their dreams. However, Jiang Chen, who was merely an early immortal king, had obtained 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones so easily. How could they not be envious of him? "Jiang Chen, aren't you going to thank the Emperor?" Yang Bufan nudged Jiang Chen with his hand. Disciple Jiang Chen thanks the Emperor for his great kindness. Jiang Chen hastily clasped his fists to express his gratitude. 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones was too important to him, and it came at the right time. Previously, when he advanced to the immortal king realm, he had almost exhausted all his immortal meta stones. Obtaining a large number of immortal meta stones was what he needed to do next, but with 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones, everything would be solved. 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones was enough for him to advance to the immortal Emperor realm. Good. Bufan, Jiang Chen, both of you can leave now. Zanqing, Dongfang, you follow me. I have something important to do, said Yang Yu hastily. With a sway of his body, he flew towards the tallest pagoda in Genius Prefecture. Top Imperial Preceptor Yi Dingtian, Grand Preceptor Yuan Yi, and the two princes also followed. Yang Zanqing and Dongfang Yu exchanged a glance and hastily followed. Little Qinzi, you are in the limelight again today. Father has already valued you, said Yang Bufan with a smile. Today's situation was beyond his imagination. He didn't think that Dongfang Yu's advancement was related to Jiang Chen. Although there was an element of luck in it, it was also the result of Jiang Chen's hard work. I also want to thank King Fan for helping me get 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen chuckled. This was true. After all, he was too embarrassed to use Dongfang Yu as an excuse to ask for immortal meta stones. It was best to borrow Yang Bufan's mouth. Therefore, Yang Bufan had done him a great favor. I didn't know that you needed immortal meta stones. It was De Huang who reminded me at the critical moment, said Yang Bufan. Jiang Chen nodded. The one who understood him was De Huang. He and De Huang Dog were like brothers. The tacit understanding between them had reached a perfect level. De Huang Dog also knew what he needed the most. Humph. It's not a good thing to be in the limelight too much. Although 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones is a lot, you need to be alive to spend it. A cold harumph was heard. The one who spoke was none other than the Crown Prince. He didn't conceal his hostility towards Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen at all. If there was a chance, he would certainly kill Jiang Chen without mercy. This isn't something for your highness to worry about. Chapter 1541. Humph. The crown prince harumphed coldly, turned and left. King Ping glanced at Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan and didn't say anything. He too turned and left, but his killing intent was still sensed by Jiang Chen. King Ping is much scarier than the crown prince. Looking at the receding back of King Ping, Jiang Chen spoke plainly. A shrewd person would always be the most difficult to deal with. Compared to the crown prince, King Ping was indeed much scarier. As for the crown prince, Jiang Chen had never regarded him as a real opponent. I know. Yang Bufan nodded. The crown prince and King Ping were brothers. No one knew them better than him. Although the crown prince was fierce, he was a straightforward person who would do everything in the open. Compared to the treacherous and shrewd King Ping, the crown prince was indeed much easier to deal with. In the internal space at the top of the pagoda of Genius Prefecture, Yang Yu was sitting on the throne. The others were sitting on his left and right. Yang Zanqing and Dong Fangyu were looking at Yang Yu solemnly. Previously, Yang Yu had said that he had something important to discuss with them. Given that Yang Yu had come personally, it must be a big matter. The Golden Horizon is about to open again, Yang Yu said. At the mention of the Golden Horizon, everyone's face changed slightly. That was a true killing zone that had existed since ancient times. Every time it opened, it would be a major event not only in East Xuanhu but also in the entire ethereal immortal domain. Every time it opened, it would be under the control of the immortal court. The Golden Horizon opens once every 5 years. Time really flies. I wonder what's different this time compared to the past? Asked Yang Zanqing. Just like before, the quota is determined by the immortal court. Our great Qin Empire will get a total of 100 quotas this time. This is the identity brocade bag. You will pick 100 quotas from Genius Prefecture. The Golden Horizon will open 7 days later. Don't forget to tell them about the risks and reports of the Golden Horizon. Yang Yu took out a spatial ring. The dark green ring floated into Yang Zanqing's hand. It was a storage ring with 100 identity brocade bags inside. These were the quotas allocated by the Immortal Court to enter the Golden Horizon. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will definitely choose carefully. Yang Zanqing spoke solemnly. He knew better than anyone the importance of entering the Golden Horizon and what kind of place it was. In the past, he had also been to the Golden Horizon and experienced a life and death experience. In other words, those who could walk out of the Golden Horizon wouldn't be too weak. And you and Dongfang, you have been to the Golden Horizon before, so you should know the situation inside very well. So I won't say much. You two go ahead and settle the quota as soon as possible. Remember, entering the Golden Horizon must be voluntary. You must explain the situation in the Golden Horizon to the disciples. Yang Yu specially instructed. The Golden Horizon would only open once every 5 years. Every time it opened, it would be a major event in the immortal world. It wasn't just Great Qin Empire, but every major power would attach great importance to it. I understand, Yang Zanqing said. Then Yang Yu and Yi Dingtian disappeared without a trace as if they had never appeared. The Golden Horizon is going to open again. I wonder how many people are going to die in it this time. After Yang Yu and the others left, Yang Zanqing sighed at Dongfang Yu. He still couldn't forget the scene of them entering the Golden Horizon together. This is how the immortal world is. The strong prey on the weak. If you want to survive well here and become a true superior, you have to step on piles of white bones. Some will fall and some will rise. My thinking is different from yours. For those geniuses, life and death are all a matter of luck. The Tao is the law of nature and can't be forced. I hope that a few people from Genius Prefecture who enter the Golden Horizon this time can become famous and rise to the top. Even the Immortal Court will pay attention to them. Dongfang Yu's chi fluctuated. This was the law of survival. He had long understood it very well. It wasn't an easy thing to survive in the immortal world. Every high-ranking expert had experienced countless massacres, countless crises, and countless life and death experiences. They had crawled their way to where they were now. There was no such thing as overnight success. Luck, strength, and talent were indispensable. The Golden Horizon was a test of all these. You're right. How many disciples can you arrange in Dan Prefecture? Yang Zanqing asked. 10. Give me 10 identity brocade pouches. As for the rest, you can go to the inner prefecture and outer prefecture to arrange them. Dongfang Yu thought for a moment and asked. All right. Yang Zanqing took out 10 identity brocade pouches from his spatial ring and handed them to Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu received the brocade pouches and flew towards Dan Prefecture. Late at night, when Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were having fun, Dongfang Yu appeared. He came to Jiang Chen's courtyard alone. Now that he had 10 brocade pouches in his hand, the first person he thought of was Jiang Qin. He could have gathered all 10 disciples together and told them about the golden horizon at the same time. All the disciples' questions would be answered at once, but Dong Fangyu still came to Jiang Qin alone. This showed how much importance he attached to Jiang Qin. Master. Upon seeing Dong Fangyu, Jiang Qin hastily saluted. He was still a little doubtful about the arrival of Dong Fangyu. Although he had helped Dong Fangyu by concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill, he had already received a generous reward from the Emperor during the day. He had received 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones from the Emperor. Logically speaking, Dong Fangyu should be meditating at this time to comprehend the half-step immortal venerable realm. There shouldn't be much time to waste on him. Jiang Qin, it's all thanks to you that I can successfully advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm this time. If it wasn't for your appearance, I'm afraid it would take me at least 5 years to break through this realm. Dong Fangyu said with a smile. The more he looked at Jiang Qin, the more he liked him. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Qin had helped him, Jiang Qin was also a disciple worthy of admiration. He was a peerless genius, an invincible monstrous genius with extraordinary bearing. As the master of Dan Prefecture, he had no reason to dislike such a young man. Master is being too polite. It's Jiang Qin's honor to be able to help Master. Please don't take it to heart, Master. Besides, I have also received a generous reward today. 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones is something that I didn't even dare to think about before. Jiang Qin said with a smile. What he said was true. Today, 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones was indeed an accident. That's what you deserve. His Majesty rewarding you shows that he has already valued you. Do you know how many geniuses in the entire Genius Prefecture dream of standing in front of His Majesty and speaking a word? Let alone getting a reward from His Majesty. However, I came here late at night because I have something important to talk to you about. Dong Fangyu said. Alchemy again? This was Jiang Qin's first reaction when he heard that Dong Fangyu was looking for him. Apart from alchemy, he couldn't think of anything else, but judging from Dong Fangyu's expression, it didn't seem to be for alchemy. Jiang Qin, have you heard of the Golden Horizon? Dong Fangyu asked. Golden Horizon? Never heard of it. Jiang Qin shook his head. It was indeed his first time hearing about the Golden Horizon. Jiang Qin knew relatively little about the immortal world. After all, he was an ascendant and hadn't been here for a long time, especially in a big place like East Xuanhu. Plus, he had spent most of his time in Genius Prefecture, so it was normal that he didn't know many things. Then let me introduce the Golden Horizon to you first. The Golden Horizon is an extraterritorial battlefield. It's a true ancient battlefield that has existed for a very long time. It's said that countless experts have fallen in this ancient battlefield. Countless immortal emperors and immortal venerables of that era have fallen in it. Rumor has it that even great sovereigns have fallen there, but no one knows whether it's true or not. Dong Fangyu paused for a moment and continued, a long time ago the Golden Clan lived in the Golden Horizon. Rumor has it that this clan is the descendant of the divine bird, the Golden Crow, and has the bloodline of the Golden Crow flowing in their veins. However, for some unknown reason, the Golden Horizon has turned into a battlefield. It's also because of this battlefield that the name was changed to Golden Horizon. Countless experts have fallen there. Rumor has it that the clan treasure of the Golden Clan, the Golden Feather Fan, has been left there. Jiang Qin listened very seriously. Almost instantly, he developed a strong interest in the Golden Horizon. Given his intelligence, Dong Fangyu had come to him in the middle of the night to talk about the Golden Horizon. It seemed like what was going to happen next must be related to the Golden Horizon. Jiang Qin was immersed in Dong Fangyu's narration. Dong Fangyu was also immersed in his narration. The two of them didn't notice the obvious change in De Huang Dog's expression when he heard about the Golden Horizon. Master, is it related to the Golden Horizon that you have come to me now? Asked Jiang Qin. That's right. The Golden Horizon opens once every 5 years. This time it will open again. It will be 7 days later. This time, the Immortal Court has given our great Qin Empire 100 slots to enter. I came to you to ask if you are interested in the Golden Horizon. You should know that there are many ancient relics in the Golden Horizon. Every time the Golden Horizon opens, there will be people who will gain great benefits and soar to the sky, becoming famous. However, as an ancient battlefield, the Golden Horizon is also incomparably ferocious. The number of people who die in the Golden Horizon is far more than the number of people who walk out alive after gaining benefits. Dong Fangyu spoke. He had to explain the situation in the Golden Horizon to Jiang Qin. As for whether Jiang Chen was willing to enter the Golden Horizon to gain experience or not, it was up to Jiang Chen. He, Dongfang Yu, wouldn't help Jiang Chen make the decision. Of course, I'm not even afraid of the forbidden land of the valley, let alone the Golden Horizon. Chapter 1542. Jiang Chen was a man who couldn't stay idle. He liked all kinds of exciting challenges. Speaking of danger, he had experienced countless dangers along the way. A true success was destined to experience countless life and death situations, countless dangers, and finally rise to the top. However, Jiang Chen still had a lot of questions about this Golden Horizon. He was ready to ask Dongfang Yu. Good Jiang Chen. I didn't misjudge you. Seeing that Jiang Chen had agreed, Dongfang Yu immediately praised Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, this was within his expectation. From the first time he saw Jiang Chen, he knew that Jiang Chen must be a dragon among men. As a matter of fact, to the vast Great Qian Empire, the quota of 100 wasn't a lot. There were too many young geniuses. None of them would be willing to be ordinary. Many of them had experienced great storms and waves. Although the Golden Horizon was dangerous, it was an incomparably rare opportunity for countless geniuses. If the opportunity came, almost no one would refuse it because it was an honor and glory for those who could get the quota. Master, what did you say just now? Immortal Court? Asked Jiang Chen curiously. Judging from Dongfang Yu's tone, the Immortal Court seemed to be a very powerful existence that was completely above Great Qian Empire. It seemed that the Golden Horizon was controlled by the Immortal Court, and every quota was given by the Immortal Court. Jiang Chen, you don't even know about the Immortal Court. But I can't blame you for this. The Immortal Court seems to be a very powerful existence, completely above Great Qian Empire. The immortal world is just too vast. It's divided into 9 immortal domains. Each immortal domain is an independent immortal world, separated by a spatial barrier. In each vast immortal domain, there is a powerful immortal court, the supreme ruler of the entire immortal domain. The right to open the Golden Horizon is in the hands of the immortal court. Jiang Chen, don't underestimate the Golden Horizon. It's a major event in the entire immortal world. It's a platform for all the young geniuses of the entire immortal world and even 2 immortal worlds to compete. Do you know the conditions to enter the Golden Horizon? And every time the Golden Horizon opens, do you know how many geniuses will participate in it? Dongfang Yu looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. He believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to guess it. He also believed that when he told the result to Jiang Chen would be shocked out of his wits. Jiang Chen's face turned solemn. He thought that Eastern Profound Domain was the center of the immortal world, but now it seemed like he was wrong. The ethereal immortal domain alone was too vast and boundless. Above Great Qian Empire, there was the incomparably powerful immortal court, which was the true ruler. Suddenly Jiang Chen felt that he still had a long way to go. The current him was just too insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that he still had a long way. He suddenly felt that the opening of the Golden Horizon wasn't as simple as he had imagined. In fact, it was much more complicated. Let me tell you that the condition to enter the Golden Horizon is to be a young genius under the age of 50. Let me tell you, the condition to enter the Golden Horizon is to be a young genius below the age of 50. This age limit limits the number of people who can enter the Golden Horizon. Next, I'll tell you the number of people who can enter the Golden Horizon. Our Great Qian Empire has 100 slots. There are 11 major powers in Eastern Profound Domain. I believe the other 10 major powers will also have no less than 100 slots. That is to say, in the entire Eastern Profound Domain, there are more than 1,000 young geniuses who are going to enter the Golden Horizon. There are also some medium-sized powers that aren't as powerful as the 11 major powers. The entire ethereal immortal domain is divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. The quota for the major powers is the same. Dongfang Yu said. What? Upon hearing this, even with Jiang Chen's composure, he couldn't help but exclaim. 6,000 people. That was too terrifying. No, Dongfang Yu said that it was just ethereal immortal domain. Didn't that mean that there were other major immortal domains participating? Master, according to what you said, could it be that there are people from other immortal domains participating? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. The Golden Horizon is located at the corner of a golden mountain, sandwiched between Ethereal Immortal Domain, Miluo Immortal Domain and Radiance Immortal Domain. Every time it opens, it will be jointly opened by the 3 immortal courts. Therefore, not only the geniuses of Ethereal Immortal Domain, but also the geniuses of Mi Luo Immortal Domain and Radiance Immortal Domain will be entering the Golden Horizon. Conservatively speaking, the number of geniuses will be at least 20,000. To put it bluntly, this is a grand event for the younger generation of the three immortal domains. To put it bluntly, every time the Golden Horizon opens, it's not only for treasure hunting, but also for tempering the disciples. At the same time, it's also a competition between the three immortal domains and the major powers. For example, every person who enters the Golden Horizon will carry a brocade pouch that belongs to them. This brocade pouch will play a great role. Dongfang Yu spoke. This was a grand event and competition between the younger generation. It was a competition for the throne. It was grand and powerful with a huge number of people and affected a vast area. 50 years old. This condition was already very harsh. To the cultivators of the immortal world, 100 years old was still considered a young man. Many cultivators couldn't be judged by their appearance. There were some old antiques who had lived for thousands of years, but they still looked like teenagers on the surface. This wasn't strange at all. My God. Jiang Qin opened his mouth wide in horror. He was rarely shocked, especially so greatly shocked, but this time he couldn't help but feel shocked. He knew that he had completely underestimated the Golden Horizon, because this wasn't just a process of treasure hunting and tempering. Just like what Dongfang Yu said, this was a grand event. He believed that no one would refuse such a grand event. 20,000 geniuses would gather here. What kind of earth-shattering things would happen? How glorious would it be if one could stand out among these 20,000 geniuses, who didn't have a competitive heart? The most basic characteristic of geniuses was pride. Every prideful person would want to participate in such a grand event. 100 quotas really wasn't a lot. He believed that even if Great Qin Empire was given 500 quotas, there would still be people who would fight for it. There were 11 major powers in Great Qin Empire alone. One immortal domain had 4 major domains, which meant that there would be at least 50 major powers. If the 3 immortal domains were added together, there would be about 150 major powers. In addition to some medium-sized powers, the number of sects and major powers participating in this grand event alone would be at least a few hundred. Jiang Qin didn't dare to imagine what kind of scene it would be. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Jiang Qin, this is an identity brocade pouch. As long as you separate a trace of your soul consciousness into the brocade pouch, this brocade pouch will be yours. It will be the proof of your entry into the Golden Horizon. Dongfang Yu took out a golden brocade pouch and handed it to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin received the brocade pouch. This brocade pouch was only the size of a palm. There were some runes engraved on it. It was soft to the touch and light to the touch. Jiang Qin scanned it with his divine sense and found that there was a huge space inside the brocade pouch. It was 10 miles in radius. It turned out to be a storage treasure. What puzzled Jiang Qin was that this brocade pouch was only used to verify one's identity. One should know that the Qi Si was the biggest container for those who had cultivated to the Immortal King realm. There was no need for any storage treasure at all. Those who were qualified to enter the Golden Horizon were at least half-step immortal emperors. There were only a few late immortal kings. Such a storage space was really useless. However, Jiang Qin felt that there must be a reason why the immortal court would waste so much effort to refine such a brocade pouch. Master, why does this identity brocade pouch have an internal storage space? Jiang Qin asked curiously. Of course it's for your storage. The laws in the Golden Horizon have been modified by the experts of the 3 immortal domains. All the things obtained in there can't be put into the Qi Si, and can only be put into this identity brocade pouch. There's only one purpose for doing this, to fight. This is a competition between countless geniuses. You can kill anyone in there and this identity brocade pouch won't be destroyed. The treasures inside will belong to you. Plus, the person's luck will also enter the identity brocade pouch. So, if you kill someone, not only will you get the identity brocade pouch but also the opponent's luck. You should know that luck is illusory. After this identity brocade pouch has integrated with your soul and divine sense, if you die, it will absorb your luck and pass it on to others. Also, don't throw away the identity brocade pouch that you have obtained. If you perform well at that time, you are likely to be valued by the immortal court. If you can enter the immortal court one day, you will truly soar to the sky. Dongfang Yu explained. He was afraid that he might miss something, so he explained it to Jiang Qin in great detail. After listening to Dongfang Yu's words, Jiang Qin couldn't utter a word for a long time. Finally he squeezed out a word, fuck. Haha. How about it, Jiang Qin? It's exciting, isn't it? Dongfang Yu burst into laughter. Exciting. This was too fucking exciting. This was simply a robbery. Even the luck of others could be seized. Such a battle was truly cruel. Jiang Chen's blood had been completely ignited. He liked such battles. Although the rules of the immortal world were cruel, as long as he could walk out of it alive, he would certainly become a superior being. Edited by Lifer Finger Fox. Alright. Take a good time to digest it. I'm going back to make some preparations. I'm going to summon the chosen ones and give them the identity brocade pouch. Remember, integrate the soul consciousness into the brocade pouch as soon as possible. Dong Fangyu reminded Jiang Qin, then turned and left. For God's sake. Little Qinzi, this trip to the Golden Horizon is going to be awesome. We can go on a killing spree now. Da Huang Dog was incomparably excited. He was also a person who couldn't stay idle. When he heard that there was going to be a battle, he couldn't sit still. That's right. The rules set by the Immortal Court are awesome. I like such a place. Chapter 1543. There were still 7 days left. To Jiang Qin, it was just the right time to make some preparations. He knew very well that among the geniuses who were going to enter the Golden Horizon this time, he was afraid that the one with the lowest cultivation base was him. Even if his combat strength was powerful, he definitely wouldn't stand out among the 20,000 geniuses. There were just too many experts that were stronger than him. Putting everything aside, Jiang Qin wasn't a match for the early immortal emperors of the major powers. Da Huang, do you think that the northern and southern dynasties will appear in the Golden Horizon this time? Jiang Qin looked over at Da Huang Dog. This is the banquet of the young geniuses. How can that bastard be absent? In his eyes, everyone who entered the Golden Horizon this time is his prey. Perhaps we will have a chance to meet him. I just don't know if he can recognize you. Da Huang Dog spoke. Given their understanding of the northern and southern dynasties, he would certainly appear in the Golden Horizon this time. If he didn't show up, it wouldn't be the style of the northern and southern dynasties. He was an ambitious man who regarded everyone as his stepping stone. Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog had no idea what kind of scene it would be if they met the northern and southern dynasties again. It was unknown whether the northern and southern dynasties would recognize him. After all, the one they killed in St. Origin World was just an ordinary clone of the northern and southern dynasties. There was almost no comparison between a clone and the main body. At least they will sense it. In any case, we will be enemies sooner or later. By the way, Da Huang, I want to bring Sister Ning with me to the Golden Horizon this time. I have used the great divination art to divine for Sister Ning. Sister Ning herself is a person with great luck, but her luck has always been concealed. Although the Golden Horizon this time is dangerous, it's also a great opportunity for Sister Ning. Jiang Qin spoke. This decision was made after much consideration. Previously he had consulted Dong Fangyu. Every genius who had the quota to enter the Golden Horizon could bring at least 3 people with him. It was just that these people didn't have the identity brocade pouch, which made it harder for them to enter the Golden Horizon. Wu Ningzhu was merely an early immortal king. Given Wu Ningzhu's strength, entering the Golden Horizon was almost certain death. Any random genius could instantly kill her. To Wu Ningzhu, staying in King Fan Prefecture was the safest, but this wasn't a long-term plan. He had already divined Wu Ningzhu. Jiang Qin didn't have the right to deprive a person with great luck from her right to choose. Therefore he decided to bring Wu Ningzhu into the Golden Horizon this time. He believed that with his ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to protect Wu Ningzhu's safety. It would be best if he could help Wu Ningzhu find a great opportunity. And I think it's doable. There's indeed a trace of luck in Sister Ning's body. It's just that she hasn't shown it before. Now is the time to show it. The Golden Horizon is the place left behind by the ancient Golden Clan. That was a very long time ago. Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Xianxia were both from that era. The gold feather fan of the Golden Clan hasn't been found yet. This indicates that the inheritance of the Golden Clan still exists in the Golden Horizon. This is an opportunity for anyone. The bloodline of the ancient divine bird, Golden Crow, flows in the body of the Golden Clan. It's very powerful. If Sister Ning's luck can be shown in the Golden Horizon, there might be an unexpected harvest. Da Huang Dog spoke. Da Huang, you seem to know a lot about the Golden Clan? Jiang Qin smiled at Da Huang Dog. This dog knew too much. There were many things in the immortal world that he knew. You don't have to ask. I will tell you my secret sooner or later, but not now. However, I will certainly go to the Golden Horizon this time. Da Huang Dog spoke. He knew that Jiang Qin was smart and had long sensed that he had a great secret. At this time, De Huang Dog no longer concealed it. It was meaningless to conceal it any longer, as if he was treating Jiang Chen as a fool. It wasn't good to do this between brothers, but regarding his secret, De Huang Dog felt that it wasn't the right time to tell Jiang Chen yet. Alright, I'll wait and look forward to it. Jiang Chen shrugged. He had been looking forward to De Huang Dog's secret for a long time, but that was all. He would wait for De Huang Dog to tell him personally one day. If De Huang Dog wasn't willing to say it, he would never force it. This was someone else's secret. It was useless to force it. The next day Yang Bufan came. The arrival of Yang Bufan was within Jiang Chen's expectation. Needless to say, he must have come for the matter of the Golden Horizon. Little Qinzi, you should have gotten the identity brocade pouch, right? Yang Bufan asked the moment he arrived. He seemed to be in high spirits. It seemed like he was very excited about entering the Golden Horizon. Master Dongfang has already given me the identity brocade pouch yesterday. I didn't expect that the opening of the Golden Horizon this time would involve so many major powers and geniuses. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Jiang Chen spoke. He could feel that Yang Bufan had the same feeling as him. Both of them were the kind of people who couldn't stay still. The fact that Yang Bufan was able to leave Great Qian Empire for the Evil Abyss indicated that he was restless. Since he had already gone to the Evil Abyss, there was nothing for him to be afraid of in the Golden Horizon. On the contrary, he was incomparably looking forward to it. This time, countless geniuses will enter the Golden Horizon. In addition to those who will bring some people with them, I'm afraid that the number of people will reach 40 to 50,000. It will involve 3 immortal domains. Being able to participate in such a grand gathering of geniuses in our lifetime doesn't mean that we've lived in vain. However, this trip to the Golden Horizon will be filled with dangers. Apart from the dangers inside the Golden Horizon itself, everyone inside is a danger. The 40 to 50,000 people are all our enemies. This is an opportunity but also a great challenge and competition. According to what I know, many powerful geniuses in the immortal world will appear this time. Yang Bufan spoke. King Fan, there are so many geniuses who will enter the Golden Horizon. What's the highest cultivation base among them? It shouldn't be just early immortal emperor, right? Jiang Chen asked curiously. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. Only then could you make the best response at the critical moment. Of course not. An early immortal emperor is naturally incomparably powerful, but the foundation of each major power is far beyond this. My Great Qian Empire has an intermediate immortal emperor expert. They rarely appear in public. They are the true geniuses. It's said that there are also supreme sects and sects in other domains whose cultivation base has already reached the terrifying late immortal emperor realm. Every major power has its own foundation and hidden geniuses. All of them will appear in the Golden Horizon this time. With our strength, it's impossible for us to act arrogantly in the Golden Horizon. As far as I know, there will also be geniuses from the immortal court with unfathomable cultivation base, Yang Bufan said. These words astounded Jiang Chen once again. What kind of terrifying realm was a late immortal emperor's supreme genius? Given his current cultivation base, encountering a late immortal emperor wouldn't be a problem. Many major powers in the immortal world had a long history. Some supreme sects and families had deep foundations and were unimaginably powerful. Plus, there were also supreme geniuses from the immortal court. All of these had aroused great interest in Jiang Chen. The immortal court was a very mysterious existence in Jiang Chen's heart. Of course not. Many important figures of major powers will have powerful trump cards in their hands. For example, if the family is worried about their safety, they will let them carry the supreme treasure of the family with them, which will allow them to unleash unparalleled power at the critical moment. Therefore, most of them aren't easy to deal with, but we don't have to be afraid of them. There are plenty of opportunities in the Golden Horizon. It's a huge ancient battlefield with countless treasures. It's said that in the past, many people had obtained tremendous benefits in the Golden Horizon and their cultivation base had improved tremendously. Yang Zanqing had risen in the Golden Horizon back then. We can do the same. As long as our cultivation base can improve continuously in there, we won't be afraid of anyone, Yang Bufan said. Yang Bufan said. His heart was filled with ambition. The Golden Horizon was full of danger, but this wouldn't hinder them from moving forward. On the contrary, it was a kind of motivation. Being able to survive in such an environment would allow one to obtain a kind of sublimation. This was extremely rare. As the saying goes, if you don't rise in adversity, you will perish in adversity. All the geniuses who entered the Golden Horizon were hot-blooded and carried the mentality of having a slim chance of survival. I can't wait. Jiang Qin sighed. The thought of clashing with countless geniuses made him unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. By the way, little Qinzi, are you going to bring someone with you? Yang Bufan asked. I will definitely bring De Huang along. I'm going to bring Sister Ning with me. Jiang Qin said. Wu Ningzhu? Her cultivation base is only at the early immortal king realm. Although you are also an early immortal king, there's no comparison between the two of you. Bringing her along is equivalent to bringing a burden. The Golden Horizon is full of dangers. It's easy to encounter life-threatening danger. Yang Bufan was somewhat surprised, not knowing why a smart person like Jiang Chen would make such a stupid decision. One should know that any immortal king who entered the Golden Horizon, even a late immortal king expert, would die for sure. I have my own plans. King Fan doesn't have to worry about this. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Wu Ningzhu had the right to exert her luck. Jiang Chen wouldn't deprive her of this opportunity. After bidding farewell to Yang Bufan, Jiang Chen left Genius Prefecture for King Fan Prefecture. Wu Ningzhu still didn't know about this matter. King Fan Prefecture was located in the Imperial City. It had always been peaceful and stable. Jiang Chen didn't fly above King Fan Prefecture as he didn't want to be too conspicuous. In front of the gate of King Fan Prefecture, 2 guards saw Jiang Chen and immediately went to greet him. How did young Master Jiang find the time to come back today? Chapter 1544. I have some matters to attend to. Jiang Chen smiled at the guards and strode into King Fan Prefecture. Look, young Master Jiang is talking to us with a smile. He doesn't put on any airs at all. I'm afraid that a peerless genius like him wouldn't even look us in the eye if it was someone else. And young Master Jiang is indeed very kind, but that's because we are on the same side. I heard that young Master Jiang treats his enemies very cruelly. Ever since young Master Jiang came to King Fan Prefecture, he has made great contributions to our prefecture. Although King Fan Prefecture has just been established, it already has a very high status in the Imperial City. Our reputation is enough to compete with Crown Prince Palace and King Ping Prefecture. The 2 guards spoke with a smile, not concealing the praise and respect they had for Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen returned to King Fan Prefecture, he went straight to look for Wu Ningzhu. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu was still meditating in her room. Seeing Jiang Chen pushing the door open, Wu Ningzhu's face revealed a look of surprise. Little Qinzi, you are back? Wu Ningzhu stood up from the praying mat. Her current cultivation base had already reached the peak of early immortal king realm. Compared to when she had just arrived in King Fan Prefecture, her strength had improved a lot. This wasn't just because of the good cultivation environment and rich cultivation resources in King Fan Prefecture. Most importantly, it was because of Wu Ningzhu's talent. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, Wu Ningzhu was a person with great fortune. Such a person shouldn't be ordinary. This trip to Golden Horizon was a great opportunity for Wu Ningzhu to rise. And Sister Ning, your cultivation base has improved again. Jiang Chen chuckled. I have something to ask you. What's going on with Yan Qingqing? Is it because you can't control yourself when Xiao Yu and I aren't around? You have just arrived in the immortal world and you have already found another confidant. Wu Ningzhu went forward and pulled Jiang Chen's ear. It hurts. Sister Ning, let go. Jiang Chen grimaced in pain. He had finally witnessed Wu Ningzhu's prowess today. It seemed like his days in the future wouldn't be good. As a dignified man, he couldn't have his ears pulled every day. However, he was really wronged in the matter regarding Yan Qingqing. It's right that you're in pain. If I don't teach you a lesson, won't you give me a harem in the future? Wu Ningzhu flipped out. When a tiger flipped out, it would be terrible. Even though Jiang Chen was famous and had the title of God of Slaughter, in front of Wu Ningzhu, he was still a docile sheep and could only beg bitterly. This was the saying that everything has its vanquisher. There was also a time when he, Jiang Chen, had to bow down to her. I wouldn't dare. I'm really innocent. Jiang Chen quickly waved his hand. If outsiders were to see this scene, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. Sister Ning, I really don't have any thoughts towards Qingqing. I only saved her life before. I swear to the heavens. Jiang Chen said solemnly. He swore that he would wash away his grievances. Otherwise it would be too unjust. This was only a Wu Ningzhu. If Wu Ningzhu were to meet Yan Qingyu one day, wouldn't she tear him apart? Alright, I already know about your matters. I've already chatted with little sister Qingqing. She has already told me everything. I can tell that Qingqing is infatuated with you. If it's possible, don't let her down. However, elder sister has to remind you today. You're not allowed to do this again. Wu Ningzhu tapped Jiang Chen's head with her jade-like hand. She was an open-minded person. She had chatted with Yan Qingqing before. Whether Yan Qingqing's feelings for Jiang Chen was real or not, she could tell. At the same time, Wu Ningzhu also understood in her heart that a person as outstanding as Jiang Chen would naturally have countless beauties falling in love with him. Back then she was an example. However, since there was someone who liked him, it also proved that Wu Ningzhu had good eyesight. Love was selfish. Wu Ningzhu also wanted to dominate Jiang Chen, but she knew that it was impossible. Don't worry, Sister Ning. There definitely won't be a next time. Moreover, I didn't say that I must accept Qingqing. In my eyes, Sister Ning is still the most beautiful. Jiang Chen spoke. He grabbed Wu Ningzhu's willowy waist and pressed his forehead down, rapidly kissing Wu Ningzhu's red lips. Rogue. Wu Ningzhu was forcefully kissed. She scolded Jiang Chen for being a rogue, but her flushed face didn't show the slightest hint of anger. Sister Ning, I came back this time because I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Chen suddenly stopped joking and said solemnly. Upon seeing this, Wu Ningzhu also realized that something big had happened. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't be so solemn. The golden horizon is about to open. I want to bring you along. Jiang Chen told Wu Ningzhu everything about the golden horizon and told her his thoughts. He believed that this trip to the golden horizon was a great opportunity for Wu Ningzhu. She should grasp it firmly. All right, I'll go with you. Wu Ningzhu didn't even consider and immediately agreed. She knew what Jiang Chen said better than anyone else. How could she miss such a great opportunity? Ever since the day she decided to follow Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu had been full of desire for cultivation. She had been working hard to catch up and had never given up. This was because she didn't want the distance between her and Jiang Chen to widen. She was destined to be Jiang Chen's woman for the rest of her life. She wanted to become Jiang Chen's woman. Even if she couldn't play a great role to Jiang Chen, she must never become a burden to Jiang Chen. Of course, the golden horizon was incomparably dangerous, but Wu Ningzhu didn't care about it. It was better than living a stable life in Qingfan Prefecture. The cultivation environment and resources here were very good, but after one's cultivation base had reached the immortal king realm, cultivation wouldn't be of much use. One must constantly search for opportunities, and in order to find opportunities, one must rely on one's luck. This trip to the golden horizon was a great opportunity. More importantly, as long as she could be with Jiang Chen, not to mention the golden horizon, Wu Ningzhu wouldn't hesitate even if she had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. And then you better prepare yourself. The golden horizon will open 6 days later. Jiang Chen embraced Wu Ningzhu in his arms. He enjoyed such moments very much. In front of his lover, Jiang Chen could always relax easily. To Jiang Chen, such a feeling was an extravagant hope. Sister Ning, how is Qingqing doing here? Is she used to it? Jiang Chen asked. He hadn't met Yan Qingqing since she came to Qingfan Prefecture. He understood her feelings for him, but he really didn't know how to deal with her feelings. That's right, Yan Qingqing. She is very hardworking. She has been cultivating every day. Old man Bai Weng has already accepted her as his disciple. Wu Ningzhu replied. A person who knew how to work hard would never be hated by others. From a certain aspect, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were the same kind of person. Imperial City, Crown Prince Palace. The Crown Prince Palace was located in the central area of the Imperial City, not far from the Imperial Palace. It was bustling with activity. This place itself was a prosperous place. For an empire, the Crown Prince was the heir to the throne. His status was very high. The construction of the Crown Prince Palace was much more magnificent than Qingfan Prefecture and Qingping Prefecture. After the Crown Prince received the identity brocade pouch, he returned to Crown Prince Palace. At this moment he was sipping tea in a garden filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. It was rare for him to have such a comfortable life. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the garden silently. The Crown Prince raised his head. When he saw the person, his eyes revealed a trace of disgust. What are you doing here? The Crown Prince said impatiently because the person who came was none other than King Ping. Before Yang Bufan returned, he and King Ping had always been mortal enemies. Now that King Ping personally came to the Crown Prince Palace as a guest, it was as rare as the sun rising from the west. I naturally have something to discuss with you. King Ping didn't stand on ceremony and sat opposite the Crown Prince. However, King Ping also knew that the Crown Prince hated him. As a matter of fact, he felt the same. After all, the two of them had been fighting each other for a long time. So, King Ping didn't delay any longer and went straight to the point. Crown Prince, I've come to see you about the matter of getting rid of Jiang Chen and King Fan. At the mention of Jiang Chen and King Fan, the Crown Prince's eyes flickered with cold light. Ever since the humiliation in the king conferring ceremony, he hadn't been in a good mood. Everything that happened in Genius Prefecture had given him a strong killing intent towards Jiang Chen. If there was a chance to get rid of Jiang Chen, he would certainly not hesitate to do so. However, the Crown Prince finally knew the reason why King Ping came to see him. Although King Ping didn't usually take action, he knew very well how dangerous Jiang Chen was. Presumably, King Ping had the same thought as him. Jiang Chen will die sooner or later. I will kill him sooner or later. The Crown Prince spoke viciously. Given his current influence, if he doesn't leave the imperial capital, we won't be able to do anything to him. This man's talent is monstrous and his speed of growth is astonishing. Sooner or later he will become a great threat to us. This trip to the Golden Horizon is the best opportunity. If you and I can join forces, we will certainly be able to eliminate Jiang Chen and King Fan in the Golden Horizon, said Jiang Chen with a solemn voice. Crown Prince, although you and I are enemies, I hope that we can cooperate once on Jiang Chen. You know better than me how great the threat of Jiang Chen is. This man's growth is just too fast and he's also an incredible alchemist. Now both Yang Zanqing and Dongfang you think highly of him. King Ping spoke. To them, this trip to the Golden Horizon was the best and only chance to get rid of Jiang Chen and King Fan. Whether it was King Ping or the Crown Prince, they had a hunch that if they couldn't get rid of Jiang Chen in the Golden Horizon, they would never have another chance. Perhaps they would only be killed by Jiang Chen. Chapter 1545. You're right, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The Golden Horizon opens once every 5 years. Hundreds of major powers will gather there. Every major power must be united. Father Emperor and Prefecture Master Yang Zanqing have personally told us about this. If we attack Jiang Chen and King Fan the moment we arrive at the Golden Horizon, it will be very easy for others to get hold of us. When we get out of the Golden Horizon, when Father Emperor blames us, none of us will be able to bear it. The Crown Prince spoke. Although he wasn't as shrewd as King Ping, he absolutely wasn't a fool. He knew what was important. After all, this trip to the Golden Horizon wasn't just a competition between the geniuses of Great Qin Empire, but also a competition between countless major powers in the 3 immortal domains. Therefore, the higher-ups of each major power would require their disciples to ensure basic unity. If they didn't, they would be eaten up by the other major powers. This kind of unity itself was also a kind of honor. A person who didn't pay attention to unity was destined to not have a good end. He would be severely punished. If King Ping and the Crown Prince tried every means possible to kill Jiang Chen and King Fan after entering the Golden Horizon, not only would they be punished by the Emperor, they would also be despised by all the disciples who entered the Golden Horizon. Their reputation would also be tarnished. Neither King Ping nor the Crown Prince could bear this responsibility. I've already thought about this. Naturally, we can't do it ourselves. Only fools will do that. King Ping smiled faintly. Don't forget that Jiang Chen had killed the 2 brothers Fu Wei and Fu Tian, and the people of the Xuanhuan Gate. Fu Tian is a disciple of Corpse Yin sect and Divine Line sect. You should know what the major sects want the most. It's their face. Jiang Chen killing their people is equivalent to slapping their faces, especially for sects like Corpse Yin sect and Xuanhuan Gate. Their way of doing things is sinister and cruel. If it wasn't for King Fan's protection, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen entering Genius Prefecture, do you think those 3 major sects would let Jiang Chen go? Therefore, we can make use of them to help us eradicate Jiang Chen and King Fan. King Ping had a sinister smile on his face. In terms of shrewdness, the 2 crown princes couldn't be compared to King Ping. He had always thought of a foolproof plan when he did things. Just like this trip to the Golden Horizon, King Ping had to make good use of it. That's a good idea. Do you have any specific methods? The Crown Prince asked. I've already made up my mind. In the back garden of the Crown Prince's palace, King Ping and the Crown Prince, the 2 old enemies, chatted secretly for 2 hours. No one knew what they talked about. No one even knew that King Ping had come to the Crown Prince's palace because no one thought that these 2 enemies would meet together. This was undoubtedly unprecedented. It wasn't long before the opening of the Golden Horizon. There were only 6 days left. In these 6 days, everyone in Genius Prefecture was making their preparations, especially those disciples who had received the identity brocade bag. Each and every one of them was incomparably excited and excited. To them, this was a kind of recognition. It's not easy to get the identity brocade bag. I will certainly cherish this hard-won opportunity. If I can obtain some benefits in the Golden Horizon, my cultivation base will be able to improve again. At that time, it won't be a problem for me to achieve meteoric success. Don't be too excited. The Golden Horizon is an ancient battlefield. Countless strange creatures have been born in it for countless years. It's very terrifying. It's simply a land of death. Plus, there are geniuses from 3 immortal domains who have entered the Golden Horizon. There are too many of them. There will be battles and killings everywhere. It's already good enough to survive. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, don't go. There are a lot of people who want to go. Just hand over your identity brocade bag and see if others will fight for it. There are countless major powers and all kinds of geniuses in the 3 immortal domains. This is a grand gathering of geniuses. Not everyone can participate in it just because they want to. To be able to participate in this grand gathering and compete with the geniuses of the entire immortal world is an exciting thing. Even if you die, it will be worth it. The path of cultivation has always been going against the heaven, like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't go, others might surpass you. At that time, you will become a stepping stone for others. A true success must experience all kinds of life and death experiences. Do you understand? If you're afraid, just stay here and be an ordinary person. You're the one who wants to be an ordinary person. Who's afraid? I'm just saying. I won't miss such a great opportunity. Everyone in Genius Prefecture was talking about the Golden Horizon. Although they knew that the Golden Horizon was a perilous journey, and they might lose their lives, no one flinched. 100 quotas were far from enough for these arrogant young men. That's right. That's right. Geniuses had their own pride. They were unwilling to be mediocre. They all had great hopes and fantasies for their future. Therefore, this perilous journey was a great opportunity for them to improve themselves. In the next few days, some of the disciples who didn't get the identity brocade bag began to look for those disciples who did, begging them to bring them into the Golden Horizon. Even if they didn't have the identity brocade bag, they would face all kinds of difficulties after entering the Golden Horizon. For example, they wouldn't have a place to store the treasure and could only carry it with their hands. In that case, they would become an obvious target and would be hunted by others. However, most of them couldn't care less. They only wanted to enter the Golden Horizon. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, they wouldn't miss it. The time had arrived. Early in the morning, the war drums of Genius Prefecture rang. There was a large square above the ancient tower that was suspended in the void. At this moment, there were at least 200 people standing on the square. Or perhaps it was less than 200, but it wasn't much less. All of them were geniuses of Genius Prefecture. The weakest among them was a late immortal king expert. Each of their faces revealed a look of excitement. Today was the day of the opening of the Golden Horizon. They knew that the passageway to the Golden Horizon would be opened from here. They were about to embark on a real journey. The immortal court had only given 100 slots. The rest of the geniuses had entered the Golden Horizon by relying on their relationships. They knew the dangers of this journey, but none of them flinched. They were still full of hope and expectation for the future. Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu were also among them. They stood together with King Fan. Currently, there were 7 to 8 people standing beside King Fan. They were the geniuses of King Fan Prefecture. 4 of them were half-step immortal Emperor Supreme geniuses who had recently joined King Fan Prefecture. This time, they had also obtained the slots and successfully obtained the identity brocade bag. The remaining 4 were late immortal king geniuses. Dong Fei was one of them. He was originally an intermediate immortal king and had just broken through to the late immortal king realm not long ago. He was also a person who wasn't willing to be mediocre. As such, he decided to follow King Fan and the others into the Golden Horizon. He had already prepared for the worst. These 4 people weren't qualified to obtain the identity brocade bag. All the geniuses who had obtained the identity brocade bag were half-step immortal emperors and immortal emperors. The foundation of Genius Prefecture could be seen from these geniuses who were going to enter the Golden Horizon. Geniuses who didn't usually appear had now appeared. There were more than 10 early immortal emperors among them. It could be said to be terrifying. However, the most eye-catching ones were the 2 young men standing at the front. The chi that they emitted had already surpassed everyone else. Their cultivation base had already reached the terrifying intermediate immortal emperor realm. Yang Lang and Shan Chong. They are the 2 truly abnormal geniuses of Genius Prefecture. It is said that they had once participated in the Golden Horizon and came out alive. Yang Lang is the son of my 4th uncle. Shan Chong is a true genius cultivated by Genius Prefecture. Both of them are almost 50 years old. This opening of the Golden Horizon will be their last chance. Yang Bufan explained. Although Yang Lang and Shan Chong looked like they were in their 20s or 30s, their actual age was almost 50. They were the most terrifying geniuses of Great Qian Empire who were going to the Golden Horizon this time. It seems like there's something really attractive in the Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen smiled. Yang Lang and Shan Chong had been there once and now they were going for the second time. This was enough to show that there were indeed endless benefits in the Golden Horizon, so much so that they disregarded the danger and went in for the second time. Of course, given their cultivation base and realm, they already had the ability to protect themselves. Even in the Golden Horizon they could still deal with all kinds of crises. After all, not only were they powerful, they also had a certain understanding of the Golden Horizon. Damn it. The camp is just too huge. I have been in Genius Prefecture for so long, but this is the first time I've seen the true foundation of Genius Prefecture. It's truly terrifying. It can't be helped. The temptation of the Golden Horizon is just too great. This is a great opportunity. What we are seeing now is just the camp of Genius Prefecture. When we reach the Golden Horizon, the scene will be truly terrifying. 3 great immortal domains, hundreds of major powers and tens of thousands of geniuses will gather there. What kind of concept is that? It's simply unimaginable. Look, the Master of Prefecture has appeared. It seems like the spatial passageway of the Golden Horizon will be opened soon. The exciting moment is coming. Many people couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. At this time Yang Zanqing and Dong Fangyu also appeared. Along with them were many higher-ups of Genius Prefecture. For Genius Prefecture, today was a major event. Yang Zanqing and Dong Fangyu glanced at the geniuses below and exchanged glances. Then Yang Zanqing spoke, "You should be very clear about everything about the Golden Horizon, but the number of people who want to enter the Golden Horizon has far exceeded the quota allocated by the Immortal Court. I have to give you another piece of advice. Those who don't have the identity brocade pouch will find it extremely difficult and dangerous to enter the Golden Horizon. You may die the moment you enter. If you regret it, you can still stand up now. It's not too late. Once the passageway opens, everything will be too late." As the sound of Yang Zanqing's voice faded, the crowd was still silent. Everyone remained indifferent. Instead, a fiery light flashed in their eyes. It was very obvious that no one wanted to retreat. If they retreated at this time, they would be looked down upon by others. Chapter 1546. Seeing that no one chose to stand out at this time, the corner of Yang Zanqing's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He nodded, seemingly very satisfied with the situation. He hated people who got cold feet the most. It was better not to choose to go in the first place. If there was someone who got cold feet at this time, Yang Zanqing would certainly drive that person out of Genius Prefecture without hesitation. "Let's begin." Dong Fangyu spoke. Then he and Yang Zanqing took out a spiritual talisman at the same time. It was a reddish-gold spiritual talisman, engraved with complicated runes that looked incomparably mystical. Both of these spiritual talismans were exuding a strong spatial qi. They were 2 spatial talismans that were supporting the passageway to the Golden Horizon. Yang Zanqing and Dong Fangyu instilled a large amount of immortal qi into the spiritual talismans. The 2 spiritual talismans immediately vibrated violently. Under the control of the 2 half-step immortal venerables, the 2 spiritual talismans exploded, turning into 2 spatial gates. When the 2 gates closed, there was a deep passageway behind them. No one knew where it led to. The spatial airflow inside was billowing. This was a spatial talisman personally sent by the Immortal Court. It was forged by a supreme expert and was enough to support the geniuses of Genius Prefecture to reach the Golden Horizon safely. The passageway has already been opened. Don't waste any more time. Yang Lang, Shan Chong, you 2 go first. The passageway will automatically close in 1 minute. You only have 1 minute. Hurry up and enter. Remember, the Golden Horizon will only be open for a month. There will naturally be a passageway to pick you up, Yang Zanqing said Lung Lang. As soon as Yang Zanqing's voice faded, Yang Lang and Shan Chong immediately turned into 2 streams of light and rushed into the spatial gate. They had been to the Golden Horizon before, but this was their second time. Compared to the other geniuses, they could be said to be very familiar with the way. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After Yang Lang and Shan Chong took the lead and entered the passageway, the others didn't dare to be negligent. Just like what Yang Zanqing said, the passageway would only be open for a minute. After that, it would automatically close. If they didn't enter the passageway by then, they wouldn't be able to enter again. It turned out that it didn't even take a minute. In less than 10 seconds, all the geniuses had entered the spatial gate. The bustling square suddenly became incomparably quiet. Only the rumbling sound of the spatial gate could be heard. A minute later, the illusory gate disappeared and closed automatically. Yang Zanqing and Dong Fangyu breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but they also began to worry. I wonder what will happen to these people after a month. I wonder how many of them will be able to walk out of the golden horizon alive. Dong Fangyu said. The fact that half of them managed to come out alive is already quite good. Our mission is complete. Next, it will depend on their luck. Yang Zanqing said. Inside the spatial passage, nearly 200 geniuses of Genius Prefecture had gathered together in a space that wasn't considered big. The scene was unusually quiet. Everyone was looking at the constantly flickering spatial turbulence around them. It was mottled and colorful. The whole scene gave people a dreamy feeling. No one spoke and no one moved. They just kept moving forward by relying on the power of spatial teleportation. The distance between Genius Prefecture and Golden Horizon was immeasurable. Even with the help of the spatial passageway, it would take at least 2 hours to reach their destination. The speed of spatial teleportation was just too fast. Even an immortal king expert would feel dizzy if he kept staring at those spatial turbulence. That was a kind of speed that surpassed everything. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone was filled with unprecedented excitement, looking forward to the scene in the Golden Horizon. The one surnamed Lu, what are you looking at? If you look again, I will dig your eyes out. All of a sudden, a voice full of anger resounded, breaking the silence in the spatial passageway. So what if I'm looking at you? Are you not convinced? Let's have a fight then. The genius surnamed Lu naturally wasn't convinced. He glared at the other genius and said. One of them was from Crown Prince Palace, while the other was from King Ping Prefecture. They had often fought with each other and could be said to be sworn enemies. Both of them were late immortal kings. They had long been used to quarreling with each other whenever they met. Now that they were standing together in this spatial zone, a battle would break out just because of a provocative gaze from the other. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? That genius said, instantly unleashing his qi. The powerful qi hit the barrier of the spatial passageway, causing the entire passageway to tremble violently. Are you courting death? Right at this moment, a cold shout suddenly resounded out, and the person who spoke was none other than Yang Lang. He walked over with large strides to arrive before the two of them, and he didn't waste his breath before raising his palms to slap the two of them madly. The slaps resounded like raindrops, and it directly caused the two of them to become dizzy. If you two want to die, don't drag us down with you. How dare you fight here? If the spatial passageway is damaged, none of us will survive. If you move again, I will kill you first. Yang Lang spoke in an extremely overbearing manner. Lung. I'm sorry, senior brother Yang. I was wrong. I'm sorry, senior brother Yang. Despite seeing stars after being slapped, the two of them still lowered their heads and apologized. They had already felt Yang Lang's killing intent. They knew very well that if Yang Lang wanted to kill them, he could just blow them to death with a single breath. Their deaths would be in vain. Bastard. Who allowed you to unleash your qi here? King Ping berated the genius of King Ping Prefecture. Even the Crown Prince and King Ping wouldn't dare to act rashly in front of Yang Lang. These two bastards must be tired of living. Yang Lang snorted coldly. He turned around and walked back to where he was earlier. He closed his eyes and rested, not even sparing a glance at King Ping. With Yang Lang's strength, he didn't care about anyone at all. The Crown Prince and King Ping might be prestigious in front of others, but Yang Lang didn't care about them at all. As the #1 genius of the Great Qian Empire, he had the right to be arrogant. King Ping didn't show any dissatisfaction with Yang Lang's arrogance. Even he didn't dare to provoke Yang Lang. After such a scene, the others looked at the two of them with disgust and disgust. Treating everyone's lives as a joke? These two were simply idiots. As experts who had mastered the space law, they understood the spatial passageway the best. The spatial passageway was the most fragile, especially the long-distance spatial passageway. There must be no accidents. If someone were to fight here, the spatial passageway might be destroyed. If that happened, everyone would be sent to the spatial turbulence and never be able to leave for the rest of their lives. Therefore, what the two of them did was just looking for trouble for themselves. After such a scene, everyone was strangely quiet. No one dared to act rashly. With Yang Lang and Shan Chong here, it was enough to suppress everything. They were all people who had come out of the Golden Horizon and had experienced countless battles. Killing people was never a difficult thing for them. Jiang Qin glanced at Yang Lang and couldn't help but nod secretly. This man was domineering and decisive. He didn't even give face to King Ping and the Crown Prince. He even attacked the people of King Ping Mansion and the Crown Prince's palace. This made Jiang Chen's attitude towards Yang Lang very good. 2 hours passed very quickly. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of the spatial passageway. The light was getting stronger and stronger. The impact from the spatial turbulence was also getting stronger. Everyone's expression turned solemn. They knew that they were about to arrive at the golden horizon. Everyone pay attention. There will be a strong spatial storm in a while. Pay attention to stabilizing your body. Don't be blown too far away by the storm when you go out. Yang Lang spoke, kindly reminding everyone. At this time, Shan Chong, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said, "Let me tell you something. The golden horizon is an ancient battlefield. The gathering place of the golden lineage in ancient times is also in it. The spatial zone of the golden horizon is millions of miles wide. There are countless regions and all kinds of dangers. Because the ancient battlefield has existed for a very long time, some terrifying creatures have been born in it. You must be extra careful when you come here for the first time. Remember, in the golden horizon, the real danger isn't just those terrifying creatures. There are also some dangerous places. You have to pay more attention to the humans who came together with you. Because of the identity brocade pouch, we are prey in the eyes of others. Of course, we can also treat others as prey. You have to be prepared. In the golden horizon, the only person you can trust is yourself. You can't trust anyone except yourself. Even your own people might stab you in the back. Of course, there are also plenty of fortunes in the golden horizon. Numerous peerless experts of ancient times have fallen here, leaving behind numerous inheritances and forbidden lands. If you are lucky enough to obtain the inheritance, that will be your fortune. Yang Lang spoke. His and Shan Chong's performance immediately won everyone's praise. After all, it was their first time coming to the golden horizon. They didn't know anything about the situation inside. If Yang Lang and Shan Chong didn't say anything, they would have to explore it themselves. A spatial zone is already millions of miles wide. Damn it. This golden horizon is a little too big. Even tens of thousands of people are nothing in here. Someone sighed. Millions of miles was the size of a large region. There were countless mountains, hills, forbidden lands and forbidden lands. It was simply a small world. Initially, they thought that tens of thousands of people would encounter all kinds of things in the golden horizon. Now, it seemed like it would be very difficult to find them if they were all scattered in different places of the golden horizon. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother Yang and Senior Brother Shan. Someone apologized to them, expressing his gratitude. Honglong. Chapter 1547. They were about to reach the end of the passageway. Everyone held their breath. Some of them had already cast out a defensive barrier made of immortal qi. Yang Lang had already reminded them that the spatial energy of the golden horizon was very strong today. If they weren't prepared, they might not be transported far. Honglong. All of a sudden, a powerful wave of air blew in from the end of the spatial zone. The indestructible spatial passageway made cracking sounds in an instant, and countless cracks appeared. It was a very terrifying scene that made people tremble in fear. Fortunately, they were about to be transported out. Otherwise, who would dare to stay in such a spatial passageway? Bang bang bang. Powerful spatial currents began to collide. The experts of Genius Prefecture were transported out one by one. Facing the spatial energy, they didn't dare to resist. They could only endure it silently, using their body's defense to minimize the damage to themselves. Jiang Qin grabbed a Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. Yang Bufan had also grabbed Jiang Qin. They knew very well what was going to happen next. There was no pattern to this kind of spatial teleportation. If they didn't support each other, they wouldn't know where they would be transported to. The golden horizon was millions of kilometers in size. The spatial passageway was very likely to send them to different places. The experts of King Fan Prefecture also consciously supported each other, hoping that they could be together when they entered the golden horizon. After all, they knew nothing about the golden horizon. All their knowledge came from Yang Lang and Shan Chong. Now that they had suddenly arrived at such a dangerous place, it would be safer for them to stick together. According to Yang Lang, there was also a guy who had bad luck in the past. As soon as he was transported out of the spatial passageway, he fell into the mouth of a peerless demonic devil and was eaten on the spot. Not even his bones were left. It was really unlucky. A dazzling light flashed. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. Innumerable spatial energy cut their bodies like knives, causing bone-piercing pain. Under the influence of such energy, everyone felt like they were about to enter a black hole and fall into a bottomless abyss. Bang bang bang. A loud explosion sounded in the void. One after another, silhouettes shot out from the void. Jiang Qin and the others forcefully stabilized their bodies and slowly descended from the sky. However, those who were weaker didn't have the ability to do so. They fell from the void, smashing a deep pit on the ground, then crawled out from the pit in a sorry state. Check if everyone is all right. Yang Bufan didn't have the time to observe the surroundings as his eyes swept across the people who came out. Currently there were only 8 of them including De Huang Dog. They were Yang Bufan, Jiang Qin, Wu Ningzhu, De Huang Dog, Dong Fei, and the other 3 were half-step immortal emperors from Qingfan Prefecture. The rest of them had basically been teleported away. The power of spatial teleportation was too powerful. If it wasn't for them supporting each other, it would be almost impossible for them to be teleported to the same place. Out of the 200-men camp of Genius Prefecture, only 8 of them had appeared in this place. Of course, the others would also travel together. King Fan, we are all fine. Dong Fei patted the dust off his body and said. The 8 people began to gather together. Is this the Golden Horizon? We don't know where we've been transported to. Yang Bufan looked around. They were now in a bumpy mountain range. The environment here didn't seem much different from the outside world, except that it was a lot gloomier. However, if one were to sense it carefully, they would be able to feel the unusualness of this place. This was an ancient battlefield, and it was unknown how many people had died here. This place was gloomy, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. That smell of blood, even after countless years, could not be completely erased. Sounds of fighting could often be heard here, as if the situation of ancient battles had been left behind until now. This was just an illusion, but many people could often feel it. Have you heard the sounds of fighting? It feels very tragic. One of them asked. His name was Liang Qiao. He had just joined Qingfan Prefecture not long ago. He was a very powerful genius in the outer prefecture, a half-step immortal emperor expert. Everyone, don't deliberately listen to these sounds. The environment here is very powerful, and it has already produced a power that can imperceptibly affect one's state of mind. Once you are deeply affected, you will fall into that ancient battle and you will become crazy. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably solemn. This was a kind reminder. Jiang Chen had also begun to pay attention to this golden horizon. Although this place looked very ordinary, it was absolutely as extraordinary as the legend said. Everywhere was filled with divinity. Apart from being an ancient battlefield, this place had also given birth to many living beings or evil spirits. The living beings that were born here were 100 times more ferocious than the demonic devils. Plus, they had many special abilities that could catch people off guard. Therefore, even if there were no battles between geniuses, this place was full of danger. In order to survive here, one must be very careful. Otherwise, this place might become your burial ground at any time. Little Qinzi is right. The environment here has a magical power that can affect the mind of some people. From now on, in this golden horizon, Jiang Chen's words are my words. You all have to listen to him unconditionally. Those who are unwilling to listen can leave on their own. Those who have their own thoughts have the right to seek their own fortune. There's no need to follow us, Yang Bufan said, looking at everyone. Everyone who came to the golden horizon had the right to seek their own fortune. He would never deprive anyone of this privilege, but as long as they were around him, they must listen to him and Jiang Chen unconditionally because he was King Fan. These were his subordinates. Just like an evil abyss, the evil lord was everything. He was the true king of that place. We're willing to listen to Jiang Chen's command, Dong Fei spoke immediately. The others were also a little angry. They were very clear about the position of Jiang Chen in King Fan's heart. Besides, they knew Jiang Chen's strength even better. Apart from his terrifying combat strength, he was also a powerful alchemist. In the dangerous golden horizon, it was their dream to be with an alchemist. In case they encountered danger and suffered a fatal injury, an alchemist could save their lives. As for seeking their own fortune, it wasn't the right time yet. They had just entered the golden horizon and were still unclear about everything here. It was better to have someone to accompany them. At least they could familiarize themselves with the environment here. After all, King Fan was an early immortal emperor expert. His combat strength was obvious to all. Even the crown prince couldn't do anything to him. Little Qinzi, where do you think we should go next? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Chen. Everyone observed the terrain of this place. There were undulating mountains everywhere. Some places were terrifyingly barren, but a large forest could be vaguely seen in the distance ahead. That was the only thing that could be seen in this area. Jiang Qin didn't make a decision. Instead, he shifted his gaze to De Huang Dog. He didn't forget that De Huang Dog had a heaven-defying ability, treasure hunting. Wherever there was a good treasure, it couldn't be hidden from this dog's nose. Big Yellow's eyes were fixed on the huge forest in front of them. Then he said, "Let's go to that forest. I can smell the scent of treasure. There must be something good in that forest, but there must be danger as well." Big Yellow nodded his head. Upon hearing the word treasure, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Others might not know much about De Huang Dog, but he knew it all too well. As long as the treasure could be sensed by De Huang Dog, it must be extraordinary. "King Fan, it seems like our luck isn't bad. Benefits have come to us as soon as we entered." Jiang Chen smiled. "De Huang, why are you so sure that there must be a treasure in that forest? I can see that the forest is incomparably gloomy and filled with miasma. It's a place of great danger and evil," said Yang Bufan, looking at the forest. Yang Bufan gazed at the jungle and said, given his eyesight, he could see the danger in the jungle. Logically speaking, this kind of place shouldn't be entered rashly because it was very likely that he would be killed inside. Furthermore, Yang Bufan couldn't sense the existence of any treasures inside. "That's right. There must be danger in the forest. We'd better not go there. In my opinion, we'd better go to other places first and get to know the environment of this golden horizon. Anyway, we're going to stay here for a month. We're not in a hurry." Someone spoke, agreeing with Yang Bufan's words. After all, this was the golden horizon. There were dangers everywhere. It would be foolish to enter the forest knowing the dangers. You don't have to go. We'll go by ourselves." De Huang Dog harumphed coldly, seeming very angry that someone doubted his ability. King Fan listened to De Huang. "There won't be a mistake." Jiang Qin looked over at Yang Bufan. If Yang Bufan didn't go, he, De Huang and Wu Ningzhu would go by themselves. He wasn't afraid of danger. Danger was everywhere in the golden horizon. It would be a fool's dream to reap great benefits without experiencing some danger. It was completely unrealistic. Now, everyone had to think for themselves. Jiang Qin naturally did the same. Besides, he was good at acting alone. It was really inconvenient to bring so many people with him. More importantly, De Huang Dog's ability to seek treasures would never be wrong. If Yang Bufan and the others didn't go, Jiang Chen would go alone. As for the danger inside, Jiang Chen had never been afraid of it. "Alright, let's go together. Those who don't want to go can go to other places." Yang Bufan no longer hesitated and said. He might not understand the ability of De Huang Dog, but he had absolute trust in Jiang Chen. Given his arrogance and character, he would never be scared away by danger. He was already prepared to accept all kinds of challenges when he came to this golden horizon. "I'll go with senior brother Jiang." Chapter 1548. "In that case, let's go." As he spoke, Jiang Qin turned and flew towards the forest. De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu followed him on both sides. No matter where they went, the three of them would always be a single entity. They would never separate unless it was absolutely necessary. Yang Bufan and Dong Fei didn't hesitate and followed closely behind. Liang Qiao and the other two looked at the gloomy forest with knitted brows, seemingly struggling. Yang Bufan didn't care about them. Although they were Yang Bufan's subordinates, Yang Bufan had said that everyone was free in this golden horizon. Everyone had the opportunity to pursue their own fortune. Whether they were willing to follow him or not, Yang Bufan would never force them. "What should we do?" Liang Qiao looked at the other two. "What else can we do? Of course we'll follow them. There are too many dangerous places in the golden horizon. Since we've come in, we shouldn't be afraid. Don't tell me you still want to stay here for a month and get some treasures and benefits like picking up trash? Dream on." "That's right. I believe in Jiang Qin. He's not a reckless man. Besides, he's safe by following King Fan's side. Besides, we are now the people of King Fan Prefecture, the subordinates of King Fan. Since King Fan has already gone, why should we hesitate?" The two of them made their decision in a few words and flew away. Looking at the back of these people going further away, Liang Qiao's eyes revealed a trace of unusual expression. Then, the corner of his mouth revealed an intriguing smile and followed them. There was a distance of 100 miles from where they were just now to the forest. This distance was nothing to a mighty half-step immortal emperor. They could reach it in the blink of an eye. In just a few breaths of time, all 8 of them had arrived at the edge of the forest. It had to be said that this jungle was really lush. There were bushes everywhere, towering trees that reached into the clouds, and countless growth rings were engraved on them. This is an ancient tree that has existed for at least thousands of years. It's going to give birth to spiritual intelligence soon. Once it does, it will become a powerful tree demon. De Huang Dog said. The ancient battlefield of Golden Horizon has existed for too long. It has given birth to all kinds of living beings. Don't be surprised if you see any strange things here. Even trees can become spirits. I think this forest isn't as simple as it looks. We must be careful. Yang Bufan reminded. De Huang, can you sense the location of the treasure? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. At this point, everything depended on De Huang Dog. He needed to rely on De Huang Dog's senses to sense the direction and gradually approach the treasure. Of course I can feel it. Let's enter the forest first. As De Huang Dog spoke, he strode into the forest. Croak croak. As soon as they entered the forest they heard some sounds. Between the lush foliage above, beasts were constantly flying past. They could see toads with wings and a pair of incomparably sinister eyes. The living beings that were born here were basically evil spirits. They were bloodthirsty by nature and very terrifying. Everyone be careful. These winged toads are highly poisonous. It's not a joke if you get attacked. This forest is at least thousands of kilometers wide. No one knows how many evil spirits are born in it. We have to be careful everywhere. Jiang Chen reminded. I suggest that we stay close to each other so that we can take care of each other in case of an emergency. Liang Qiao said. They didn't advance at a fast speed. After all, they weren't really familiar with the environment here. They had to be careful when they walked. One had to admit that this forest was just too vast. All kinds of plants interweaved with each other in a complicated way. There were only a few paths that they could walk on. However, they were all experts among experts. Under the sweep of their divine sense, they wouldn't get lost. Croak croak. The cries of those black toads were incomparably unpleasant. If they were heard too much, it would easily affect their mind and make them restless. Why do these flying toads always follow us? Dong Fei asked curiously. They regard us as their prey. This group of flying toads is observing our strength. Otherwise, they would have attacked us long ago, said Yang Bufan with a smile. Yang Bufan said with a smile. These evil creatures had long developed intelligence and were very smart. They ate human blood, so they naturally treated Jiang Chen and the others as prey. This was perfectly normal in the Golden Horizon. Croak. All of a sudden, a flying toad flapped its wings and swooped down, attacking Jiang Chen's camp. Liang Qiao waved his hand and struck out a ray of light. The light was like a sharp sword, piercing through the flying toad, causing its corpse to fall from the sky. Can't even withstand a single blow. That's all you've got? You're courting death. Liang Qiao harumphed coldly. He didn't put these toads in his eyes at all after killing a black toad so easily. Why did you kill it? Jiang Chen glared at Liang Qiao. What's wrong, senior brother Jiang? Dong Fei asked puzzledly. It was just killing an evil spirit. In his opinion, it wasn't a big deal. That flying toad just now was just a probing attack. If we don't kill it, it won't dare to attack us. Such evil spirits live in groups. You killing a flying toad will only arouse the anger of these evil spirits, which will bring us endless trouble. Jiang Chen said. He had entered this jungle for the treasures inside. Jiang Chen had no interest in these evil spirit flying toads. He didn't want to encounter these flying toads because it was too troublesome. Walala. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, the sound of flapping wings could be heard in the sky above the forest like flowing water. After that, a huge number of flying toads appeared, blotting out the sky and blotting out the sun. They were densely packed together, causing the onlookers to have a headache just by looking at them. Coupled with the extremely unpleasant sounds, it was really annoying. Damn it. Why are there so many of these flying toads? Dong Fei couldn't help but curse. There are at least a few thousand of them, and there are even more flying toads flying towards us. This is too terrifying. One of them spoke. Such a scene was just too terrifying. Even with their cultivation base, they couldn't help but shudder in fear. Everyone pay attention. Never underestimate these flying toads. Although they aren't strong, there are too many of them. Their real danger is that their toxicity is too strong. It can even corrode immortal qi and yuan qi. If you're not careful, even an immortal emperor will be poisoned. Yang Bufan's face turned grim. Despite being the evil lord and having seen countless devils, this was the first time he had encountered such a scene. Evil spirits that lived in groups like the flying toads were the hardest to deal with. Encountering such danger as soon as they arrived in Golden Horizon had made everyone tense up. It seemed like the journey to Golden Horizon wouldn't be an easy one. They had no idea what kind of crisis they would encounter in the next month. However, the most urgent matter right now was to deal with these flying toads. Innumerable flying toads swooped down and attacked them fearlessly. The sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. They weren't afraid of these flying toads, but there were just too many of them. If they continued to attack like this, there would be times when they were split apart. If they were contaminated by the venom of the flying toads, the consequences would be unimaginable. Attack! Yang Bufan bellowed. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a light barrier that destroyed a large number of flying toads. The others also attacked decisively. The flying toads came from all directions. It seemed like they were really angry and wanted to eliminate these humans no matter what. Long. With so many experts attacking at the same time, a large number of flying toads fell to the ground. Their corpses piled up into a small hill. But this was far from the end. More and more flying toads appeared, hovering in the sky. They were like moths darting into the fire, but they weren't afraid at all. Their sharp fangs and venom were spraying everywhere like rockets. The trees in the surroundings died instantly when they were contaminated by the venom. A large area of shrubs had already been corroded. Flying toads were everywhere. This was a disaster. The scene was like the end of the world. Everyone was trembling with fear. No matter how strong one's cultivation base was, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a scene. The impact on their hearts was too great. Countless venom was flying everywhere. The croaking sound that came one after another made people have the impulse to go crazy. Little Chinzi, the essence of these evil spirits are devils, especially this kind of venomous creatures. They are most afraid of fire. Your flame is the biggest nemesis of these evil spirits. The Huang dog said. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. Now wasn't the time to hold back. True dragon fire. Jiang Qin suddenly shouted. He waved his hand and shot out a large sea of fire, which interweaved into a large flame barrier in the sky. Jiang Qin's flame could not only be used for defense, it could also be used as an attack. It was a large flame net. Under Jiang Qin's control, it turned into an invincible sharp weapon and attacked those flying toads. The originally fearless flying toads began to let out mournful cries. A large number of flying toads were directly burnt to a crisp. Not even ashes were left. After all, Jiang Qin's flame was too tyrannical. The true dragon fire and the true thunder fire were completely invincible. They were the nemesis of these evil spirits. Rummel. After the first flame attack, Jiang Qin didn't stop. He continued with the second flame attack. One after another, huge fireballs were shot out in different directions, hitting into the group of flying toads. There were too many flying toads and they were too densely packed. After the fireballs rushed into the group, they immediately ignited into raging flames. The scene was like firewood coming into contact with raging flames. At this time, these flying toads were like dry firewood. When they came into contact with the raging flames, they immediately caught fire. One spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. In just a few breaths' time, all the flying toads in the sky had turned into raging flames. The scene was spectacular. Croak. Chapter 1549. The scene was just too spectacular. Let alone Dong Fei and the others, even Yang Bufan was dumbfounded. Such a scene was simply too shocking. Jiang Qin's flame was just too powerful. Not only did it burn those flying toads to death, but even the venom of the flying toads was also incinerated, leaving no residue behind. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe such a heaven-defying means. Such a situation made everyone heave a sigh of relief. The way they looked at Jiang Qin was filled with incomparable respect. Their mood had also relaxed. They were no longer afraid of these extremely terrifying flying toads. As long as Jiang Qin was here, no matter how many flying toads there were, it wouldn't be a problem for Jiang Qin to kill them alone. Voila! A few minutes later, all the flying toads dispersed and vanished without a trace. Jiang Qin retracted the flame. The sky became clear again, but this area had been completely destroyed. Large areas of shrubs were destroyed. The air was filled with a rotten smell which was very unpleasant. However, the crisis had finally been resolved. This time, no one knew how many flying toads had been killed by Jiang Qin's flame. Even if there were more flying toads, they wouldn't dare to show up again. Amazing. Senior brother Jiang is too terrifying. He killed all the flying toads by himself, scaring the flying toads so much that they don't dare to cause trouble for us anymore. Both of Dong Fei's eyes shone with brilliance. His admiration for Jiang Chen had deepened. That's right. Jiang Chen's means is indeed powerful. I'm convinced. A half-step immortal emperor genius spoke. His name was Wang Yi, a famous existence in Outer Prefecture. He had been in seclusion all this while. He had only heard about the legend of Jiang Chen recently. Today was the first time he met and cooperated with Jiang Chen. Initially he was still somewhat unconvinced about this heaven-defying Jiang Chen, but through the incident just now, he had seen through Jiang Chen's strength and felt fortunate that he had such a monstrous existence by his side. Just think about it, if Jiang Chen wasn't here, what would the situation be like? Even if they managed to escape in the end, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. No one knew how many flying toads there were, and these evil creatures were ferocious by nature. They covered the sky and covered the earth, and they could even block the space. Once they were surrounded, it would be difficult for them to escape. Brother Jiang Chen really has a good means. I finally witnessed it today. If it wasn't for you just now, we really wouldn't know how we would be able to escape. Another half-step immortal emperor genius spoke, expressing his heartfelt admiration for Jiang Chen. Liang Qiao didn't speak. The way he looked at Jiang Chen was a little strange. We're all on the same side. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Let's continue our journey. There are many kinds of evil creatures in Golden Horizon. We have only encountered some flying toads. I'm afraid there are more terrifying existences in there. Jiang Chen said. He didn't put what happened just now in his heart. Killing these flying toads didn't give him the slightest sense of accomplishment, because it was an easy task. Let's continue our journey. Yang Bufan waved his hand with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had known Jiang Chen for a long time. Regarding the growth of Jiang Chen, even he couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen. He couldn't help but raise his thumb to Jiang Chen. Thinking back to the time when he first met Jiang Chen in Evil Abyss, Jiang Chen was merely a divine immortal, not even a golden immortal. It had only been a short period of time, but he had already reached such a terrifying level, strong enough to kill an immortal emperor. If he didn't experience it himself, Yang Bufan wouldn't believe that such a monstrous genius existed in this world. To countless outstanding geniuses, the existence of Jiang Chen was like a slap to their faces. Who would dare to call themselves a genius in front of Jiang Chen? Everyone continued to move forward. After the encounter with the flying toads, everyone became more cautious and vigilant towards the Golden Horizon. Although there were plenty of opportunities in the Golden Horizon, the dangers were even greater. They could lose their lives at any time. Every step they took in this place needed to be cautious. It wasn't a joking matter. No one knew how many years had passed in this ancient battlefield. It had given birth to all kinds of evil spirits. All of them had a common characteristic: ferocity, bloodthirst, and killing. Along the way they encountered plenty of evil spirits, but with their previous experience, as long as these evil spirits didn't take the initiative to attack them, they wouldn't provoke them. None of the evil spirits in this place were easy to deal with. Yang Bufan slightly released his qi, which could give some pressure and deterrence to those evil spirits. All the evil spirits here had extremely high spiritual intelligence. In front of a powerful opponent they would be vigilant. Under the oppression of Jiang Chen's qi, most of the evil spirits didn't dare to attack them, which saved Jiang Chen and the others a little trouble. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen felt a little greedy at the sight of these evil spirits. He had begun to regret following these people. If he was alone, he would certainly start a massacre in this jungle. He would kill wherever he went. There was no evil spirit that he didn't dare to provoke. To others, evil spirits might be evil spirits and terrifying existences, but in the eyes of Jiang Chen, all the evil spirits here were his nourishment. They were necessary for him to upgrade the Zulong Tower. Ever since the Zulong Tower was upgraded to the 35th floor, it had been stuck there. The reason was that there wasn't a large amount of energy supply. The Ancestral Dragon Pagoda was a supreme divine tool. It would only be able to unleash its full power after the 99 levels of the pagoda were condensed. The current 35 levels were still far from the 99 levels. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. The upgrade of each floor of the Zulong Tower was similar to the upgrade of his cultivation base. The higher the level, the more energy it required. It was simply a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled. Jiang Chen knew very well how much effort he had put into condensing the 35th floor. The process of condensing all 99 floors of the tower was extremely difficult. The thought of it made Jiang Chen's scalp tingle. But now that Yang Bufan and the others were following him, Jiang Chen restrained himself a little. First of all, he didn't want to cause too much trouble to them. Secondly, the Zulong Tower was Jiang Chen's biggest secret. Jiang Chen didn't want outsiders to know about it. After all, the scene of the Zulong Tower devouring the blood, flesh and essence of demons and evil spirits was too shocking. If this was spread out, it was very likely to bring unnecessary trouble to Jiang Chen. Not long after, Jiang Chen and the others arrived at a valley. There was also a large shrub in front of them, but this shrub was very unusual. The main thing was that the plants in front of them were different. The other shrubs had different kinds of plants, but this shrub in front of them had the same kind of plant. It was a plant that couldn't be named. It wasn't tall, but it wasn't small either. It was more than 20 meters tall with luxuriant branches and leaves. There were also a lot of branches and leaves on the trunk, but these branches and leaves were silvery gray in color. One could clearly see the lines on the branches and leaves, from which some silvery gray airflow was constantly being emitted. What kind of plant is this? Why do I have a sense of danger? Xuanyi said with a frown. The expression of the others was incomparably solemn. Obviously, they could feel that these plants weren't simple. After all, they were all powerful experts with incomparably sharp senses. This is an ancient plant called miasma cathaya. This plant is very scary. It has long disappeared from the world. I didn't expect it to appear here. De Huang Dog said in a somewhat dignified tone. As soon as this remark was made, all eyes fell on De Huang Dog. This dog usually looked like a rogue dog, but unexpectedly he was omniscient. He even knew about this plant. What's miasma cathaya? What's so scary about it? Yang Bufan asked curiously. Miasma cathaya is also a kind of poisonous plant. The scariest thing about it is its branches and leaves. This plant grows in a large area. Its branches and leaves can constantly emit a kind of poisonous airflow. This kind of poisonous airflow is very powerful. Its toxicity is even more violent than those flying toads. When it fuses with the miasma, it is called the king of poisonous yama. It's a name that makes people tremble with fear. The poisonous airflow emitted by the miasma cathaya can corrode everything, including our immortal chi defensive barrier. De Huang Dog was truly omniscient. He had clearly told them all the information about the miasma cathaya. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Looking at the large area of miasma cathaya in front of them, their scalp began to tingle. This is too scary. Let's not go through this forest of miasma cathaya. Xuanyi couldn't help but say. This thing was just too scary. Even with their cultivation base and courage, they couldn't help but tremble with fear. Don't worry. The poisonous airflow of the miasma cathaya won't drift out. It will only appear in the place where the miasma cathaya exists. Even the wind won't be able to blow it away. The benefits are right in front of us. As long as we go through the miasma cathaya, we will be able to see the treasure. De Huang Dog said. We can choose to go around it or fly through the sky, Yang Bufan said. It's useless. The place where the miasma cathaya exists has already monopolized the void. We can't fly through it. We have to go through it to see the benefits. De Huang Dog shook his head. Go through it? Are you kidding me? The area of the miasma cathaya is at least a few hundred miles wide. I'm afraid that we will be killed by the poisonous airflow before we can even go through it. Liang Qiao said, feeling that what De Huang Dog said was utter nonsense. This was clearly a joke. Knowing how terrifying the poisonous airflow of the miasma cathaya was, what was the difference between going through it and seeking death? If you don't want to go, you can leave. No one asked you to follow us. Master Dog hates you. Chapter 1550. Being reprimanded so mercilessly by De Huang Dog made Liang Qiao gnash his teeth in hatred, but he didn't say another word. After all, King Fan was here. If King Fan didn't object to it, he naturally wouldn't say anything more. Besides, he didn't want to leave at this time. Anyone could see the discomfort in Liang Qiao's heart. What was his identity? In the outer prefecture of Genius Prefecture, he was a well-known existence. Everyone who saw him had to give him some face. Ordinary disciples would have to bow and nod their heads when they saw him. But today he was humiliated by a single dog. How could he bear it? If you're unhappy, just say it. Don't fucking hold it in. De Huang Dog stared at Liang Qiao and said in an indifferent tone. Facts had proven that those who were hated by De Huang Dog had better not speak too much in front of De Huang Dog, let alone argue with De Huang Dog, because the one who would suffer in the end would be himself. Alright, we're all on the same side now. Let's stick together. Little Chinzi, how do you think we can get through this miasma cathaya? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Chen. At this time he had to ask for Jiang Chen's opinion. Just walk straight through it. It's very simple. Jiang Qin shrugged and revealed a smile on his face. Every move he made was filled with strong confidence, which could easily make people around him feel safe. Walk straight through it? Senior brother Jiang, you're not joking, are you? Dong Fei stared blankly at Jiang Qin. This miasma Kathaya was so powerful. What was the difference between walking straight through it and seeking death? It's true that he can walk through it directly. That bastard is immune to all kinds of poison. However, you guys will need to rely on Jiang Qin if you want to go in. In this heavens and earth, there aren't many things that can restrain the poisonous qi emitted by the miasma Kathaya, but Little Chen's flame is one of them. His flame is a combination of 3 types of supreme flames. It's the nemesis of any evil qi in the heavens and earth. As long as he creates a layer of flame barrier, we will be able to walk through it without being affected by the poisonous qi. De Huang Dog said. The reason why he mentioned the danger of the miasma Kathaya was to highlight the importance of Jiang Qin at this moment. De Huang Dog wanted these people to know that without Jiang Qin, it would be hard for them to move an inch in this jungle. De Huang Dog wanted to place Jiang Qin's position in everyone's heart to make Jiang Qin the real leader. In the eyes of De Huang Dog, Jiang Qin was also one of them, but Jiang Qin was his brother. The relationship between him and Jiang Qin was even closer than that of blood brothers. If they had to be described as brothers, it would be brothers of life and death. Sure enough, the words of De Huang Dog immediately made everyone's eyes fall on Jiang Qin. It wasn't a secret that Jiang Qin possessed 3 types of supreme flames. Back then, Jiang Qin had used 3 types of supreme flames to successfully concoct the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill and defeat Xianxia. Everyone in the entire Genius Prefecture knew about this. Furthermore, when they were dealing with the flying toads, they had witnessed the scariness of Jiang Qin's flame. It wasn't an ordinary kind of terror. The flying toads that carried the deadly poison were utterly vulnerable under the burning of Jiang Qin's flame. Just like what De Huang Dog said, Jiang Qin's flame was the nemesis of all evil qi in the heaven and earth. Although the miasma Kathaya was terrifying, it would still be restrained by Jiang Qin's flame. If this was the case, it would be much easier to pass through the territory of the miasma Kathaya. Don't waste any more time. Under the defense of my flame, these poisonous miasma are nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Qin said. He waved his hand and struck out a piece of flame. With himself as the center, the flame formed a defensive cover. It wasn't big, but it was enough to accommodate everyone. Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog were the first to enter the flame shield, followed by Yang Bufan and Dong Fei. After everyone had entered the flame shield, Jiang Qin began to control the shield to move towards the miasma Kathaya's territory. As soon as they entered the area, a large amount of poisonous miasma began to attack them from all directions. The dense poisonous miasma hit the flame shield of Jiang Qin, producing sizzling sounds. Everyone could clearly see that when the poisonous miasma touched Jiang Qin's flame, it was immediately incinerated and turned into nothingness. One had to admit that Jiang Qin's flame was too terrifying. The True Dragon Fire, True Thunder Fire, and Qilin Saint Fire were 3 kinds of heaven-defying supreme flames. When all of them were combined together, the power was simply unimaginable. At least, these poisonous miasma couldn't withstand the burning of Jiang Qin's flame. Everyone hid inside the flame shield of Jiang Qin. At first they were incomparably nervous, but after seeing the effect they began to relax. Due to the isolation of the flame shield, they couldn't feel the invasion of the poisonous miasma outside at all, as if they were in another world. What a powerful flame. The invasion of the poisonous miasma has no effect on us at all. It seems like we have gained a great advantage by following Jiang Qin. Wang Yi spoke, full of praise for Jiang Qin. He now admired Jiang Qin more and more. He had to admit that without Jiang Qin, it would be impossible for them to enter this forest and obtain any benefits. He was afraid that they would still be besieged by those flying toads. That's right. The flame in Jiang Qin's hand is a heaven-defying supreme flame. The fusion of 3 kinds of flames is enough to show that Jiang Qin is a man of great luck. Another half-step immortal emperor genius spoke. Geniuses like them rarely admired someone, let alone taking the initiative to praise someone, but the praise they gave to Jiang Qin came from the bottom of their heart. There was no hypocrisy in it. Jiang Qin is a genius. Jiang Qin didn't put their praise in his heart at all, because he was doing his own thing. Through the contact between his flame and the poisonous miasma, Jiang Qin found out that there was some complicated energy in the poisonous miasma. It was very difficult for humans to absorb this energy, but the Zulong Tower could. To Jiang Qin this was undoubtedly a great thing. By following the flame, Jiang Chen could secretly let the Zulong Tower absorb the energy. The Zulong Tower could absorb any kind of energy including the poisonous miasma. The 36th floor of the Zulong Tower began to change. A large amount of poisonous miasma was quietly absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Very quickly, it was converted into pure energy and absorbed by the Zulong Tower, causing the originally dim 36th floor of the Zulong Tower to radiate bright light. The 36th floor of the Zulong Tower began to condense bit by bit. All of this was done by Jiang Chen quietly through the flame. Not even King Fan was aware of it. After all, being able to absorb poisonous miasma was a terrifying ability. It was better to keep it a secret from others or else the impact would be too great. Jiang Chen didn't want to bring any trouble to himself. That's right. It didn't take long for Jiang Chen and the others to walk out of the miasma Kathaya area. The moment the flame barrier was removed, everyone's face revealed a relaxed look. Looking back at the miasma Kathaya area that they had just walked through, they still felt some lingering fear. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't have been able to walk out of this area unscathed. Little Chinzi, it's all thanks to you this time, said Yang Bufan with a smile. Yang Bufan said with a smile. He had long been accustomed to Jiang Chen's miraculous abilities. Senior brother Jiang is too powerful. Even the poisonous miasma couldn't do anything to him. Dong Fei was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. In his heart, Jiang Chen was his idol. He would worship him for the rest of his life. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, how far are we from our destination after passing through the miasma Kathaya area? De Huang Dog's eyes were like torches, looking incomparably valiant. He looked at another huge valley ahead and said, it's in that valley. But look, there's a blood-red light above that valley. In this blood-red light, there's the aura of the treasure, but more of it is the aura of the evil spirit. In other words, there must be an extremely powerful evil spirit in this valley. If Master Dog's guess is correct, the existence of the evil spirit is to protect the treasure. It seems like there's going to be a fierce battle. Jiang Chen moved his body, releasing an invisible battle intent. After listening to De Huang Dog's words, everyone who had just relaxed became tense again. Ever since they entered the Golden Horizon, they had encountered the flying toads and the miasma Kathaya area. They were getting closer to their destination. The evil spirit that would appear would certainly be more powerful, at least more terrifying than those flying toads. This was easy to understand because just like what Big Yellow had sensed, there was a treasure here, an extremely precious treasure. A place with a treasure would definitely attract the attention of evil spirits, but the countless evil spirits in this forest didn't dare come close to this place. The only explanation was that the evil spirit in the valley was too terrifying and had completely occupied this place, and not because the other evil spirits weren't interested in the treasure here. I wonder what kind of treasure is in front? Yang Bufan stretched his body. He was very interested in the treasures ahead. After all, they all knew about the Golden Horizon. He was looking forward to finding treasures in this place. Let's go and have a look, De Huang Dog said, then turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the valley ahead. His huge body was like an arrow leaving the bow, moving at extreme speed. Sister Ning, if we encounter any great danger later, be ready to enter the Zulong Tower at any time. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Wu Ningzhu. Before he could help Wu Ningzhu find a way to improve her cultivation base, protecting Wu Ningzhu's safety was something that Jiang Chen must do. Chapter 1551. Whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Chen pulled Wu Ningzhu and followed behind De Huang Dog. Yang Bufan and the others also followed quickly. At this time, the most important thing was to be united. In the face of unknown danger, unity was very important. In front of the valley, De Huang Dog, who was rushing forward, suddenly halted, his eyes fixed ahead. Jiang Chen and the others caught up from behind and asked, De Huang, what's wrong? Look, what's that? De Huang Dog said. Everyone followed De Huang Dog's gaze and saw two incomparably strong great demons standing at the edge of the valley, glaring at De Huang Dog and the others with incomparably ferocious eyes. In the eyes of these two great demons, these people were uninvited guests. These two great demons were more than 3 meters tall, and their bodies were covered with blood-red scales. Their two thick legs stood upright, and they had a long tail behind them. The tail was also covered with blood-red scales, emitting a blood-red glow. It gave off an extremely indestructible feeling. What was truly shocking was the upper body of this great demon. It had 4 arms and each arm was filled with explosive power. The blood-red scales made it look extremely ferocious. The great demon bared its sharp fangs. Their fangs and ferocious eyes were all blood-red. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, they were all blood-red. Their bodies were constantly emitting blood-red light. One could imagine that most of the blood-red light they saw from afar was coming from the bodies of these great demons. What kind of monsters are these? Dong Fei asked curiously. The cultivation base of these two monsters isn't strong, but it's not weak either. They have the cultivation base and combat strength of intermediate immortal king realm, said Wang Yi. Wang Yi said. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see the cultivation base and strength of these two great demons at a glance. It was also because of this that he was shocked. The Golden Horizon seemed to be more terrifying than they had imagined. The two great demons they encountered here were at the intermediate immortal king realm. Through the contact with the flying toad and the miasma Kathaya, they knew that most of the evil creatures here lived in groups. In addition to the bloody light that they saw in the sky above the valley, they were sure that it wasn't as simple as being released by these two great demons. In other words, these two great demons that were glowing with blood-red light weren't the only ones in this valley. There might be more of them, and some of them had even more terrifying cultivation base than these two. Such a situation made them worry. Although they still didn't know what exactly existed here, their intuition told them that even if there were precious treasures here, it wouldn't be so easy to get them. This is a kind of blood demon. Their blood chi is exuberant, but because of the different environment they grew up in, they were born in this ancient battlefield. Their nature is that of an evil spirit. Their thoughts and souls have been demonized, making them ferocious and bloodthirsty by nature. Additionally, their combat strength is very strong, much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. They aren't easy to deal with. De Huang Dog spoke. He knew the origin of these blood demons with just a glance. But I can see that their blood chi is very pure. They shouldn't be evil spirits or demonic beasts. Yang Bufan asked in puzzlement. This is the purpose of our trip. The blood demon itself is a kind of terrifying evil spirit. Their souls have been completely demonized. You must remember that all the creatures born in the Golden Horizon are evil spirits, machines that only know how to kill. This is a kind of ferocious nature that no one can change. The reason why they have such exuberant blood chi is because they have been absorbing a fruit called blood dragon fruit all year round. De Huang Dog said. Blood dragon fruit? Everyone was stunned. It seemed like this was their first time hearing about this fruit. Even Jiang Qin, the alchemist, was hearing about it for the first time. According to the records, a blood dragon fruit tree can only bear 9 fruits in 300 years. The blood demon in front of us is a companion of the blood dragon fruit tree. In other words, it is because there is a blood dragon fruit tree here that the blood demon evil spirit is born. This blood demon absorbs the blood chi from the blood dragon fruit tree all year round, absorbing the essence of the blood dragon fruit tree. That is why it is so strong. I can see that the blood dragon fruit tree is getting stronger and stronger. Just like the blood chi right now, it is much thicker than when we first discovered it. This means that the blood dragon fruit tree is not far from ripening. De Huang Dog said. After listening to his words, the way everyone looked at him had changed. Yang Bufan even gave a thumbs up to De Huang Dog. This dog was just too amazing. From the miasma Kathaya to the blood demon, to the blood dragon fruit, his knowledge was just too clear, just like what was written in the records. At this time, no one doubted De Huang Dog anymore. Each and every one of them was full of admiration for De Huang Dog. That was a kind of admiration. Then they turned to look at Jiang Qin. This combination was just too powerful. These blood demons can reach such a terrifying level just by absorbing the blood chi of the blood dragon fruit tree and the essence of the blood dragon fruit tree. It shows that this blood dragon fruit is a truly rare treasure. Our luck is really good. We've just entered the Golden Horizon and we've already encountered such great benefits. Liang Qiao said with a smile. Don't be happy so early. If we encounter a powerful blood demon king, it's already good enough that we can survive. De Huang Dog glared at Liang Qiao. Those who were hated by De Huang Dog better not speak in front of De Huang Dog. It seems like we have to be more careful. Yang Bufan said. As soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, beams of blood-red light shot up into the sky from the depths of the valley. There were exactly 9 beams of blood-red light, incomparably dazzling and mystical. Even from afar, one could feel the strong blood chi from those blood-red light. That was the chi of the purest yang. What's that? Wang Yi exclaimed. It seems like we've arrived just in time. The blood dragon fruit is about to ripen. It will take half an hour for the blood dragon fruit to fully ripen. Therefore we only have half an hour. Within half an hour, we have to snatch the blood dragon fruit from the hands of these blood demons. Otherwise, once the blood dragon fruit is fully ripened, it will be eaten by those blood demons. At that time, a terrifying blood demon king will be born. Let alone getting the blood dragon fruit, we won't even be able to leave this place alive. De Huang Dog's eyes flickered. He had an incomparably clear understanding of blood demons and blood dragon fruit. His knowledge of them was admirable. However, now wasn't the time to admire De Huang Dog. It was time to snatch the blood dragon fruit. Fortunately, they still had half an hour, but it was imaginable that it would be a fierce battle. The blood demons had been guarding the blood dragon fruit for such a long time. They certainly wouldn't let it go easily. If someone came to snatch the fruit of their labor, it was imaginable how fierce their counterattack would be. At the instant when the 9 blood-colored pillars of light shot up into the sky, the 2 extremely ferocious blood demons suddenly let out roars. Evil auras and blood-colored rays of light burst out from their bodies, blotting out the sky and covering the earth like a tidal wave. The 2 blood demons were thoroughly enraged. From their point of view, these people before them were clearly here for their blood dragon fruits. Therefore they were their enemies. The roars of the blood demons were very loud. In addition to expressing their anger and killing intent, they were also sending a signal, informing the other blood demons in the valley that a group of uninvited guests had arrived. Soon after, the 2 blood demons pounced at Jiang Chen and the others at an extremely fast speed. De Huang Dog cackled and was about to attack. Let me do it. Jiang Chen made his move before De Huang Dog could. Today he was determined to kill them. These blood demons were all evil spirits and demons, which made them the best nourishment for the Zulong Tower. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. For Yang Bufan and the others, the blood dragon fruit was a treasure, but for Jiang Chen, everything here was a treasure. Even the blood demons themselves were huge treasures. This was a valley that could only be seen but not sought. Regardless of how powerful the blood demon kings were in this valley, the 2 blood demons in front of him were top-notch nourishment that he had to refine and absorb. Moreover, at this moment, there was no need for Jiang Chen to hide his strength anymore. Long. The terrifying true dragon palm blasted out. The huge blood-red dragon claw blotted out the sky and the earth like a huge barrier net, enveloping the 2 powerful blood demons. Although the blood demons were terrifying, their cultivation base was after all only at the intermediate immortal king realm. In terms of combat strength, they were on a completely different level from Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as lifting his hand. He could crush them into pieces with just a finger. The 2 blood demons let out roars or wails. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from Jiang Chen's huge claw. A terrifying pressure rushed out from the dragon claw. The 2 incomparably majestic blood demons were crushed into pieces and died on the spot. A gap was torn open in the Zulong Tower. The essence and blood of the 2 slain blood demons were completely absorbed by the Zulong Tower in the blink of an eye. However, the strength of these 2 blood demons wasn't very strong, so they weren't very useful to the condensation of the Zulong Tower. It would still require a tremendous amount of energy to completely condense the 36th floor. Chapter 1552. They weren't surprised that Jiang Chen could kill 2 intermediate immortal king blood demons in such a short time. After all, they were very clear about Jiang Chen's ability. Back in Outer Prefecture, even the half-step immortal Emperor Yang Ling wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. At that time, Jiang Chen was only a half-step immortal king, not a true immortal king. However, what shocked them was the method that Jiang Chen used to absorb the blood demons. They had never seen such a method before. The physical bodies of the 2 blood demons were more than 3 meters tall. Even if they were killed and smashed into powder, their flesh and blood wouldn't evaporate completely. Everyone on the scene could see that Jiang Chen had used some kind of method to directly absorb and refine the flesh and blood of the blood demons. This was the most terrifying thing. What a terrifying method. He can actually absorb the blood essence and chi essence of 2 blood demons. Who would believe this if I didn't see it with my own eyes? I wonder what kind of cultivation method Jiang Chen has cultivated. Blood demons are evil spirits. It won't be a good thing to absorb them by force. Wang Yi and the others were guessing. After all, the method that Jiang Chen had shown was too scary. It had gone far beyond their imagination and understanding. There was an essential difference between humans and demons. Therefore, it wasn't easy for humans to absorb anything from demonic beasts. Whether it was demon soul or chi essence, it could easily cause a backlash. It was simply unimaginable that Jiang Chen could absorb and refine them without any scruples. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. We only have half an hour. If nothing unexpected happens, we will have to get rid of all the blood demons here in order to obtain the blood dragon fruit. Even a single blood demon will fight against us in order to defend the blood dragon fruit. Da Huang Dog reminded, then turned into a golden light and rushed into the valley. At the same time, roars were heard in the valley one after another. Just from the roars, one could feel the terror and number of blood demons. In this valley there were at least hundreds of blood demons. Without knowing the cultivation base of these blood demons, the hidden danger was still very big for Yang Bufan and the others. Kill! Yang Bufan bellowed. He fully unleashed the chi of an immortal emperor and rushed into the valley. The others didn't delay either. Before entering the golden horizon, they had already been mentally prepared. Battles were just too normal. It was simply impossible for them to spend a month peacefully in the golden horizon. Sister Ning, you can enter the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Ningzhu and said, after I get the blood dragon fruit, I'll find a way to improve your cultivation base. Only when your cultivation base reaches the late immortal king realm, or at least the late immortal king realm, will you be able to fight in golden horizon. Otherwise, you'll only have a slim chance of surviving if you encounter any evil creatures. Yes. Wu Ningzhu nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, she entered the Zulong Tower. She was very clear about Jiang Chen's words. Wu Ningzhu was also very clear about her own strength. Although she was talented and had powerful means, her cultivation base was still too weak. These means seemed vulnerable in front of the mighty blood demons. After entering the golden horizon, Wu Ningzhu would listen to Jiang Chen. To her, hiding in the Zulong Tower was also the best choice. At least, she wouldn't become a burden to Jiang Chen and the others. The next battle would surely be a fierce one. Not becoming a burden was the greatest help to Jiang Chen and King Fan. The moment Wu Ningzhu entered the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen unleashed his powerful chi waves and cast out his dragon form. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. His entire being was like an arrow that had left the bow, rushing into the valley. In the depths of the valley there was an oasis. An extremely mystical blood-red ancient tree was growing in the center of the oasis. The tree was dozens of feet tall. Its trunk was so thick that a person couldn't wrap his arms around it. There were no luxuriant branches and leaves on the ancient tree, or it should be said that there were no branches or leaves at all. There were only 9 separated branches. On each branch hung a blood-red fruit the size of a fist. Those fruits were as red as blood, looking extremely mystical. The 9 blood-red light pillars in the sky were emitted from these fruits. Blood dragon fruits. That's right. These were the blood dragon fruits. Blood dragon fruits. That was right. Those were the blood dragon fruits. Every one of them was the size of a fist. The entire valley was shrouded in bloody light and blood energy flourished. Forget eating the blood dragon fruits, even the average cultivator could become a peerless expert by simply cultivating here. The blood energy here was simply too vigorous. It was a treasure land for cultivation. That was something that could be seen from the blood yaos in front of them. At this moment, countless blood demons were blocking in front of the blood dragon fruit tree. After that, silhouettes appeared one after another. Each of the blood demons was 3 feet tall. Their bodies were covered with blood-red scales. They looked extremely horrifying. Hundreds of blood demons had surrounded the entire valley. Jiang Chen and the others were trapped in the encirclement. The blood demons were exuding crazy killing intent. Each of them was gnashing their teeth. Their eyes glinted with ferocious light. In their eyes, these people in front of them were absolute uninvited guests, absolute enemies. The blood dragon fruits were about to ripen. At this time, anyone who dared to covet the blood dragon fruits would be regarded as the enemy of the blood demons. The way to deal with enemies was to kill them all. Damn it. These blood demons are too powerful. The weakest among them is an intermediate immortal king. There are more than a dozen half-step immortal emperors. Dong Fei couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. To him, who was only a late immortal king, such a camp was a little too terrifying. A late immortal king blood demon can kill an ordinary human half-step immortal emperor. So the cultivation base and combat strength of these blood demons are the same as the geniuses of Genius Prefecture. Normally you can fight those who have a higher cultivation base than you, but it's far from enough when you encounter these blood demons. Plus, I guess that there will be stronger blood demon kings appearing. King Fan, you have to pay more attention to them. If a blood demon king appears later, only you can deal with it. That's right. That's right. That's right. Big Yellow reminded. He knew the abilities of these blood demons very well. These powerful evil creatures were just too difficult to deal with. If they bumped into them, they would only have a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, their teamwork was flawless. The lethality that could be unleashed by over 100 blood demons was unimaginable. Damn it. Such a camp is too scary. But these blood demons are staring at us ferociously. Why aren't they attacking us directly? Wang Yi asked, puzzled. It was obvious that he was incomparably nervous. It was normal to be nervous when encountering such a camp. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. They are delaying the time, waiting for the blood dragon fruits to ripen. So, we have to take the initiative. Jiang Qin spoke, slashing at one of the blood demons with the long sword in his hand. Wuxia. That blood demon had the cultivation base of a late immortal king. When it saw Jiang Qin attacking it, it tried to resist, but was slashed into two halves by Jiang Qin's sword and died on the spot. The combat strength of the two sides wasn't on the same level. Plus, the current Jiang Qin was in his half-dragon form. Killing a late immortal king evil creature was just a piece of cake for him. To Yang Bufan and the others, they didn't have any advantage in terms of cultivation base, but to Jiang Qin this advantage was too great. Despite the vigorous blood chi of the blood demons, they were evil creatures in essence. From their soul to their essence they were all demonized. They were basically afraid of Jiang Qin's flame. Under such restraint, not to mention a late immortal king blood demon, even a half-step immortal emperor blood demon couldn't be killed by Jiang Qin's sword. As one of the blood demons was killed by Jiang Qin, the other blood demons were infuriated. A storm of chi burst out from the group of blood demons. Each of them was filled with murderous intent, lunging at Jiang Qin and the others from all directions. Blood demons were ferocious and warlike by nature. Killing was what they liked the most. Now that someone was trying to steal their fruits, they naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Chila. The terrifying blood demons' sharp claws tore the void in an instant. Their speed had reached the extreme, forming a seamless encirclement, ready to tear these people apart. Kill? Yang Bufan bellowed, slapping at the incoming blood demon. The terrifying means of an early immortal emperor wasn't something that these blood demons could resist. A mighty half-step immortal emperor blood demon was smashed into pieces by Yang Bufan's slap. Boom, boom, boom. Wakaka, De Huang Dog cackled. His head was filled with golden light. Such a barbaric battle was his favorite. In just a few blinks, De Huang Dog had rushed into the camp of the blood demons. His body didn't look as big as those blood demons, but De Huang Dog was like a calf, rampaging. Those weaker blood demons couldn't withstand the impact of De Huang Dog's head and were smashed into pieces on the spot. Wang Yi and the others also attacked decisively, unleashing their combat strength perfectly. They were the terrifying geniuses of Genius Prefecture, the pinnacle figures of the young generation. Each of them had extremely powerful means. Even such a camp couldn't make them flinch or feel fear. Each of them was filled with battle intent as they fought against the blood demons. Chapter 1553. The battle was incomparably fierce. In the face of these blood demons, there was almost no need to be polite. The moment the battle started, it was a life-and-death battle. The most brutal means were used. Jiang Qin was harvesting the dead blood demons invisibly. This situation was naturally seen by the others, but Yang Bufan didn't think much of it. He had already seen Jiang Qin's heaven-defying means back in the evil abyss. Although Wang Yi and the others were very surprised, they didn't have the time to be surprised at the moment because there were too many blood demons. It was already good enough that they could protect themselves. How could they have the energy to pay attention to Jiang Qin's situation? Moreover, they had seen Jiang Qin absorbing the energy of the two blood demons outside the valley. So although they were surprised, they weren't that shocked. Blood chi soared into the sky. The whole valley was completely agitated. Killing intent was everywhere. Each of the blood demons wasn't afraid of death. Although the number of blood demons was huge, their combat strength was limited, especially to Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan. The blood demons that rushed at them were like food to them. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yang Bufan. But Yang Bufan was calm and composed. He kept slapping the blood demons that rushed at him. Every slap would kill a blood demon. There was no room for resistance at all. This was a kind of crushing strength. They weren't on the same level at all. But Jiang Qin was still as tyrannical as ever. He had transformed into a dragon. The heavenly saint sword in his hand had completely turned into a deadly sword. Every time he attacked, a blood demon would be slashed in half. The Zulong Tower had received a steady supply of energy. The speed of condensation was extremely fast. A large amount of blood demon essence and blood essence were transformed into the purest energy, aiding the advancement of the 36th floor of the Zulong Tower. Jianghu had also benefited from the Zulong Tower. New dragon marks began to condense. In just a short period of time, 1,000 dragon marks had been condensed in Jianghu's body. To Jianghu, every additional dragon mark in his qi represented an improvement in his combat strength. This was Jianghu's advantage and also the most abnormal aspect of Jianghu. Long. The battle was incomparably fierce. The weakest among them was Dong Fei, but under the care of the others, his opponents were mostly immortal kings. An intermediate immortal king blood demon was no match for him at all. Even if a few late immortal king blood demons attacked him at the same time, given of his ability, he could still protect himself. As for those half-step immortal emperor blood demons, Yang Bufan and the others were basically not a problem. 1/3 of the blood demons have been killed by us. At this rate, it won't take us more than half an hour to kill all these blood demons. Gang Yi burst into laughter. The current situation made him feel relaxed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a first-rate genius of Genius Prefecture, he was incomparably arrogant. No matter the situation, he would always show his arrogance. Don't be happy too early. The Huang dog reminded him kindly. The blood demons were completely unafraid of death. Whenever a batch of blood demons fell, another batch of blood demons would rush forward. In order to protect the blood dragon fruits, the blood demons were really going all out. After all, they had been guarding this place for such a long time, waiting for the blood dragon fruits to ripen. This had always been their purpose and belief. Now that the blood dragon fruits were about to ripen, someone wanted to snatch the fruits of their labor. How could they not be angry? Long. Terrifying waves of killing came one after another. The entire valley was about to be destroyed, but these terrifying attacks didn't hurt the blood dragon fruit tree at all. It showed that this ancient tree was incomparably mystical. Of course, a large part of the reason was that both sides had deliberately controlled their attacks during the battle. Jianghu and the others naturally didn't want to destroy the blood dragon fruits, especially when the fruits were about to ripen. Otherwise all their efforts would be in vain. The blood demons had treated the blood dragon fruits as their treasures. Even if it cost them their lives, they wouldn't destroy the blood dragon fruits. Therefore, despite the intensity of the battle, the blood dragon fruits were still intact. It didn't take long for Jianghu and the others to kill half of the blood demons. Due to the Zulong Tower that Jianghu had activated, there was no smell of blood on the battlefield at all, nor were there any broken limbs. By then, more than half of the 36th level of the Zulong Tower had been formed. The number of dragon marks within Jianghu's qi had also reached over 5,000. But that wasn't the end yet. The battle was still going on and the absorption of the Zulong Tower had only just begun. Roar! Just as the one-sided battle had everyone starting to let their guard down, two earth-shattering roars suddenly rang out from the depths of the valley. The two roars were like thunder, causing the entire valley to tremble. Then two beams of blood light shot up into the sky. That blood-red light was completely condensed from a huge amount of blood qi. It was like a demonic dragon, constantly swaying in the sky, filled with arrogance. Sure enough, there are still powerful blood demons hiding here. Jianghu's eyes lit up. His expression didn't change much. Instead, the appearance of the blood demon kings made him feel a strong desire to fight. With his current combat strength, the blood demons in front of him could no longer stimulate his desire to fight. Dong dong. Then the earth shook. All the blood demons stopped what they were doing and turned around to look at the depths of the valley. Then they roared at the sky as if they were showing off something. It was like a strong welcoming ceremony welcoming their true king. The commotion grew louder and louder. Two real blood demon kings had appeared. The bodies of these two blood demon kings were 10 zhang in size and extremely majestic. They were like small mountains. The tails of the blood demon kings dragged across the ground, creating a large amount of sparks. Wherever the tails passed, a deep crack would be left on the ground. Damn it, these two blood demon kings are so powerful. I feel a strong pressure. Yang Xiao cursed. Everyone's facial expression changed. Dong Fei, who had the weakest cultivation base, had the ugliest facial expression, because the two blood demon kings were just too powerful. The qi that they unleashed made him tremble in fear. Everyone be careful. One of the Blood Demon Kings has just advanced to the early Immortal Emperor realm. It's still easier to deal with, but the other one is much more terrifying. It has already stepped half a foot into the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. This kind of evil creature is born from the essence of the heavens and earth. It's very terrifying and much stronger than ordinary beasts. In front of them, your advantage as a genius will be gone. The Huang Dog spoke. Looking at the two Blood Demon Kings, even Yang Bufan's facial expression turned solemn. The Blood Demon King that had just advanced to the early Immortal Emperor realm was still manageable. Given his ability, he was able to deal with it, but that powerful Blood Demon King would be somewhat difficult to deal with even if he gave his all. What should we do now? We only have King Fan, who is an early Immortal Emperor, on our side. How are we going to deal with these two Blood Demon Kings? Wang Yi spoke worriedly. According to the current situation, the crisis they were facing now was already considered as the biggest crisis in Golden Horizon. To any ordinary expert, this was a crisis that would surely kill them, but with the existence of the Blood Dragon Fruit, they really didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky to encounter such a tricky situation as soon as they arrived at Golden Horizon. King Fan, you deal with that powerful Blood Demon King. Leave the other one to me. Jiang Qin spoke. Are you sure you don't have any problem? Yang Bufan looked at Jiang Qin worriedly. Although Jiang Qin's combat strength was powerful and he already had the ability to kill Fu Kuei was also an early Immortal Emperor, but compared to this Blood Demon King, they were on a completely different level. To put it bluntly, if Fu Kuei fought this Blood Demon King, he would surely die. Don't worry. I'm confident. Jiang Qin nodded. As a matter of fact, if the Blood Demon King was really a beast with the purest Yang attribute, Jiang Qin would really be no match for it. One should know that the combat strength of such a Blood Demon King was basically equivalent to an intermediate Immortal Emperor. The other one was even scarier. The reason why Jiang Qin was so confident was that the essence of the Blood Demon King was incomparable to that of a beast. The Blood Demon King was an evil creature, a demon and a devil. Jiang Qin had the means to restrain its combat strength. The three types of supreme flames weren't a big deal. The most important thing to deal with this kind of evil creature was the edifying light. This was Jiang Qin's real trump card. As long as he relied on the edifying light, Jiang Qin was confident that he could edify this Blood Demon King. Only by edifying it would he have an additional powerful helper. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with the other one. What they needed to do now was to let Jiang Qin entangle the most powerful Blood Demon King. Jiang Qin would find a way to deal with the other one, and the others would deal with the rest of the blood demons. The breakthrough point was still on Jiang Qin's side. Jiang Qin had to succeed first in order to win the battle today. Bring it on then. Yang Bufan's body moved. The qi of an immortal emperor was fully unleashed. It was a kind of wild qi wave that could only be described as powerful. The powerful Blood Demon King felt Yang Bufan's battle intent and provocation. Immediately, he let out a roar and leaped towards Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan also flew up and opened up a new battlefield in the sky with the Blood Demon King. A fierce battle ensued. Long. When the terrifying attacks collided with each other, Yang Bufan was sent flying dozens of meters away before he could stabilize his body. His face looked somewhat unsightly. Apparently, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position in the first clash with the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King roared again and again, pounding its chest with both hands like a wild beast. It lunged at Yang Bufan again. It's over. The Blood Demon King is too powerful. King Fan doesn't seem to be a match for it. There's still another Blood Demon King. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to deal with it. Chapter 1554. In the sky above the valley, the Blood Demon King and Yang Bufan were engaged in a fierce battle. Yang Bufan was in a disadvantageous position in every aspect, but his fighting spirit was unparalleled. His attacks were wide and ferocious to the extreme. Although he couldn't defeat the Blood Demon King, it wouldn't be easy for the Blood Demon King to kill him either. At least, it wouldn't be possible for him to do so in a short period of time. Little Qinzi, it's all up to you now. The scariness of the Blood Demon King is far beyond my imagination. He's much stronger than the ordinary beasts. I'm no match for him. I can only entangle him. Yang Bufan said to Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Qin's cultivation base was relatively weak, he was still very confident in Jiang Qin. If he needed someone to rely on at the critical moment, Jiang Qin would undoubtedly be the most reliable candidate. At this time, the other Blood Demon King's ferocious eyes had also locked onto Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen's appearance in his dragon form was very terrifying. He was the most eye-catching among them. It was normal for the Blood Demon King to lock onto him. The chi waves rushing out of Jiang Chen's body were churning constantly. His blood chi looked more terrifying than that of the Blood Demon King. He was ready to put away the Heavenly Saint Sword and display the Qilin Divine Arm to fight the Blood Demon King. It was impossible for him not to display his true strength. Little Qinzi, don't display the Qilin Divine Arm. The northern and southern dynasties will be able to sense it. The Huang Dog hastily reminded. Jiang Chen's body quivered. He had been blinded by the battle intent just now and had forgotten about this for a moment. Without a doubt, young Master Chao of Nanbei family was Nanbei Chao. Although Nanbei Chao was mysterious, he would certainly enter the Golden Horizon this time. Once he used the Qilin Arm, Nanbei Chao would most likely sense his location. Given the current situation, if Nanbei Chao came looking for them, it would be very disadvantageous to them. Putting aside the fact that their lives would be in danger, they were afraid that none of these blood dragon fruits would become Nanbei Chao's. Although Jiang Chen's current combat strength was strong, Jiang Chen still had an intuition that he was no match for the northern and southern dynasties. This wasn't the right time to confront the northern and southern dynasties. I can't use the Qilin Divine Arm or the Eternal Immortal Wind. What the fuck? Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. He had the urge to spurt out blood. The Eternal Immortal Wind and the Qilin Divine Arm were two of Jiang Chen's trump cards. Their offensive and lethality were incomparably powerful. How could he not feel depressed now that he couldn't use them? Having powerful means but being unable to use them was like having a naked fairy lying next to him on a lonely night. It was a feeling that he couldn't enjoy. Come. Jiang Chen flew forward. The Heavenly Saint Sword turned into a blood-red dragon and slashed at the Blood Demon King. Even without using the Qilin Divine Arm and the Eternal Immortal Wind, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of this Blood Demon King. Jiang Chen's combat strength was unparalleled. The long sword in his hand was wrapped in a layer of flame. The fusion of three types of supreme flames could not only enhance the offensive strength of the Heavenly Saint Sword, but was also an important means to restrain the Blood Demon King. It was a must. The Blood Demon King roared furiously. Its incomparably sharp tail swept horizontally at Jiang Chen. The tail was like an indestructible sharp weapon. Wherever it passed, the void would be torn apart on the spot. Slash! Jiang Chen bellowed. The long sword slashed out and collided with the tail of the Blood Demon King. Clang. The collision of the two produced a clanging sound and a large number of sparks. One had to admit that the attack of the Blood Demon King was indeed terrifying. Jiang Chen was sent flying for a few dozen meters before he could stabilize himself, but this situation was within Jiang Chen's expectation. After all, this Blood Demon King was equivalent to an intermediate immortal emperor. Given Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he was no match for it. Chi-chi. However, Jiang Chen also had his own means. The instant Jiang Chen was sent flying, the tail of the Blood Demon King emitted a sizzling sound and was covered with a layer of flame. Before the Blood Demon King could act arrogantly, he felt a bone-piercing pain. Immediately he roared furiously. That kind of pain wasn't an ordinary kind of pain. The flame that came into contact with his body was like the natural enemy of the Blood Demon King. It could burn his soul directly through his body. The devilish side of the Blood Demon King was about to be incinerated by Jiang Chen's flame. The Blood Demon King roared angrily. His majestic body spun back and forth in the sky. It took him a lot of effort to get rid of the flames. However, his originally blood-red tail had already been burnt black. Some of the scales on it had also been shattered and blood was flowing out. The Blood Demon King raised his angry eyes and glared at Jiang Chen. Apart from anger, it was also filled with fear for the surface of Jiang Chen's body and the flame on the long sword. The mighty Blood Demon King was an evil spirit of heaven and earth that was lawless. It was a symbol of strength and had never known what fear was. But now, the Blood Demon King was truly afraid of Jiang Chen's flame. It was the fear of its natural enemy and the restraint from the depths of its origin. Good. Just like what De Huang said, these blood demons look like the purest yang on the surface, and their blood chi is more vigorous than ordinary exotic beasts. However, they are still evil spirits and belong to the category of devils. In this case, they will be completely restrained by my flame. Later, I will suppress them with all my strength. It would already be very good if the Blood Demon King could exert half of its combat power. A sneer appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He had experienced many such battles and knew what to do best. In terms of combat power, he was indeed no match for the Blood Demon King. Besides, he couldn't use the qilin and the eternal celestial wind. But as long as his flame could restrain the Blood Demon King, it would be enough to make up for the gap between them. Moreover, under such restraint, it wouldn't take long for the Blood Demon King to be in a state of confusion. At that time, Jianghu could directly use the edifying light to edify the Blood Demon King. As long as he edified one Blood Demon King, the remaining one would be nothing to worry about. Jianghu held the long sword upside down and took the initiative to charge at the Blood Demon King with an overwhelming momentum. Wherever he passed, the sky was filled with flames. This was the fusion of three kinds of supreme flames, the nemesis and natural enemy of all evil aura in the world. Under the influence of the flame environment, the Blood Demon King's combat power would be severely affected. The Blood Demon King was infuriated. Although he was afraid of those flames, he still wanted to fight Jianghu. In the face of an enemy who had come to steal the Blood Dragon fruit and killed so many of his kind, the Blood Demon King would never show mercy. Besides, he had already found out that Jianghu only had the ability to restrain his flames. Jianghu's combat strength wasn't strong at all. In an instant, Jianghu and the Blood Demon King were engaged in a fierce battle. The sky darkened, the sea of flames filled the air, and the destructive chi waves were rising constantly. The battle seemed much more intense than the battle between Yang Bufan and the Blood Demon King. In the first two collisions, the Blood Demon King still had the upper hand, but later on, the situation of the battle changed completely. Jianghu had grasped the means of the Blood Demon King and used the great divination art and flames to completely restrain the Blood Demon King. Very soon, the battle became a draw. Jianghu is so powerful. He can actually fight the Blood Demon King to a draw with just an early Immortal King cultivation base. This is just too abnormal. Jianghu's flames are still the most powerful. His flames have a fundamental restraint on these evil creatures. Under such restraint, the Blood Demon King simply can't exert its full combat strength. That's why the situation is like this. The situation is still very dangerous. Even if Jianghu can resist the impact of the Blood Demon King, it's almost impossible for him to kill the Blood Demon King. King Fan is still struggling to resist the Blood Demon King, who has already stepped half a step into the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. He's no match for it at all. Don't talk so much. The rest of the Blood Demons are coming. Don't count on King Fan and Jianghu to help us. We have to rely on ourselves. Fortunately, there aren't many half-step Immortal Emperor Blood Demons left after the previous massacre. We can still deal with them. The battle was incomparably fierce. Jianghu and Yang Bufan were fighting two Blood Demon Kings respectively. The remaining Blood Demons were also a pretty strong force, enough to deal with the Huang Dog and Zhenya, especially Dong Fei. His cultivation base was only at the late Immortal King realm, which made it the most dangerous for him to fight. He could fall into a dangerous situation at any time. For Dong Fei, if it weren't for the help of Wang Yi and the others, he would have died after falling into the encirclement of Blood Demon. However, it was still very beneficial for Dong Fei to experience such a life-and-death battle. This was the greatest kind of experience, which would be of great help to Dong Fei's cultivation. However, the Huang Dog was incomparably ferocious. Given his current peak late Immortal King cultivation base, it wasn't a problem for him to wipe out these Blood Demons. No matter how powerful the Blood Demons were, they were no match for him. Even if they were half-step Immortal Emperor Blood Demons, the Huang Dog could still kill them. Little Qinzi, Master Dog will provide you with energy. The Huang Dog continued to kill those Blood Demons and smash their bodies at Jianghu. The Huang Dog knew very well that the bodies of these Blood Demons were the greatest nourishment for Jianghu. The more the better. The Zulong Tower would be able to swallow all the Blood Demons. As the Blood Demons continued to be absorbed, Jianghu's combat strength would grow stronger and stronger. In that case, during the battle between the Blood Demon King and Jianghu, there would be a situation where the Blood Demon King would be weakened and the Blood Demon King would fall. Woohoo! The huge body of the Blood Demon smashed at Jianghu. Before it could get close to Jianghu, it was swept away by an invisible gust of wind, turning into a dried corpse in a blink of an eye. When the wind blew, it turned into powder, leaving nothing behind. Roar! Chapter 1555. The Huang Dog had gone completely mad. He rushed back and forth in the camp of Blood Demons, causing blood to flow like a river. The blood demons screamed again and again. The number of blood demons was decreasing rapidly. The madness of De Huang Dog had undoubtedly lightened the burden of Dong Fei and Wang Yi, reducing the pressure on them. Good De Huang. Wang Yi praised Big Yellow happily, regretting that he didn't put this dog in his eyes at the beginning. He really didn't expect that this dog would be so heaven-defying. Not only did he know everything, his combat strength was also so abnormal and terrifying. He was almost sure that if it wasn't for Big Yellow, they would never be able to find this place and find the blood dragon fruit. Similarly, if it wasn't for Big Yellow, the four of them would have a hard time dealing with the more than 50 blood demons. Wang Yi praised Big Yellow. Big Yellow praised Wang Yi. He regretted that he didn't put this dog in his eyes from the beginning. Wakaka, when Master Dog unleashes his might, the heaven and earth will tremble. De Huang Dog burst into laughter. A narcissistic guy couldn't stand other people's praise the most. A few words could make him feel good about himself. Wang Yi and the others soon discovered this fact. They tried their best not to praise De Huang Dog, fearing that this dog didn't know his surname. Honglong. In the sky, the Blood Demon King and Yang Bufan were locked in a fierce battle. Yang Bufan had been in a disadvantageous position. It seemed that he would be torn apart by the Blood Demon King at any time. Unfortunately, after fighting for so long, Yang Bufan was still holding on. He didn't look any different from the beginning. Besides, his face was indifferent. He was fully immersed in the battle, neither arrogant nor rash. On the contrary, the Blood Demon King roared again and again in exasperation because he couldn't take down this young human being. One had to admit that Yang Bufan was very strong. It seemed that if the Blood Demon King wanted to kill Yang Bufan, he might not be able to do so even if he fought for a day and a night. On the contrary, Yang Bufan was getting more and more courageous. The fierce battle with the Blood Demon King had a great impact on him. It was a rare experience to have such a life-and-death battle. Yang Bufan would also gain a lot of benefits from this battle. The situation of the battle was very clear. Yang Bufan had firmly entangled the Blood Demon King. He couldn't kill the Blood Demon King, but the Blood Demon King couldn't throw him away either. In this way, Jiang Chen had a chance. Yang Bufan was very clear about this from the very beginning. The breakthrough of today's battle was Jiang Chen. The battle between Jiang Chen and the Blood Demon King was also in a stalemate. The 36th floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be condensed. Once it was completed, Jiang Chen would gain another 10,000 dragon marks. Given the current situation, Jiang Chen would be 10,000 dragon marks was extremely important. After Jiang Chen absorbed another half-step Immortal Emperor Blood Demon, the 36th floor of the tower was completed. The entire 36th floor of the Zulong Tower became brighter. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had also increased by 10,000, from the initial 1,130,000 to 1,140,000. To Jiang Chen, the increase in the number of dragon marks had made him very satisfied. It had pushed his cultivation base to the peak of early Immortal King Realm, only a step away from the intermediate Immortal King Realm. However, what made Jiang Chen dissatisfied was the condensing of the Zulong Tower. This treasure was truly a bottomless pit. No matter how hard he tried, he had to kill all the blood demons and only condense one floor. Initially, he thought that after killing all the blood demons, he would be able to condense the 37th floor. Now, it seemed that if he wanted to condense the 37th floor, he would have to get rid of this Blood Demon King and absorb it. However, he wasn't going to refine this Blood Demon King yet. In any case, he had just improved his combat strength and wasn't in a hurry. There were dangers everywhere in the Golden Horizon. If he could make this Blood Demon King his own, it would be equivalent to having one more helper, a very powerful helper. After failing to get rid of Jiang Chen for a long time, the Blood Demon King was infuriated. His mind had begun to fall into chaos. Additionally, he could clearly feel that Jiang Chen was getting more and more valiant and powerful as the battle went on. It couldn't go on like this. What made him even more aggrieved was that his opponent's means and flames could restrain him. Under such restraint, the Blood Demon King couldn't even exert half of his combat strength. How could the Blood Demon King maintain his composure under such circumstances? If this continued, the Blood Demon King couldn't see any hope of killing his opponent. His mind is beginning to fall into chaos. That's great. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a faint smile. He had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the Blood Demon King to fall into chaos. As long as the Blood Demon King fell into chaos, his chance would come. This was the rich combat experience of Jiang Chen. At the same time, it was also his good temperament. In such a battle, patience was what was most needed. Edifying light. Jiang Qin seized the opportunity. While the Blood Demon King was roaring, he suddenly shot out the edifying light. The edifying light was like a spiritual snake that entered the Blood Demon King's mouth. Then the edifying light immediately drilled into the Blood Demon King's mind. Howl! The Blood Demon King's roar immediately changed and turned into a scream. The Blood Demon King, who was originally furious, seemed to have been greatly stimulated all of a sudden. He held his head with both hands and smashed his head randomly in the void, creating holes in the void. The Blood Demon King roared and kept hitting his head with both hands. He seemed to be in extreme pain. Got it. Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy to fight the Blood Demon King. If the Blood Demon King hadn't lost his mind at the last moment, it would have been impossible for Jiang Qin to easily insert the edifying light into the Blood Demon King's body. As long as the edifying light entered the Blood Demon King's body, it would be difficult for the Blood Demon King to force it out. Moreover, Jiang Qin wouldn't give him the chance to do so. The edifying light was a Buddhist secret technique that specialized in dealing with all evil in the world. The Blood Demon King was evil and an evil spirit. Therefore, after the edifying light entered his body, it would produce an effect. Blood Demon King, you can't do it anymore. As Jiang Qin spoke, he slashed with his long sword again. The edifying light brought great pain to the Blood Demon King, causing the Blood Demon King to no longer have the energy to resist Jiang Qin's attack. Therefore, Jiang Qin's long sword left a deep wound on the Blood Demon King's arm with blood splattering everywhere. This was because Jiang Qin didn't want to kill the Blood Demon King. Otherwise, the Blood Demon King would have been dead by now. Once the edifying light helped Jiang Qin, it would be equivalent to doomsday for the Blood Demon King. After falling into the hands of Jiang Qin, he would be at the mercy of Jiang Qin and his life or death would be in the hands of Jiang Qin. Look, Jiang Qin is about to succeed. I don't know what stimulated the Blood Demon King to suddenly become like this. Damn it, Jiang Qin must have used some powerful means. How many trump cards does this guy have? He's too abnormal. Even the Blood Demon King will die in his hands. Wang Yi and the others were shocked when they saw what happened to Jiang Qin. They had been paying attention to the battle between Jiang Qin and the Blood Demon King. After all, the decisive battle between Jiang Qin and the Blood Demon King played a key role and even affected their life and death. Seeing the Blood Demon King being injured by Jiang Qin and suddenly becoming crazy, they didn't know what means Jiang Qin had used. But this was no longer important. What was important was that Jiang Qin was going to win. And the scene that happened next made Wang Yi and others really widen their eyes, completely stunned. They saw that the Blood Demon King, who was crying in the sky, suddenly stopped what he was doing. The ferocious light in his eyes gradually disappeared, and the momentum of his body was also restrained. The originally ferocious figure actually looked a little docile. The Blood Demon King looked at Jiang Qin, then strode in front of Jiang Qin, bowed deeply and said in a muffled voice, "Master." That's right. The Blood Demon King, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Moreover, it was in human language. This in itself was not strange. At the level of the Blood Demon King, he had already become completely psychic. It was normal for him to be able to speak, but the scene in front of them was too abnormal and a little scary. My God, what happened? What did Jiang Qin do to the Blood Demon King? The Blood Demon King actually bowed to Jiang Qin and even called him master. What the hell is going on? Wang Yi staggered and almost fell down. He was completely horrified and shocked out of his wits. Senior brother Jiang must have used some means to directly subdue the Blood Demon King. This is too ridiculous. How is this possible? Dong Fei also couldn't believe the scene in front of him. This situation was like a joke. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it at all. Motherfucker. Liang Qiao couldn't help but curse. He looked at Jiang Qin and there was a strange feeling in the depths of his eyes. A Blood Demon King had been subdued, but he didn't seem as happy as the others. Everyone was incomparably excited. They didn't know what had happened, but they were sure that the reason why the Blood Demon King had undergone such a drastic change must be related to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin must have used some kind of powerful technique, otherwise the Blood Demon King wouldn't have become like this. But this wasn't important. What was important was that they saw hope. They all knew that subduing a Blood Demon King was much more valuable than killing it directly. This was a battle that was originally impossible to win, but because the Blood Demon King was subdued, they saw hope. On the other side, Yang Bufan, who was fighting fiercely with the Blood Demon King, also began to laugh when he saw the situation on Jiang Qin's side. Sure enough, this guy still has this kind of means. What an incredible means. Yang Bufan sincerely praised Jiang Qin. He had seen this kind of heaven-defying means back in the evil abyss. It was also because he saw this kind of means of Jiang Qin that he decided to get in touch with Jiang Qin. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Qin could use the same means to subdue a powerful blood demon king. Chapter 1556. The edification of a blood demon king made Yang Bufan heave a sigh of relief. He could almost foresee what was going to happen next. Second brother, what are you doing? Seeing that his companion had been subdued by his opponent and had even taken the initiative to bow and call him master, the eldest blood demon king was stunned and couldn't help but berate loudly. He couldn't understand why his second brother would do such a thing. They were powerful evil spirits who had absorbed a large amount of blood chi from the blood dragon fruit. In their subconscious they were noble and supreme. They lived for battle and slaughter and didn't know what compromise and submission were. Even if they were to die in battle, they would never submit to humans. Today, for some unknown reason, his second brother actually did such a thing. You're called second brother? Jiang Qin looked at the blood demon king next to him and asked in an indifferent tone. Yes, he's eldest brother. That's how we usually address him. The second blood demon king answered. He didn't dare to be negligent or conceal anything from Jiang Qin. After being edified, this blood demon king was no longer a blood demon king, but a puppet and slave of Jiang Qin. His mind had been completely occupied by Jiang Qin. He had to obey Jiang Qin's orders for the rest of his life. He would kill whoever Jiang Qin asked him to kill. He wouldn't hesitate even if Jiang Qin asked him to commit suicide. Eldest brother and second brother were similar to the names of Ada and Air that Jiang Qin had subdued. But it was better this way. If their names were simple, it would be easier to remember. Jiang Qin turned around and looked at the flustered and exasperated chief, then he said with a loud voice, Your brother has already submitted to me, he has become my slave. I advise you to stop your pointless struggle and submit to me together with your brother. Hearing that, the eldest blood demon king immediately roared and went berserk. Lowly human, what method did you use to turn second brother into this? I'm going to kill you. It's impossible for you to snatch our blood dragon fruit. Eldest brother went berserk. In an instant he left Yang Bufan behind and lunged at Jiang Qin. He wasn't a fool. Naturally he could see that it was Jiang Qin's doing that caused second brother to become like this. Humph! Second brother, go and kill him. Jiang Qin snorted coldly, then gave an order to all second. Yes, master. Second brother responded. Then, without any hesitation, he released his powerful aura and charged toward the blood demon king, eldest brother. Rumble. The two blood demon kings instantly engaged in a fierce battle. However, the big brother was clearly stronger than the second brother. He immediately gained the upper hand. However, the big brother was feeling very depressed. They were originally on the same side, companions and brothers who had been together for a long time. Today they had even fought side by side to protect the blood dragon fruits. Unexpectedly, they had turned into enemies in the blink of an eye. How could the big brother accept this? Second brother, what are you doing, you bastard? The boss was flustered and exasperated, and he almost spat out blood. Kill you. Second brother was expressionless as he continued to attack. In his mind, there was only Jiang Qin's order. Jiang Qin's order was to kill big brother, so he could only follow. King Fan, let's attack together and subdue this bastard. Jiang Qin said to Yang Bufan. The strength of the big brother wasn't a joke. He wasn't just a little bit stronger than second brother. Even Yang Bufan wasn't a match for him. In order to deal with such a blood demon king, they had to join forces. All right. Yang Bufan's head was covered with 7-colored divine light as he charged at the blood demon king with an imposing aura. At this moment, Yang Bufan's fighting spirit was much stronger than before. Just now, he and the blood demon king were fighting alone. Now, with the addition of a powerful helper and the fact that one of them had become an enemy, this situation would certainly affect the performance of the big brother. As long as he and second brother joined forces, it wouldn't be difficult for Jiang Qin to edify this blood demon king as well. Rumble. The three experts fought crazily. Once again the sky turned dark. Boundless divine light drifted about. Destructive light was everywhere. This side of the sky was directly smashed. The eldest blood demon king was so angry that he was howling loudly. He was about to go crazy. Damned humans. What have you done to him? He knew his brothers too well. No matter what kind of threat and danger they encountered, they would never surrender to humans. But what was going on? Why did they surrender just like that? Moreover, they were very obedient. Their first move was to kill him. Clearly, they didn't care about their old relationship at all. How could the Blood Demon King bear it? How could the Blood Demon King bear it? His brother was completely mad. What was happening? His brother was very clear that he would never surrender to humans no matter what kind of threat or danger they encountered. Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He didn't want to talk nonsense with the Blood Demon King. Immediately, he struck out a sword that could destroy the heavens and earth. The terrifying long sword carried endless fiery light. As soon as the sword was struck, a fire dragon was formed. The terrifying fire dragon was indestructible. It fell on the head of the Blood Demon King in a blink. At the same time, the attacks of Yang Bufan and the second Blood Demon King had also arrived. Under such a powerful siege, even with the formidable strength of the Blood Demon King, he began to struggle. As a matter of fact, the combat strength of the Blood Demon King was much stronger than this. Even if it was 3 against 1, he could guarantee that he wouldn't fall into a disadvantageous position. However, the fact that the second Blood Demon King had been edified had seriously affected his mind and made him furious. Especially during the battle with the second Blood Demon King, his hands and feet were tied and he couldn't fully exert his combat strength. Long. Yang Bufan was exceptionally valiant, like a peerless god of war. He raised his palm, conjuring an illusory mountain. It was completely condensed from energy, and was filled with the power to destroy the heaven and earth. He then smashed it towards the Blood Demon King. At the same time, the second brother stretched out his sharp claws, tore through the void and clawed at the head of the Blood Demon King. Upon seeing this, the Blood Demon King went completely mad. His eyes began to flicker with a fierce light. His murderous intent had also condensed into a substance. An evil spirit like him was incomparably evil in nature. Besides, he had already realized that the second brother had been completely controlled by the opponent using some unknown method and could no longer return to his former self. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. He had to act decisively. Even if he killed his second brother, he would treat it as if his second brother had been killed by someone else and had nothing to do with him. In fact, if his opponent hadn't used some mysterious method on his second brother would never have attacked him. Here's my chance. Just when the Blood Demon King was on the verge of losing his mind, Jiang Chen finally seized the opportunity. The edifying light was shot out and shot into the glabella of the Blood Demon King at lightning speed. The Blood Demon King only felt his body tremble. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. But it was too late. Arg! The Blood Demon King immediately roared. The edifying light entered his mind, constantly eroding his evil nature. The Blood Demon King's reaction was exactly the same as the second brother. He hugged his head and cried bitterly. Long. While the Blood Demon King was still struggling violently, the attacks of Yang Bufan and second brother hit the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King's incomparably sturdy body was immediately sent tumbling in the air. Under such a strong impact, the Blood Demon King finally couldn't resist the erosion of the edifying light and was completely edified. Haha, all of you can die now. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. At this moment he suddenly struck out a large sea of flames. The scarlet flames formed into a giant net, enveloping the Blood Demon King and second brother. When the flames vanished, the Blood Demon King and second brother were nowhere to be seen. Little Chinzi, what are you doing? Yang Bufan asked, puzzled. Keep them as my trump cards. They will play a big role at the critical moment. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Yang Bufan. The two Blood Demon Kings had been edified by him and were now hidden in the Zulong Tower. The giant flame net just now was just a camouflage, giving others an illusion that the two Blood Demon Kings had been killed by Jiang Chen. In the Golden Horizon, Jiang Chen would never trust anyone easily, especially when it came to his trump cards. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. If he put all his trump cards out in the open, they wouldn't be trump cards anymore. The two Blood Demon Kings had been killed. The remaining Blood Demons were howling in grief. Their emotions had been completely affected. At the same time, a look of true fear appeared on their faces, because they knew very well that their kings were dead. Their ending was basically fixed. The Blood Demon Kings have been killed. These Blood Demons are also finished. Big Yellow laughed out loud, then he continued slaughtering the rest of the Blood Demons. Wang Yi and the others weren't idle either. They kept waving the immortal weapons in their hands. Every time they attacked, a Blood Demon would die tragically in their hands. Blood gushed out in all directions. By this time, the Blood Demons had basically given up on resisting. Very soon, all the blood demon kings were killed. To Jiang Qin, these blood demon kings were still great nourishment. The Zulong Tower would never let them go. A gust of wind swept out from the Zulong Tower. All the corpses of the blood demons in the valley were refined and absorbed, turning into dried corpses that turned into powder when the wind blew. The frenzied battlefield suddenly quietened down. There was only the sound of the wind and the rippling blood light of the blood dragon fruits in the sky. The roars and killing of the blood demons had completely disappeared. Chapter 1557. No one doubted that if it wasn't for Jiang Qin today, they would certainly die in such a battle. Not only that, Jiang Qin had also shown them an exciting and fierce battle, allowing them to see what a true genius was in this heavens and earth. All of them were geniuses who were able to enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation. They all had the halo of genius hanging above their heads, but now, standing in front of Jiang Qin, this halo was shattered. They felt that compared to Jiang Qin they were tarnishing the word genius. Senior brother Jiang, that's great. You have really opened my eyes. By the way, where are the two blood demon kings? Dong Fei came to Jiang Qin's side with incomparable excitement and asked. They have been killed by me. Jiang Qin said in a casual manner. It can't be. Those were two mighty blood demon kings, supreme early immortal emperors, but they were killed just like that. Liang Qiao said, looking doubtful. I've already said that I've killed them. Is there any need for me to lie about this? Besides, do you think it's useful for me to keep these two powerful scourges alive? Jiang Qin glared at Liang Qiao, exasperated. That's right. That's true. The blood demon king is just too powerful. It has to be killed. Leaving it alive will only be a great disaster. King Fan, we have encountered such a dangerous place as soon as we arrived in Golden Horizon. Fortunately, Jiang Qin's strength is boundless. He killed the blood demon king, allowing us to escape successfully and obtain the rare blood dragon fruit. This is our great fortune. Wang Yi said with a smile. Now he had incomparable admiration for Jiang Qin. As a genius of Genius Prefecture and someone who had been promoted from a mid-sized power, such a person was usually very arrogant. There weren't many people who could make him admire them, but Jiang Qin was one of them. It should be senior brother Jiang's luck. Our benefits are all brought to us by senior brother Jiang. Dong Fei didn't forget to flatter Jiang Qin. Although his flattery was loud, it was also a fact. Everyone, including King Fan, knew that without Jiang Qin, they would never be able to find the blood dragon fruits. Although the blood dragon fruit was found by De Huang Dog, in their eyes, De Huang Dog represented Jiang Qin. De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin were one and the same. In another 15 minutes, the blood dragon fruit will ripen. Everyone stay alert. Once the blood dragon fruit ripens, you must pluck it immediately. After the blood dragon fruit ripens, it will wither. During the process of growth, the fruit will constantly absorb essence from the tree. However, after the fruit ripens, the essence will start to flow away and return to the tree. Therefore, you must pluck the fruit the moment it ripens to ensure the greatest effect. De Huang Dog spoke. His understanding of the blood dragon fruit was incomparably thorough. Not only that, everyone was now looking at De Huang Dog in a mysterious manner, as if this dog was an omniscient and mysterious expert. De Huang, I've really underestimated you. It seems like there's nothing in this heaven and earth that you don't know. Yang Bufan said with a smile. That's true. Master Dog has a lot of abilities, especially in this Golden Horizon. It's your good fortune to be able to follow Master Dog. De Huang Dog spoke with his head held high. This guy had never known what modesty was. Of course, if De Huang Dog learned to be modest one day, Jiang Qin would feel very uncomfortable instead. For the following time, no one spoke a word. The valley was silent. They were waiting for the blood dragon fruit to ripen. This was the fruit of their fierce battle. To everyone present, if they could obtain a blood dragon fruit, this trip to the Golden Horizon wouldn't be in vain. According to De Huang Dog, What kind of concept
the value
was
of
that?
a blood dragon
A venerable
fruit was almost
spiritual
equivalent to a
herb was
venerable
enough to
great
drive
spiritual
countless
herb.
people crazy. Moreover, this blood dragon fruit was born from the accumulation of the heaven and earth. It contained the essence of the heaven and earth. Any cultivator could refine and absorb it directly. The benefits were boundless. Its effect was comparable to the snow jade king ginseng. What kind of concept was a snow jade king ginseng? It was an existence that even Yang Zanqing treated as a treasure, let alone them. To put it bluntly, this blood dragon fruit tree was their greatest guarantee in coming to the Golden Horizon. Even if they stayed here for a month, it would be hard for them to have such a good fortune again. One had to admit that this was indeed a great fortune. The spatial passageway had sent them to this place. Coincidentally, De Huang Dog could smell the scent of treasure. This was the so-called fortune. It couldn't be seen or touched but would appear in the unseen world. To everyone present, this was their fortune. However, at this moment, everyone's nerves were starting to tense up. The closer the blood dragon fruits were to ripen, the more nervous they got. Every single one of them was paying close attention to their surroundings. That was because the 9 blood dragon fruits could bring forth a calamity at any moment. Tens of thousands of geniuses had entered the golden horizon and were scattered in different places. No one knew when someone would appear. Besides, there weren't only geniuses from various major powers in the golden horizon, but also various kinds of evil creatures. Each evil creature was a potential danger. 15 minutes passed very quickly, but it was also very long. After a period of torment, it finally passed. During these 15 minutes, no one found this place, nor did any evil spirit appear. It was clear that the miasma Kathaya still played a key role in obstructing the evil spirits. At the same time, the blood demons in this valley should also be famous in this large area, so no evil spirits dared to come here after such a long time. Wang all of a sudden, the blood dragon fruit tree began to tremble violently. It was extremely violent. Following that, the 9 blood dragon fruits began to tremble violently as well. The bloody light that was emanating from the blood dragon fruits in the sky disappeared, all of it entering the blood dragon fruits. The violently trembling blood dragon fruits looked as though they could fall off from the branches at any moment. It's ripened. Hurry up and pluck the fruits. De Huang Dog said. King Fan, you do it. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Everyone here was after all the people of King Fan Prefecture. The one in charge of King Fan Prefecture was Jiang Qin after all. Jiang Qin didn't want to overstep his authority at this time. Moreover, after the blood dragon fruits ripened, they would have to face the problem of distribution. It was undoubtedly the best to let Yang Bufan handle the distribution. All right. Given Yang Bufan's intelligence, he could naturally understand what Jiang Qin meant. Without hesitation, he strode forward and waved his hand. The 9 blood dragon fruits were collected by him. As they got closer, everyone could feel the extraordinariness of the blood dragon fruits. There seemed to be saliva moving inside the blood-red fruits, which looked extremely mystical. What a mystical fruit! The blood qi and energy contained in it is equivalent to a venerable grade spiritual herb. Wang Yi couldn't help but comment. As a half-step immortal emperor genius, his eyesight was very unique. He could see the extraordinariness and preciousness of this fruit at first glance. At this time, Wu Ningzhu also walked out of the Zulong Tower. Her eyes fell upon the blood dragon fruits. All right. There are 9 blood dragon fruits. Finally, everyone's efforts weren't in vain. The effect of the blood dragon fruit is incredible, comparable to the snow jade king ginseng. If any of us can consume one, our cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. It won't be a problem for us to advance 1 level in a short period of time. Now I will begin the distribution. There are a total of 8 of us here. Each of us will get 1. The remaining 1 will be given to De Huang. What do you think? Yang Bufan spoke. Such a distribution was undoubtedly reasonable. After all, everyone had fought a bloody battle against the blood demons and had put in a lot of effort. Only when everyone had a share could they convince the masses. King Fan's distribution is very reasonable. De Huang should get 2. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have such fortune. That's right. As a matter of fact, we didn't help much. We are already ashamed to receive 1 fruit from King Fan. De Huang is the biggest contributor this time. It's not excessive for him to get 2 fruits. Of course. Without De Huang, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have been able to find this place. Even if we found this place, we wouldn't be a match for those blood demons. Also, the miasma Kathaya made it very difficult for us to get out of that area. Wang Yi and Dong Fei spoke hastily. How would they dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction with King Fan's distribution? They were very clear about today's situation. Everything was settled by De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin. They were already overjoyed that they could get a blood dragon fruit. Although Wu Ningzhu didn't take any action, she naturally had to get 1 because of Jiang Qin's status. No one had any objection to such a decision. Although they were in Golden Horizon now, they didn't forget their identity. They were all people of King Fan Prefecture. Everything had to be arranged by King Fan. King Fan could give them great benefits at this time, which made them feel that it was the right decision to join King Fan Prefecture. If this matter was placed in the hands of the Crown Prince, given his character, they were afraid that he would take all the fruits by himself. They wouldn't even get a single strand of it. It was already a great blessing for them to get one. Little Qinzi, what do you think? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Qin. I have no objection. Jiang Qin nodded. Naturally, he had no objection as well. After all, the three of them had gotten 4 blood dragon fruits. Jia Bufan. You really know how to handle things. De Huang Dog licked his lips. His drool was flying all over the place. His dog eyes were fixed on the blood dragon fruit in Yang Bufan's hand. It seemed that if Yang Bufan didn't give him the fruit, De Huang Dog would pounce on him and snatch it. Ah! Yang Bufan burst into laughter. Then he threw 2 blood dragon fruits at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 fruits. This scene stunned everyone, including Yang Bufan. What? Swallowed it? Chapter 1558. Isn't this guy afraid of exploding? Yang Bufan sighed. Today he finally witnessed what was called abnormal. Even he didn't dare to eat a venerable grade spiritual herb directly, let alone 2 of them together. One should know that the energy contained in a blood dragon fruit was unimaginably huge. Ordinary cultivators, even geniuses like Wang Yi, wouldn't dare to swallow it directly. They had to refine and absorb it bit by bit. If they swallowed it all at once, the terrifying energy in the blood dragon fruit would immediately explode like a volcanic eruption. The endless energy would hit every inch of the human body, hitting every inch of skin and every part of the human body. If one didn't control it well, going into chi deviation would be considered a light punishment, and the body would explode immediately. Is this really okay? Dong Fei said in a daze. This was the first time he had seen such a barbaric refining method. Don't worry. The endurance of this damn dog isn't something we can compare with. He has always been this barbaric. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He had already experienced the miraculous ability of this dog. The energy contained in the 2 blood dragon fruits was indeed incomparably huge. If it was someone else, they naturally wouldn't dare to swallow it so savagely, but De Huang Dog didn't have the slightest problem. Jiang Qin didn't know how much endurance De Huang Dog could endure, but he was sure that De Huang Dog was absolutely not a fool. He wouldn't do anything unfavorable to himself. Since he dared to eat the 2 blood dragon fruits directly, it meant that it was completely within his control and endurance. This was something that Jiang Qin was sure of. Little Qinzi, hurry up and let Master Dog in. De Huang Dog said impatiently. The energy in his body was bursting, and he needed to refine and absorb it immediately. All right. Jiang Qin hurriedly opened the door of Zulong Tower secretly. Besides De Huang Dog, no one else knew about the secret of Zulong Tower. The 33rd floor had the rule of time that was 30 times faster, and it was the most suitable place for cultivation. De Huang Dog had swallowed 2 blood dragon fruits, and he needed some time to digest and absorb them. The 33rd floor of Zulong Tower was undoubtedly the best place for cultivation. 30 days inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. Moreover, 2 days inside Zulong Tower was equivalent to 1.5 hours outside. Such a heaven-defying cultivation environment was simply invincible. If this matter was spread out, it was unknown what kind of storm it would cause. Jiang Qin would immediately be noticed by everyone. It must be true. Countless experts would definitely find trouble with Jiang Qin, wanting to snatch the treasures in Jiang Qin's hands. Seeing the sudden disappearance of De Huang Dog and the previous situation of Wu Ningzhu, everyone on the scene guessed that Jiang Qin must have some other spatial treasure. This surprised them a little, but no one asked about it because this was Jiang Qin's private secret after all. De Huang can totally withstand the 2 blood dragon fruits. After completely refining and absorbing them, this bastard's strength may reach the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor. I just don't know if he can break through to the early Immortal Emperor realm. If he can reach the Immortal Emperor realm, that would be incredible. Jiang Qin was incomparably happy. The stronger De Huang Dog became, the more advantageous it would be to Jiang Qin. There was no doubt about this, especially in this perilous golden horizon. De Huang Dog could play a big role at any time. Besides, if De Huang Dog could really advance to the Immortal Emperor realm, they would basically be able to do whatever they wanted in this golden horizon. Even if they couldn't, at least their safety would be guaranteed. De Huang Dog had obtained 2 blood dragon fruits. Yang Bufan began to distribute the remaining blood dragon fruits to the others, 1 for each of them. After obtaining the blood dragon fruit, everyone seemed very excited. Of course, the most excited ones were Dong Fei and Wu Ningzhu. Their cultivation base was relatively weaker, so the effect of the blood dragon fruit was relatively better. In the golden horizon, it wasn't a long-term solution to rely on others. One had to rely on oneself. Only when one's strength was strong enough would they be able to survive. If I refine this blood dragon fruit, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the early immortal emperor realm. Wang Yi spoke with incomparable excitement. Holding the blood dragon fruit in his hand, he could feel the extraordinariness of this fruit. The value of this blood dragon fruit isn't cheap. It's also infinitely beneficial to us. We don't know what we're going to face in the next month. Plus, we may have to search for our own fortune. Eventually we will have to part ways. So I suggest that we refine the blood dragon fruit first to improve our cultivation base before leaving this place. Jiang Qin spoke. Of course, this suggestion was mainly to buy time for De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. Plus, Jiang Qin had already prepared himself to part ways with the others. To Jiang Qin, these people were like a burden that couldn't let him travel freely in the golden horizon. Senior brother Jiang is right. We can stay here to improve our strength first. In that case, we will have more ability to protect ourselves when we travel in the golden horizon. Dong Fei nodded, feeling that Jiang Chen's words were very reasonable. The others also agreed with him. No one here was a fool. They all knew the importance of strength in the golden horizon. To put it bluntly, without strong strength, it was almost impossible to move an inch in the golden horizon. Just like Dong Fei, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan, he would surely die if he fell into such a situation alone. There was no chance of survival. Alright, we'll stay here for a few hours. After that, we'll leave. Yang Bufan said. In the next moment, each of them found a relatively quiet place and began to refine and absorb the blood dragon fruit in their hands. Of course, the process of refining the blood dragon fruit was naturally incomparable to that of De Huang Dog. They didn't have the ability to do so. Swallowing the fruit directly was no different from courting death. A blood dragon fruit was enough to advance the cultivation base of everyone present, including Yang Bufan. Of course, this advancement couldn't be achieved overnight. It was impossible to achieve it in just a few hours, because they didn't have the ability to fully refine and absorb a blood dragon fruit that was equivalent to a venerable grade spiritual herb. Therefore, even if they wanted to advance, they would need at least 2 days. Dong Fei might be able to advance in a short period of time. After all, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of late immortal king realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal emperor realm. Additionally, the lower the cultivation base, the greater the possibility of advancement, because the energy required for advancement wasn't that great. Sister Ning, go to the 33rd level of Zulong Tower and look for De Huang Dog. This blood dragon fruit can at least advance your cultivation base to the peak of late immortal king realm. Jiang Qin passed the blood dragon fruit to Wu Ningzhu and said. And Wu Ningzhu nodded, received the blood dragon fruit and entered the interior of Zulong Tower. She had always been obedient to Jiang Qin. Plus, she had already obtained such a treasure the moment she arrived at Golden Horizon. From another perspective, it also showed that Wu Ningzhu's luck was really good. Just like what Jiang Qin had said, Wu Ningzhu might be able to get a great opportunity in Golden Horizon. The blood dragon fruit in front of her was the beginning of that opportunity. The change in the law of time by 30 times was truly heaven-defying. Unfortunately, this was Jiang Chen's secret. No one else could enjoy it. Otherwise, if everyone on the scene hid in the 33rd level of the spatial zone and cultivated, it would be way too easy for them to advance. The blood dragon fruit in Jiang Chen's hand was kept away by him. He didn't refine it immediately. Little Qinzi, why don't you refine it? This blood dragon fruit is enough for you to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. Given your terrifying combat strength, if you advance to the intermediate immortal king realm, you will be able to roam unhindered in this golden horizon. It will be hard for you to find an opponent. Yang Bufan came to the side of Jiang Qin. Seeing that Jiang Qin didn't choose to refine the blood dragon fruit, he couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm not in a hurry for the time being. There are still powerful medicinal energy stored in my body after refining the Holy Flame Emperor pill. My advancement speed is just too fast. I want to slow down and not advance too quickly. When it's time to use the blood dragon fruit, I naturally won't be polite. Jiang Qin spoke with a smile. Yang Bufan was right. If he refined the blood dragon fruit directly, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm, or even the peak of intermediate immortal king realm. However, this wasn't what Jiang Qin needed right now. During this period of time, his advancement speed had been rather fast. Therefore, Jiang Qin decided to slow down and focus on the Zulong Tower first. By the time the 37th level of the Zulong Tower was fully condensed, Jiang Chen could basically reach the peak of early immortal king realm by relying on the benefits he had obtained from the Zulong Tower. The benefits he had obtained from the Zulong Tower were all purified energy, the essence of energy. Jiang Chen could absorb them without hesitation, and it wouldn't affect his foundation at all. You're right. In the path of cultivation, the foundation is the most important. Sometimes stopping to slow down might give you new insights. This is very important. Yang Bufan nodded, feeling that what Jiang Chen said made a lot of sense. King Fan, you can refine this blood dragon fruit directly. I can see that your foundation is very solid now. Besides, the blood dragon fruit itself can nourish your body and boost your blood chi. It will be of great benefit to you. Besides, there are dangers everywhere in the golden horizon. It's always good to increase your strength. Jiang Chen said. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Yang Bufan found a quiet place and began his seclusion to refine the blood dragon fruit. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to advance. It was a very simple thing for him to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. The more it was like this, the calmer Jiang Chen became. Plus, he had 2 blood demon kings in his hands. This was a powerful trump card that could play a great role at the critical moment. It shouldn't be a problem for them to ensure his safety. Jiang Chen's eyes looked afar. He was full of interest about this ancient battlefield. This was only the first day. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.